Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 81, Meeting with Remaining Devils. The war is over. We are victorious. Marcus said that while sitting on Hades' throne. On his lap was Persephone. The newly crowned queen was in a messy state. Her lush hair was all over the place, her forehead was sweaty, and her hair was sticking to it. Not that the goddess was paying attention. Instead, she was leaning into her conqueror, enjoying that one-hand hug. Does this war include the woman sitting on your lap? I thought you went to beat up Hades. Cyrene said with crossed arms. She was standing in the group of females. The ship girls, maids, and her, were in front of Marcus. Artemis looked at her half-sibling with a jealous look. She can sense a massive spike in the energy radiating from Persephone. The goddess of seasons was rivaling Zeus and Poseidon. Persephone is the new overseer of this realm, she belongs to me. That right, my lord, you can visit me anytime, and if you want those demigods, just tell me, the goddess seductively said to him. Why you? What are you talking about? Artemis couldn't take this anymore. Oh, that voice. Persephone moved her head and looked at the front. She saw Artemis walking to the front of the group. Artemis. I haven't seen you in a while, that armor. Oh, right, you become a maid to my lord, the queen of underworld spoke surprisedly. She swiftly started to smile in amusement. That's right. As his maid, it's my duty to take care of his needs. I suppose, but it depends on our lord. Once again, she looked at him like a woman obsessed with her men. Relax, Artemis. Persephone is just doing her job. The silver-haired maid grimaced as she took a step back. She swiftly hides her expression. So what now? Jean asked. She proceeded to change the theme of the conversation. The saint's reincarnation noticed that the atmosphere was getting too spicy. She never expected that Hades' wife would act like that. She wonders which myth of Persephone was real. We will rebuild this place in my image. My GAT will descend into lower layers to secure them. Once that is done, a prison will be built where we can keep the most dangerous elements. Of course, I can research whatever Zeus decided to throw in. Marcus smiled when he said the last part. He will throw whatever he doesn't like there. On top of that, he has an Olympus faction that does it, too. I should contact other factions and ask if they want to throw their rubbish into my new prison. A stray thought for later. I see, and this place? Artemis asked curiously. As mentioned before, I am leaving this to Persephone. I gave her Hades' divinity, and with my faction's technomancy, I will modernize this place to make it easier for you to run. Marcus said that while stroking Persephone's cheek. Ugh, damn it, her. The favoritism towards the underworld queen was so blatant. Many thanks. As Persephone gracefully accepted, her eyes went to Artemis, who was nearly shaking from jealousy. She is so amusing. I had never seen her this jealous. To think that she likes a man. What has the world turned to? The underworld goddess internally laughed as she saw the sight of jealous Artemis. Good. You girls can return to your duties. I still need to plan out a few things. The ship girls nodded at his orders without questions. At the same time, the maids looked at each other for a second. Should we return to Confiscator? Atlanta asked with a curious tone. Yes. You can join the development efforts if you want. The lion girl pondered on that. Should she do that? While Artemis clenched her hand and decided to find a way to get her master's attention back, this wasn't over. She was the first goddess whom he got into his faction. He will return to do things to Persephone. I suppose I can help as well. Cyrene sighed as she proceeded to walk alongside his other creations. The faster they integrate this place into his faction, the more contribution points they will get. One of the last remaining sealed doors blasted open as Nyx, with a grin, strolled in. Ha! I am here. We can start with, the Primordial's shoulders sagged as she saw forward knights with Aurora bots already working on something. There are Starscream jets in the air as well. Again. WWY no one told me, I was Lati. Once again, in her eagerness, Nyx overlooked the apparent shortcomings. Like for one, none of the knights followed after her. Later. With the support of the airships around the tunnel entrances, the integration of Hades' realm and the lower layers was faster than the growth in the actual surface. The constant flow of Aurora bots with machinery rapidly improved the development of the infrastructure of the realm of the dead. Marcus wanted the authenticity of the place to be kept, so most things remained Greek-like. The marble-like buildings with arches and columns remained. However, many of the technocracy's things were added. The core is the Neo-Heaven system flow of dead souls. When a Greek or follower of the biblical faction dies, he goes to this place. The inventor noticed a cheeky thing the biblical faction did. Their true believers go to heaven, while the ones who don't come here. It's something like a refuse bin. Not anymore. Marcus' Neo-system runs on the same fundamentals. He quickly overpowered the outdated and cranky system in place. No more half-baked nonsense. Just like that, the inventor made heaven obsolete. On top of that, he improved the circulation of the original sacred gears. Marcus installed a workshop where the gear gets maintained. It's a custom assembly line. Of course, with all these upgrades, Marcus improved the castle as it grew. It became a citadel with diamond cores for power, defenses like graviton cannons, and gravity wells. For manpower, he added full-fledged GAT barracks and comms towers. On top of all of this, Marcus installed synchronized satellite towers. These satellite towers temporarily negate space locks and allow for Ars Almadel Salomonis space-cutting beams to arrive. That means even in the afterlife, no one is safe from the might of orbital bombardment. To put the cherry on top, as the owner of Afterlife, Marcus customized the entire GAT force which will be stationed there. Their armors will be the same, only black. For the helmets, he went with a more skeletal look, similar to Iron Man's helmet, only more angry. Since he defeated Hades, his divinity was analyzed. The conclusion of that analysis was another deadly type of bullet added to the arsenal thanks to this war, and that is death. Now, GAT knights can send people to his afterlife. Indeed, no one can escape from him this time around. These GAT knights will be called Gravekeepers. Of course, the leader of this group is Persephone. The goddess is quite happy with the retrofits to her original house. As someone who wanted entertainment, the satellite TV was a good addition. Not that this was all. He added everything as if it was his house. It was because the goddess belonged to him, so her house was his house. So he wasn't holding back. It helped that with each and every single addition, the Queen of Underworld would pamper a new lord. This pampering was noticed by maids, who stayed over. At first, they thought that Persephone was obnoxious and annoying, but unlike Artemis and other maids, they were never married before. They have no idea about the proper pampering and how to give the proper attention by a wife to her husband. That's where Persephone dominated, and with that domination, Marcus paid a lot of attention to the newest addition to his harem. However, Athena, being a proper scholar, started to study this phenomena. While Artemis and other maids started questioning their approaches, a different approach was required. Others, like Cyrene, simply, that's how couples should be doing. Even she, a harbinger of death, knows a thing or two. After all, she reads manga. Regardless, the time in Hades' realm was getting close to ending, as surface dwellers needed Marcus, devils, particularly as arrangements required to be made. Before you go, what will we do with Hades? Persephone asked him. Right, I completely forgot about him. Marcus blinked a couple of times. He was having so much fun playing SimCity with Hades' realm that he forgot about Hades. It didn't help that he would have a gorgeous beauty on his lap most of the time, rewarding him for all that hard work he did in retrofitting the castle. It's okay if you want, I can send him to Cocytus for a while until the prison gets completed, Persephone said with a delighted tone. Oh, this is a dream coming true. She wanted to do this for decades, sending Hades to Cocytus. Seeing how excited she was with this prospect, Marcus simply nodded at her. Sure. Do that. Send him there. Yes. The beauty jumped into his hand and then started another steamy make-out session. The pair ignored the rest. Artemis bites her nails seeing this. She can't believe how easily Marcus gets persuaded by Persephone. This queen knows a way to make him agree with her decisions. That's because Artemis knows the inventor was considering torturing the fallen god. But now he was easily persuaded to forget that and lock that god in eternal freeze. Don't forget, my base is linked to this place, you can visit anytime. With the system in place, you can now leave this place anytime you want. Persephone's eyes gleamed with happiness. Oh, she will abuse this invitation. By the time she is done, she will be Conqueror's wife. Of course. It gets dreary in this place, she rubbed her cheek into his cheek. Goddess kept her hands wrapped around his neck. The beauty was getting exceptionally touchy with him. Finally. We can leave. Artemis sighed in relief. For a second, she thought that Marcus would stay there. However, this was not over by a long shot. The base now has a direct linkage to Realm of Undead. It's a single teleportation away. It was as if the Queen of the Underworld was living in a room next door. That means Artemis and even Athena have to work harder. What is on your mind? The silver-haired goddess asked Athena, who was aboard Confiscator alongside her. Athena's time as airship commander for a moment is over. There was no reason to command an airship by this point. There are no enemies to engage. I think this was an ambush. The warfare goddess used military terms to reply. I agree on that. Persephone is more suited to seduce my future husband. She is eager, like a hungry predator who wants that pure thing. That is why Marcus is so quick to end up in her lap. Pure thing. Indeed. After becoming goddess of the underworld, what did she do all the time? Athena answered with a question. Got railed by your future husband. Artemis replied. Classy. But no. While she wanted to retain her status, she showed him what it means to have a queen who can assist in ruling. She would suggest but never question his authority and reward in a way that women always do. It's very simple, basic even. Not that I understood this before I saw it. Athena realized that she lacked that experience, the experience of being queen to a husband. Their compatibility was what carried her all this way until now. I suppose I never considered that. Artemis agreed after thinking about it. Having a visual confirmation that it works helped. It helped too much. She needs to change her approach. Thankfully, Persephone shouldn't be around the base all the time, right? As those two were discussing in the background, the Herschers observed them with interest. It was as if she was watching a TV documentary about Greek gods and their drama. Only in the flesh with real deities. Not going to assist or join the conversation. Guyuna spoke directly into her mind. What for? Aren't you regulars always insecure? The dragoness curiously asked as she walked over to her side. Regulars? What does it even mean? Sirin turned towards her and asked with confusion. I mean beings who don't have memories. I noticed that most of the time, beings who are not the Emperor's true creations are always insecure and need to do something. Like those two. The explanation made her white-haired girl somewhat offended. For your knowledge, I am one of his creations. Partially, yes. But I do feel jealousy and insecurity from you. Guyuna pointed out with a small smile. We do wield psionic powers, something called emphatic senses do exist. And if I can pick it up, the Emperor sure can. For a second, there was a surprised look on her face before she hid it and looked at her with narrow eyes. So he knows and doesn't do anything. What for? He is not a babysitter or a nurse. If you want something, do it yourself. Guyuna shrugged her response. For a while, Sirin didn't say anything. Instead, she looked away and got deep into her thoughts. So it's memories and souls which cause them to be like this. Thankfully, I don't have these kinds of drawbacks. It was the assurances and the memories which were given to her by Marcus which are keeping Dragoness content with her current situation. She finds it amusing and quite fascinating how Persephone got her emperor that interested. Eventually, the confiscator arrived at Lilith. The airship docked on the first floor of the spaceport. There was no need to take a gunship or shuttle anymore. The inventor proceeded to walk out of the vessel and into the tower, then he got into an anti-gravity train, which took him down to the Citadel. It lasted less than 10 minutes. The trains ran directly into the Citadel, with platforms big enough for armies to stand. By all means, the Citadel was a megastructure. It helps that devils and Greek gods decided to have their bases in castle-like structures. It was easy for Aurora bots to build around them and expand. After a short walking trip, Marcus arrived in the throne room. People were already waiting for him. The first thing Solomon's successor noticed was, Azazel, you are already awake. Valley, too. It appears you guys missed the whole party. Yes. Well, certain someone punched me out of the war. The fallen angel said to Marcus as his gaze was on Nick standing behind the inventor. The primordial's clothes were that of technocracy. To think that a primordial capable of placing Earth in eternal darkness became such a submissive puppy. Not my problem that you are that fragile, little crow. The primordial knight said with a careless shrug. True. I am nowhere near your capacities. As the leader of crows said that, he saw Marcus walking over and sitting down on his newly created throne. Not bad. I like the new design. Marcus said that as his gaze went to the side where Quinella was standing. The moment their eyes met, the moment the assistant started to fiddle with her clothes. Her behavior made him chuckle. It appears she still thinks that he cares about that little incident. Regardless, his gaze went back to the leading crow. Behind this crow, there were a bunch of other crows. These were the survivors of the war. Next to them, there were devils and their survivors. How cute. The mortal enemies were in the same room. Tell me, what can I do for you? We were briefed about the current circumstances. Azazel started. Oh. Which are? Fallen angels would like to join your cause. The head crow directly went for the kill. He was trying to address this issue with the head of technocracy. Azazel is well aware of what is waiting for his people. They will be part of an experiment. Instead, he aims to be the one who does experiments for him. After all, his people are of Gregory, the same angels who originally were researchers of the heavens. My cause. You wish to be part of technocracy? Marcus pondered on that. Yes. We are of Gregory, the original researchers created by the old men. We became fallen because we were curious about nature. Azazel pointed out the origins of his race. True. That's an excellent point. A small smile appeared on the Governor-General's face. But the small smile disappeared from his face when Marcus said, but your bunch can be very unruly. If I am to accept your kin into the actual ranks of technocracy, it could damage my image. And that is unforgivable. The inventor pointed that out. He then explained more. We could deal with that with some draconian rules. That is if you agree. I am sure we can deal with fallen who have unsavory traits. Yes. We can always get more test subjects. Once we get into space, an airlock is a good alternative. But then again, we will have research stations. We can use them there. Marcus pondered out loud. People who listened could only grimace. That could work, too. Good. Then, we will have a test run. Impress me, Azazel, and we might have something here. Regardless, Marcus agreed the inventor's first impression of the fallen was good. He can overlook some of the stories he heard about the fallen angels. If they plan something, he can quickly turn them into research materials for medical science. There is never enough of those. What do you want me to do? Mundane tech. I want you to dominate the regular world. I have a company. You shall take over as head of research and development. Master, are you sure? We already have Goldman Industries. Latia, who was listening, spoke. Indeed, we have a monopoly on phones. You plan to monopolize the health sector, no? I will use Azazel's technical expertise to see if he is serious. I want to see how much dominance you can establish in my country. Azazel slowly nodded. He read perfectly between the lines. Marcus will watch how Azazel does it. Will it be surgical precision or brute force? Depending on that, the inventor will decide. No doubt he will give me all the tools of his faction. If I abuse all of that, he will decline my achievements. In other words, I can only use the bare minimum. And then dominate a country with a small economy. Does he want me to do surgery on a mouse? The fallen angel grimaced internally. I assume that I can use my faction. Of course. They are your people, you can do whatever you want. Very well, I accept your challenge. Good. Marcus then looked at Latia, who wanted to speak with him. That look she was giving. Your position didn't change. The only difference is that you have a research and development division. You can use however you want the things they develop for sale. But, how will we know what is what? The blonde devil asked with confusion. Well, that's the beauty of this challenge. Isn't it right, Azazel? Marcus' question made the leader of Fallen grimace. You are just looking for me to slip. I have an infinite money glitch, but I can't abuse it. Azazel started to use gamer slang. Indeed, but you are starting the game with 5-star products and fully developed medic building. I am confident you can build things in between. Marcus answered with his game slang. At least something. Even though the head crow said that, he could still feel the gaze of the blonde devil. It appears he is encroaching on her territory. Good, then you may go. Jean, take them to Earth and show them around. Understood. I am to use our properties in your town. Yes, we should have a couple of apartment buildings available, Marcus nodded. I would like to come with Jean, I can explain better. Latia offered herself to assist. You can do that later. We still have devil business. Once that is done, then you can return to your duties on Earth. The inventor knew well enough that Latia was feeling threatened. But Marcus doesn't see any sort of issue. Mundane assets are meaningless to him. And it's not that Azazel will destroy something. I understand. Latia relented after hearing that. Good girl, now then, devils. As the crows are leaving with Jean, Marcus gazes at the group of devils. There are fewer of them. Only the elite have gathered. Ordinary devils already returned to their normal lives. Well, they went to their flats and are waiting for the results of this meeting. I will start this. Sikvera took a step forward. As per your request, I have created a list of people. That is not the full list, as I need my relatives to be alive to make a proper one. I see. However, this can go on for eternity. As one person leads to another, I would resurrect all the devil kin. The only ones I am resurrecting are devils with Agar's surname and devils who served Agar's. That goes to you, Latia, as well. I understand. Good, then here. He motioned with his hand as if he was throwing something. Check your personal console. I have added the Realm of Dead interface. You can check souls which are in the realm of the dead. Use names and pictures to find your deceased relatives. Once you locate them, you can download them. Download. Souls. Sikvera looked dumbfounded when she heard that. Yes. You didn't know it yet. I have an automated afterlife. Satan's. Oh, and a small detail. Yes. Devils and fallen don't have an afterlife. Those dead souls would end up in the abyss of nothingness. Engramenyu abused that little fact with Tartarus. They knew devils and fallen were truly alone. There is no god behind them. That is why they attacked without fear. The only thing you people had was a Juka and Surzex, which were taken care of from the beginning. Marcus explained with a plain voice before getting a little bit more interested as he was about to tell something interesting for the devils, that is. But this is where you all can relax. As long as you are part of technocracy, the afterlife for devilkind and fallen is guaranteed. You mean you will allow devils to rest in the afterlife? Sikvera asked with a curious tone. That was a big bonus for some people. Just knowing that you will go somewhere after death gives some sense of ease. Precisely, Sikvera. Since you are part of my faction, I will care for you even after death. You mean that we will be your subjects and experimented even after death? Runia's intercepted. Your choice, Gremory. It's not that I will be drugging you throughout your life. Most of the social experiments will be recorded and analyzed from a distance. Most of the regular people have no use for me either way. It is more interesting to see how they behave in different environments. He waved with a hand. Have you ever had a pet in a cage? Like a hamster? You give them food and then let them do their thing in that small area you gave them as home. Marcus started to explain in detail. The only difference is that it will be the entirety of the underworld. So you people won't be able to see those imaginary cage walls. You are a monster. That rich coming from a devil. All I did was increase the perception of size. You already were a pet to something. Only this time around, you precisely know to whom you are a pet. Does that make me a monster? Sometimes, you must swallow those hard facts and get over it. He explained to her in simple terms. For a devil, you sure behave like a human. Marcus chuckled while saying that. I would even say naive. Runias narrowed her eyes for a bit. Just because I spend a lot of time sleeping doesn't mean I haven't seen things. I was there when devils waged war on heaven. Oh, did you? Does a couple of years of fighting make you experienced? If this is the case, original Gremory, tell me what you can offer me. If it is useful even a little bit, I will make you my Gremory pillar. This privilege will allow your clan to use my faction's resources to rebuild or build whatever you want. His abrupt offer surprised Runias. She needed a couple of seconds to gather her thoughts. I can tell you the history and origins of devilkind and how it used to be at the very beginning when heaven split into 3 factions, Gremory said with an assured tone. Not a bad suggestion. If you offered that initially, it could have worked. But, I now control the afterlife and every single soul deceased. If I want to know this, I can summon Lucifer himself, and he will tell me everything. Marcus said with a bright smile. Maybe a suggestion on how to sleep properly. The inventor joked on her passion for sleeping. Runias frowned in annoyance when she heard that. Why is he constantly targeting that? I don't understand. Is it wrong to hibernate? I raised my son to take my place all those years ago. There was no need for me afterwards. The original Gremory complained to him. The rest of the devils, maids, ship girls, and the rest looked at this like a bunch of observers. They are becoming an audience to some sort of debate show. Though the ship girls, his assistant, and Guyuna knew the answer. Depends how you raised your descendant. From what I saw, your family did achieve quite a bit. Marrying a Baal in your society is impressive. Runias puffed her chest for a second. But, I would say you could achieve more if you actively controlled your family and had long-term generational plans. I am not you. I don't have those kinds of ambitions. And that is why I am sitting here, and you are standing there. He pointed at himself and then at her. I see your point. Runias begrudgingly agreed while looking away. Seeing that the pair stopped their debate, Venelana stepped forward. Master. Since your conquest is over, what happened to Surzex and Ajuka? The brown-haired devil asked him respectfully. Marcus looked at her for a bit before starting to explain. Ajuka doesn't exist anymore, by all accounts, he has been consumed at a spiritual level by Engramenyu. While Surzex still has a soul. They drained his soul to the point that he could only exist as a low-class devil. Even less than that. Devils whispered among themselves when they heard the grim truth. To think evil gods could beat their crimson Lucifer like that. Can his soul be recovered? Lady Gremory asked him. Theoretically, it is possible. Marcus pondered on that, stroking his chin. The inventor does have all the tools to do just that. But why would he do that? Honestly, he is still bitter about Venelana's absence. That is why he tolerates Seraphal's blunders and her desire to save her people. Unlike Venelana, his Leviathan was with him all the time she could. Then what? He looked at her with sharp eyes. He was almost begging her to reveal her intentions. Nothing. Thought so. Now then, to the main point of this conversation. Marcus snapped his fingers, an underworld in the shape of a globe appeared in the middle of the room. It was a massive hologram, spinning and eventually stopping in the area around Lilith. This is a preliminary forecast of how the underworld will look once terraforming is complete. That small continent will be given to devils to live there in any way they see fit within set rules. Materials, food, water, all the things will be given to you by my technocracy. The devils blinked a couple of times. It was, in truth, a lot of land. Even Rhenias looked surprised. Now she is wondering how he can call it a cage. It could take weeks of walking to reach the other side. Didn't I tell you, perception? Marcus commented as he saw Rhenias' expression. My assistant already told your kin how you can get things from technocracy. He asked the rest, ignoring Rhenias' frown. Yes. Anything else? The inventor inquired. All he got was head shakes. Lord Marcus. May I ask what is the process for devils to become your pillars? The blond man asked Marcus as he slowly walked to the front. Your energy reading, you a phoenix? Marcus asked as he looked interested. Correct, the Phoenix clan is one of the pillars, our abilities are unique. I have no idea if you have studied, but we have regenerative abilities and Phoenix tears, which work like healing potions. What you are saying is indeed impressive abilities. And my daughter is talented in management. Lord Phoenix chipped in this small detail. Very well. I am going to test that. Marcus nodded before looking at Quinella. Darling. I require your services. The platinum-haired beauty walked over to the front and slightly bowed to him. She looked very subdued. It's very amusing for him to watch that. Test Lord Phoenix's daughter, I want to see those managing abilities. As you wish. As Quinella received her orders, Marcus' gaze returned to the crowd. Anything else? A while ago, in heaven. Out of nowhere, the heaven system started to flicker. The orb of light began to blink. The glow lessened and lessened until it ceased to exist. The light flickered out of existence. Michael looked at the system and could not believe what he saw. It's gone. Heaven's system is down. This can't be happening. Chapter 82, Dragons of Underworld. What is going on? The entire place is shutting down. The angels are going crazy. The heaven system, which is at the core of heaven, is shutting down. That means how will heaven operate? They can't. The flow of souls, heaven itself, and the layers will cease to work. Everything will shut down. Worst case, the planes and the layers of heaven will collapse. I don't know. One moment, it was fine. The next second, it just stopped working. The souls of the dead stopped entering heaven. As if someone is diverting them. Michael said with a worried look. Cold sweat was rolling down his forehead. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is bad. If this continues, we will start losing the integrity of heaven itself. Heaven's system decides how the layers work and how they are secured. At this moment, they are like a spaceship that has lost its fuel, and systems are starting to fall apart. The angels were panicking. They don't have proper guidance regarding this. What should they do? I have no choice. I will need to contact him. Michael swallowed whatever reluctance he had and decided to contact the only person he knows has some sort of understanding about the heaven system. Marcus Goldman can interact with sacred gears and, by this point, has built an enormous techno-faction. On top of it, he is waging war in the underworld. That is proof enough that he is capable. However, the leader of heaven is fearing what the men could ask him. He witnessed his destructive power, the men is fickle and can easily take offense. If he desires heaven, how can they resist him? Are you sure? Uriel asked with a frown. I have no choice. If heaven falls apart, our faction is finished. Michael exclaimed with a worried tone. They have two choices, either do nothing and let heaven dissolve or speak with Marcus, who could potentially demand things from them. Brother, I am coming with you, Gabriel said seriously. Fine. Seconds later, the pair of archangels disappeared. It appears we were not left unscathed. Fallen, devils, and now us. The entire biblical faction barely continues to exist. Uriel thought to himself as he looked at the grey orb. The light which shone for thousands of years is now gone. Meanwhile, Ars Almadel Salomonis rotated its barrel and proceeded to shoot cubes into the underworld via the wormhole. The cubes were diamond core hearts. They will be land in specific areas designated for the development of the underworld. With so much land, his technocracy is rapidly expanding. First, it was the Devil Continent, which Marcus dubbed the small continent in the East Hemisphere. 3 cubes landed there as they started to open up and revealed Aurora bots, which began to boot up and start working on creating the infrastructure for a town. Other cubes landed in places like Fusion Wilderness, a massive forest where magical beasts are roaming for hundreds of years without anyone interfering. The rest of them landed in distinctive lands like a desert, icy wasteland, not far from a volcano. On top of that, Marcus started to impose his will. One of the things he went to see was a pair of dragon kings living in his underworld. The first one was in Familiar Forest. As the confiscator flew over the forest, the ship sensors noticed that the evil gods did not touch these lands. Peculiar, don't you think? Marcus asked his wife-to-be as they were looking over the forest below. Familiar Forest is an intricate and well-connected place to the broader world. Devils make beasts of this forest into their familiars, as did every single mage in the world. Not even evil gods know what could happen if they attacked this place. Now that is amusing. They were not ready to provoke everyone. And Gramenu had plans for this place. I am more inclined that my rival wanted to do something to this place. Maybe like a garden, you know how humans have a vegetable garden, he would have had this. From what I saw, he could add abilities and powers to himself. I suppose you are right. That makes more sense to me. Athena nodded at his theory. Regardless, we are here to acquire Tiamat. As Marcus said that, he walked towards the lift, which would take him to the hangar deck. Gunships carrying Marcus' group landed not far from a cave. It was a large one, and from the source, he knew Tiamat was a giant blue western dragon. Roar. With a roar, a pair of yellow eyes with slits opened and looked at Marcus, who was leading the group. Human, what do you want? I am Marcus Goldman, the successor of Solomon and the ruler of the underworld and hell. So the war is over. To think that humans would win a war waged by hell gods, fallen and devils. As the dragon said that, with a burst of blue glow, the dragon transformed into a blue-haired female with a heroic aura. She walked over to them. What does the Overlord want from me? She asked him while crossing her arms under considerable burst. Establish communications, Tiamat. Oh. From the aura, I sense from you. Your type doesn't care about pre-established rules. As she said that, her eyes went to a pair of gods following him. One of them even had a maid uniform. That tells Tiamat enough that this human is dangerous if he has gods in that kind of get-up. Correct. I don't know who placed you as a guard of this place, but I am putting a garrison here. Familiars will be counted and organized. Of course, I will uphold the sanctity of familiar contracts. Marcus said with a serious tone. He won't be stripping contracts already established. As a gamer at heart, Pokémon collections are a sacred thing. I see. How about this, then, we fight. You win. I am your familiar, and if I win, you leave. She said with a challenging tone. Tiamat, are you sure? Athena got her attention. Goddess Athena, I am sure. I am a dragon king, if I go out, I will go out with a bang. As she said that, her form once again shifted, and she became a large blue western dragon. You are one wild woman. I don't like that. Marcus replied with an annoyed tone. This dragon didn't wait for an answer. And I don't care. As she said that, her mouth opened, and Tiamat released a torrent of flames. Marcus simply raised his hand, and the flames stopped mid-flight. Let me teach you about care. He softly told her. The soft tone of his voice made her feel a certain dread, which is why she tried to slice him with her front limbs. But once again, an invisible force stopped the attack midway. You still need much to learn. A pebble can't move a mountain. With a flick of his finger, he sent her flying, the flames midday ceased to exist, and the dragon rolled out from the vicinity. My master, I thank you for dulling my dragon pride. Guyuna decided to thank her creator for fixing her pride because she can sense the familiarity and sympathize with Tiamat. But unlike Tiamat, she knows when to pull out. Don't mention that. Now, if you excuse me, I need to break in my familiar. It appears she doesn't have a shred of decency. With that said, he disappeared, and a second later, a loud slap spread through the area. Did he just slap a dragon? Sirin commented when she heard that. I guess he did. I should start a blog or something about the strangeness of my life. The Hershers recalled the video website in her previous world. She wonders if this place has something similar. Marcus looked at the blue dragon, slowly standing up. The beast had a red cheek. The cheek was slightly inflated. That was just the beginning. I hope your scales are durable. The inventor slowly walked over to her side as one of his hands was in his pocket, and the other one was smoking as it was the one he used to slap. Instead of replying to the dragon, she tried to swing at him with sharp claws. But he just caught the claws with 2 fingers. Not bad, your claws are as sharp as your temper. But this is not enough. He squeezed the claw before using it to pick the whole dragon up into the air. Tiamat's eyes widened as she realized this guy was on a completely different plane of existence. Before she can struggle, he starts to slam her into the ground, then picks it up and slams into the other side. Rinse and repeat. Slam slam asterisk asterisk slam asterisk. After throwing her around, he released the claw and looked at his handiwork. The dragoness was twitching on the ground. As Marcus looked around, he saw that he created a dust cloud. To fix this, he just snapped his finger, and all of the dust was gone. To confirm her situation, he walked over to her head and looked at her. Do you want to continue? I haven't tested out what maximum velocity a Dragon King can take. To his comment, the dragoness slowly lifted her head and looked at him. If you think that. Before she can finish, he delivers a powerful punch which sends her flying right into mountains in the distance. 1 second, she was here. The next second, a massive mountain in the distance exploded into bits and pieces. So it's around 20,000 to 30,000 kilometers per second roughly. The inventor commented with a thoughtful voice as he gazed at the mountain. Doing this without AI assistance is always so taxing. Thankfully, I don't have a concept of tiredness anymore. As he commented on that, he appeared next second, where Tiamat had landed. With a hand motion, his purple aura surged as the stone blocks were sent flying away, revealing a bloody form of Tiamat. Do you want to continue? The dragon trembled, her mouth slowly opened as she showed her teeth. There was a defiant look. I see. So you think that overwhelming power means nothing to you? That is fine. Believe me. Raw strength is my weakest trait. I am considered weak when it comes to that. My other abilities are far more substantial. For example, with hand motion, he forcefully made her change her back into human form. Why you? Tiamat was struggling to understand what was happening. Before she can complain some more, she is chained up and brought over in front of him. I am going to spank that disobedience out of you. As he said that, there was a sadistic smile on his lip. A leather belt appeared in his hands. What are you talking about? Tiamat struggled, but her body didn't move, her mana didn't respond. Don't pretend to be naive, Tiamat, since you behave like a disobedient girl. It's up to me, your master, to fix that. As he said that, she ended up being brought down and placed next to him, ready for spanking. Why you are not my mast, asterisk ow. Asterisk the blue-haired beauty couldn't contain her voice from that pain. Whatever that belt was, it was more than just a simple leather belt. Not even previous injuries matter by this point. I didn't ask what you think. He once again smacked her rear with the belt. Stop. Be serious. Smack. Stop embarrassing me. Smack. Stop. Damn it. Smack. I am a Dragon King. Smack. The more Tiamat tried to show a taut front, the more she received psionic-imbued belt smacks. Those smacks were not just imbued to deal pain to the butt but attacked nerve receptors too. So, she is receiving pain directly to her brain. Otherwise, a Dragon King like her would barely feel any sort of pain. As Marcus was training a dragon, the rest of the girls finally caught up to him. What they saw briefly confused them before they understood what he was doing. The moment they understood, the moment they started to blush from embarrassment. What? Sirin's brain tried to process what she saw. Figures. Artemis sighed as she massaged her forehead. Only Marcus can turn an over-the-top situation into a joke. Yeah. I guess I should have seen this one coming. Athena pushed her glasses up as she was trying to think how it had come to this. I suppose he is used to me so much that he forgot that dragons are very proud. Guyuna said with crossed arms. Are you saying you are not proud? Atlanta casually commented. Your pokes won't make me annoyed. You know well enough how I was designed. The dragoness brushed her fingers through her long hair. I guess I do. The maid quickly dropped the idea of riling her up. While the only one who looked highly interested was Nyx, the black-haired primordial was itching to assist in delivering that punishment. I wonder if I can assist him. The primordial of night commented with an excited tone. Maybe. You should ask him. I give. Please stop. Tiamat couldn't take this. After several hours of pure torture, she felt her brain was getting numb from pain. Oh. Marcus stopped with smacks and released the hold. The moment he did that, the dragoness legs gave in, and she collapsed to the ground. Are you saying that you were wrong and that you were begging for forgiveness? To his question, her lips trembled as she slowly nodded. I need to hear that verbal answer, or should I return to train my pet dragon? Her eyes widened in horror, and she swiftly got herself together. Why yes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have challenged you. That much was obvious, but what else did you do that I need to punish you? To his question, she looked confused and tried to think, but her brain was sluggish from all those smacks. Well. I don't know. She finally replied to his question, and her voice had some fear barely hidden. I see. I was far too efficient. He walked over, crouched down and grabbed her chin, making her look at him. Her blue eyes tried to look away from his heated gaze. There is something called etiquette. As my dragon pet, you will remember this next time, yes? Or should I treat you like a small child who needs training? His soft and nice tone only increased the horror factor for Tiamat, who started to pale. She recalled that she tried to burn his entire group. It only made that horror magnify tenfold. I promise, I won't do this ever again. Wonderful. It's so nice that we have an understanding. If you do a great job, I might tell you who is currently Draeg's host. Marcus casually mentioned a tiny detail about Draeg, the dragon that took a treasure from her and never returned. Her eyes widened as she lost her haggard look and swiftly recovered. Standing up on her feet, Marcus followed. He was impressed by the durability of a dragon. Why, you know the current host of Draeg? Of course. I even tinkered with the sacred gear. His reply made her lips tremble. She was about to shake him, but her hands didn't move. It was awkward not being able to be overbearing. If you behave, my faction will provide you with as many treasures as you want. Fine. It's not that I have a choice. You had. But then you decided to discard it. It's not my fault you decided to fight. For a second, she pouted at him. She tried to remark, but no words left her mouth. At the very last second, she controlled herself. Phantom images of the belt made her control herself. I apologize. Good start. We might make a good maid out of you yet. Maid. Later. After acquiring Tiamat, it was much easier with the other Dragon King. Tanin is much tamer. I wasn't expecting you to come to see me this quickly. I can guess that the war is over. A purple dragon landed in front of Marcus. It was standing on its hind legs. The form of this dragon reminded the inventor of dragonoids, instead of regular dragons, which are on 4 limbs or serpentine. You were expecting me? Of course. I was following everyone's magical signatures the moment I sensed yours. I knew it was over for the other party. The Dragon King explained to Marcus. Any idea why Ingramanu didn't come here? I can only guess. From what I recall, that creature had peculiar tastes. Maybe a collector or gardener. Keeping certain things as pets or harvest. As the dragon said that, he looked at Marcus. That leaves me to ask you. What do you require, now that devils no longer rule this land? What do you need so that my kin could live here? Cooperation. I am a collector and gardener, as you said. He motioned at his silver-haired dragoness, who came with him. She was interested in dragons around here. I have created her, as well as collected dragons like Albion, Draeg, Tiamat, Fafnir, Vritra, Grendel, Apophis, Azidahaka, Ladin, and Niger. The purple dragon's eyes widened for a second. That was quite a collection. However, you can serve a far greater purpose. Your dragon preserve is far more valuable. I would want to invest in it. Invest. Like capital. In simple terms, yes, Marcus said with a small smile. He snapped his fingers, and his knights brought over a table and a couple of chairs. When the knights placed the chairs, he sat down and motioned for the dragon to do the same. I know well enough you have a human form. You kings are a step above the mundane dragons. With a slightly confused frown, the Dragon King did just that. A purple glow surrounded him, and he turned into a middle-aged man with purple eyes and hair. Once Tanin sat in his chair, the maids walked over, placed cups and prepared some tea. The dragon only now noticed that one of the maids is a literal goddess. For a second, his heart skipped a beat from disbelief. A cold chill washed him. He looked at this human in front of him with a different kind of light. As you might have noticed, there are not many devils and fallen left in this world. I will be bringing some of them back, but the majority are dead. So, as a big fan of Dragonkin, I plan to expand your lands. Introduce more biomes. After saying that, Marcus took a sip of tea as he allowed the Dragon King to process what he just said. What he said sounded good and nice, but there is a catch. But there will be observation posts. I am the leader of a technocracy. A faction focused on development, research, and improvements. I require basic statistics, nothing more, nothing less. We will improve dragon fruits, which your species requires. Making it less taxing for growth. Basic statistics, what does that entail? Scanning of energy readings, documenting how fast dragons grow, and how their natures and types develop. Nothing intrusive. You can say we will be your hospital. In future, I am planning to give your kin an entire planet. The last words made Tanin nearly choke on his tea. The entire planet. Yes. That is the end goal. We will watch how technocracy clicks with your dragons. My goal is dragon knights. As he said that, he pulled out a tablet and showed him his early designs. It was an armored human riding an armored dragon, and the other picture was a human with dragon armor similar to balance breakers. It will be another military branch in my grand army. After saying that, he placed the tablet aside. What you see is the end game here. Once your species recovers and has good enough numbers, of course, I will only take the ones who want to fight and bond with a human rider. The Dragon King leaned into his chair and pondered. This is a good bargain. Fine, I have nothing to lose. Good. He snapped his fingers, and Atlanta walked over. Send a word, the observatories can be launched and the land allocated. Understood. She pulled out her tablet and pressed a few times on it. Second later, a loud whistling sound followed as something like meteorites started to descend around the area. There were at least 5 visible ones. You work fast. Tannen realized that Marcus was ready for this. I have infrastructure prepared beforehand. If you ever wish to speak with me, Tannen, you can always contact me via the observatories. Oh, and here, take this. The inventor handed over a piece of glass of some sort. This is a contract. You can see what we will do as observers. You can see the route of development. Marcus explained to him. I see. The moment he took a text appeared on the glass. The Dragon King started to read through the text. After reading all of this, Tannen realized this was what the human had said to him. They will be a hospital to them. But why? I want to see if another Dragon Emperor can be produced, like how a large population of humans will eventually produce a genius. So that it could be added to your collection. Of course. Once my observatory reads your energy signature, you will be part of it. Snort. You don't mince words, do you? Tannen snorted at what he heard. I don't. I don't need to. Very well. It will happen as you say. I am amused that you decided to play this game. Game? Do you mean me coming to speak with you directly? Indeed. I can see that you have beaten up Tiamat. Tannen motioned with his chin at Tiamat, who was dressed as a maid and standing in the line with other maids. Tiamat didn't say anything, even when Tannen singled her out. She challenged my rule. I guess having a primordial as a pet is not enough. Marcus commented. His comment finally broke Tiamat's silence. I didn't know about that. Okay. Lady Nyx wasn't emitting anything at that time. Teehee, I knew something fun would happen, so I didn't release my power. Nyx, who was standing in the line, giggled. She remembered what Marcus did to the dragoness. You. Tiamat's eyebrows twitched. What? Not my fault you challenged one of the strongest existence in our world. Nyx laughed while saying that. Ugh. As the primordial was messing with Tiamat, who is another Dragon King, Marcus looked back at Tannen. I see. I wasn't expecting to see Lady Nyx, Goddess Athena, and Goddess Artemis. Don't mind us, King Tannen. We are just followers of Marcus. Athena motioned for him to forget about them. Right. With a slightly sweaty forehead, Tannen looked at Marcus, who was leisurely drinking his tea. As you can see, I am here because I am interested in dragons. With my technomancy, I could have millions of dragons by this point. But I am going by nature to understand how dragons develop naturally. You can say they are windows to ancient beings like dinosaurs. Marcus spoke with some excitement here. There was a slight grin on his lips. Tannen slowly nodded. So, it was his preference. Well, it's good for dragons. After finishing his tea, the inventor stood up, and the Dragon King followed after him. Well. It is good to meet the only Dragon King who cares for his race. Marcus offered his hand for a handshake. Tannen followed his lead and took the hand for a handshake. This deal will help my kin to recover and prosper, so I have to thank you. Don't mention it. This arrangement is nothing more than part of my hobby. Ha ha ha, from what I understood, everything you do is part of your hobby. Marcus, for a second, was reminded that this dragon is old and has experienced a lot to see through his character so quickly. You are quick to grasp. When you live long enough, you pick up a few things. Especially around old devils. Tannen said that with a knowing look. Oh, right. You were once the queen of Mephistopheles. One of the first reincarnated devils, if my information is right. Indeed. So, I learned quickly to read between the lines. Is he still alive? I do know that there are a bunch of devils in the human world, and many have tried to return to the underworld. But the barrier Tartarus made is still in place. Honestly, it's one of the best gifts those primordials left. Marcus mentioned one of the best creations done by a primordial. It's quite a nice piece of ritual he has seen for a while. Knowing him, he won't die that easily. Good. Regardless, if you need anything or have suggestions, visit one of the observations. Those outposts can alter and become invisible if need be. As I have written in the contract, this project can be adjusted when needed. My thanks. Meanwhile on Earth, the fallen angels are exploring the new place they will be staying. It was a floor apartment building. It was a refurbished Soviet-style apartment block. It is made from concrete blocks. By this point, the only way people can recognize is how squarish it was, nothing else. The insides range from single-room to three-room flats. Well, we have more space than I originally thought, Azazel commented as he saw the newest market available tech in the building. Honestly, I expected a more difficult challenge, Penemu said with a slight smirk as she looked around. Don't be fooled, Peen. Azazel swiftly made her smile disappear. We are set to lose. Huh? Why did you say that? She asked with surprise. For one, he set this up that one of his girlfriend's positions is threatened. That blonde girl is Latia Astaroth. She was not the head of the Astaroth clan before. It was Deodora Astaroth in the early hours of the war. He mysteriously disappeared. The Hell forces were nowhere near that place. The only thing reported was men in shining armor raiding Astaroth Castle. Reports of guns which use the power of destruction. Does that sound familiar to you? Azazel asked with a strained smile. Are you saying she killed her cousin? Shemhazai, who was listening, looked surprised for a second. I don't know. But the only reason we are here is because Marcus Goldman decided to humor us. The blonde was looking annoyed. We have unlimited resources and a wide variety of which we could develop. There are no set boundaries. We could make electronic weapons if we wanted, or biological weapons. Nothing is specified for us. Marcus Goldman, from what I have seen so far, develops things according to his whims. Nothing is decided without his set parameters. Then you are saying that Latia Astaroth killed her cousin with his permission. I am confident he knows. However, I am not 100% certain. He is a control freak, and what we have here is opposite to a control freak. You are right. Shemhazai said with wide eyes. He finally understood the angle. Then, we have to surprise him and that cautious devil. It's the only hope we have. Otherwise, we will be caged like the devil race. Azazel concluded. Oh my. They have already seen through the master's move. Jean said with a surprised tone as she was listening in. The fallen might use magic to hide their voices. But this was the heart of their territory. Bubbles of magic are something the AI can see through. It appears so. Azazel was always the smartest of their race. Graphia said with a frown. She stood next to Jean as they watched the building from a distance. So what next? Aurora already notified Master that Azazel has seen through this. It was one of the challenges set by him. He knew that Azazel could potentially ask this. Out of all the supernatural, our Master met only Azazel, who saw through the layers. The silver-haired head maid said with a frown. Odin was similar, but he reads the whole picture. Only a fellow researcher sees through the technology and the potential. You think he predicted Project Eden? Jean asked with a surprised look. Even if he did, what of it? The Hell forces crushed whatever chance they could have to oppose. Graphia said with a scoff. Jean slowly nodded. Project Eden is the next step. It was akin to something from a sci-fi movie like Independence Day or War of Worlds. Marcus' goal is space. But for that he needs to move from the house. When you move to another home, you always clean the old one. That is what Project Eden is. They will clean the house on a planetary scale. Earth will be restored to its pristine state. It will become the promised Eden. By the project standards, only 1% of Earth can be used. That 1% will be outposts and observatories. The rest, well. The maids know the project. Lu Fei was the first one to notice this project. It's genocide. However, with Athena in the picture, they could ask for alternatives, like a planetary ring. That would be a challenge, something Marcus would love to build. The issue is that it would be a massive hassle to move billions of people. And mundane forces. Do you think they can oppose us now? Even if all pantheons join. It would be only a matter of time before we would be victorious. The head maid said with a slightly proud tone. She was feeling her lucifuge blood gushing with excitement to be the maid of someone who would dominate the whole planet in the upcoming years. True. After seeing Ars Almadel Salomonis in action, there is very little anyone could do to stop that thing. Chapter 83, Returning to the Roots, Getting Grounded. Thousands of kilometers above Earth, space rippled and expanded, creating a rippling circle before forming into a wormhole. Slowly, an airship passed through, entering into the planet's orbit. Marcus Group walked to the edge of the bridge and looked at the blue planet below them. Amazing. Look how blue it is. Atlanta tried to sound nonchalant, but she could barely control. This view is something else. It is one of the reasons why I want to move to space, Marcus said with crossed arms. There was a thin smile on his lips. He loved this view, and he knew that others were feeling the same way. Even the gods who were traveling with him were not that different. They don't see this view often either. Now that I am seeing for the second time, the planets are identical, Sirin said with a slight frown. She expected some differences. The Herschers was from a different reality. There have to be some differences. You won't see that much of a difference, Sirin, Marcus replied as he turned his head to the side towards her location. He then looked at the girls operating the vessel. Begin the test, contact spaceport. Activate the tunnel. We shall begin docking sequences. The inventor instructed the crew. Roger. Contacting spaceport. On the surface, the megastructure had a massive circular fence. Well, calling it a fence is a gigantic stretch as, at precise distances, there are sharp towers which are graviton projectors. Initially, they were mana projectors, but Marcus swiftly adjusted them to hold graviton technomancy. The diameter is enormous, and regular people noticed this when the faction stopped hiding. They got the shock of their lifetime. A city of around 200,000 people is not far from the mega building. They can see it in the distance. It became part of the horizon when they looked towards the west. They were distressed, and chaos followed when they saw it. The government promised they would do something. But quickly, they went silent about it. The reason was that the inspection got roadblocked. Marcus was building all of it, and he was allowed to do it, privacy laws. There are no laws which discuss the creation of mega buildings, spaceports, or airship ports. It's common sense. No one even discussed building any of this. It's sci-fi stuff. On top of all that, they can't change any of it because new laws were in place a while ago. That means the buildings will stay, and perfectly honest, no one has the balls to say anything to the guy. Those cannons are a good deterrent. Instead, they created a temporary base some distance away. Of course. And some scientists came to observe what this building was. From a distance as well. Still, it's maddening that some hidden faction could build something secretly with unknown technology. The sheer workforce needed for this. People around the world come to study and do some basic maths on manpower, energy, materials, all of those things required to build something like this. It's simply absurd. What is that? One of the scientists pointed at the mega building. He was using binoculars to observe the sharp towers surrounding the central tower. As of now, they still wonder why there are towers like these. At first, they thought it was to satiate Marcus' megalomania, but soon enough, they realized they served a purpose. Segments of the sharp towers started to glow. It was as if a tremendous amount of energy was rushing upwards. The tips of the sharp towers released beams of light, which poured into the sky. They are creating a corridor, wavy-like layers formed between the pillars, creating a properly sealed corridor. The guy holding binoculars dropped them in disbelief at what he was seeing. His brain concluded that this was some sort of gate or a road or something, a tunnel. To space. But the amount of energy. This is a waste. Why? There are different means to negate the atmosphere. By this point, this kid is just showing a middle finger to the rest of humanity. The scientist started to rant about how pointless this was. What are you saying? One of the clueless scientists didn't quite understand. Have you seen a billionaire buy something for a couple $100 million and never use it? I do. Some TV shows show those people on TV all the time. He replied with a duh. Then this is it. This tower is it. Only on a mega scale. That tower wastes more energy per second than several nations combined use per year. The rant continued. And why do you care? The other one just rolled his eyes at the outburst. Because Marcus Goldman could be using all that energy for better things. The scientist snappily answered. Then go and ask. I am sure one of those heavily armored men would happily waste his time humoring you. The other scientist sarcastically replied. TSK. As the pair were bickering, a vessel descended and docked with the central tower. At that moment, the sharp towers finished emitting beams of light, and everything returned to normal. Such a waste. Things like these should be built close to the equator. The lack of fundamental efficiency. Ugh. The men continue to nag about the wasted things. They are not realizing that when Marcus doesn't care, he doesn't care. As Confiscator docked at the main spaceport, the group took a train. Marcus was returning home to get grounded. For now, they stopped at the main base where the maids would be leaving. The inventor instructed them to train Tiamat. The Dragon King needs to be trained. Solomon's successor insisted that they train her properly. His maids seriously acknowledged his request. Once the maids left, Guyuna, Sirin, his two ship girls, and Athena and Nyx followed him to his home. However, Marcus can already feel that Nyx will swiftly return to the base as it will be boring for her with his parents all the time. He does know that she doesn't have much patience when it is required of her to act nicely. Her sadism has her periods, and his parents could end up grossed out. It's cute how she cares about such mundane things. Considering she is as old if not older than humanity. As Marcus was thinking, the train arrived at his garage, and the group left the train and proceeded to walk upstairs. Well, Auntie, what do you think? We just won one of the most significant conflicts in human history. What are you feeling at this moment? The inventor grabbed Enterprise's hand and started to speak with his favorite aircraft carrier. I would say pleased. I did my duty as a war vessel. She tried to explain and ignore the semi-cuddle from her admiral. Good, my auntie is great. Marcus started to tease the beauty. That was when Sirin finally saw how he acted around the aircraft carrier. It was beginning to make her feel jealous. He was acting like a pampering boyfriend. Regardless, a few minutes later, they all got out of the garage and into the yard. Marcus walked to the front doors and entered his house. Mark. Is that you? Yes, Mom. I finished the whole war thing. The inventor said with a sigh. Good. Then, mister, you are grounded for a month. His mother walked over with a frying pan in her hands. Enterprise looked at Marcus with a raised eyebrow. He raised his hands in defeat. Fantastic. You can start with firewood. She said that with a bright smile. Firewood. I thought we installed an automated heating system. He asked with a slight frown. Nope. I declined that thing. I like the smell of firewood, Rose said with a bright smile. All of Marcus' girls looked at him. Will he go outside and swing that axe to get some firewood? Don't we have over 12 million labor bots for such menial tasks? Solomon's successor massaged his temples while complaining. We do. But they are not grounded, you are. She walked over and gave him gloves. He looked at the gloves. They looked used and had some oil and small wood bits sticking. These were his dad's working gloves. Fine. And no superpowers, no special weapons or tools, no assistance from your robots either. I will be watching you, she said while pointing her two fingers at her eyes and then at him. It was the classic, I am watching you, moment. As you wish. I will go and get changed. After saying that, Marcus proceeded to walk to his room. His girls looked at each other for a second. Athena, can you help me with food preparations? Since you all came back, I will need to do more. Rose then asked her future daughter-in-law. Of course. Leaving it to me. I will help, too. Tirpitz took a step forward. Me too. Guyana joined as well. They are starting to feel self-conscious. If their creator is doing such a menial task, they want to help. Good, good. That leaves Enti. I want you to make sure Mark is doing my assignment without cheating. Can you do it? Sure. Since she is the Admiral's mother, does it make her higher in the hierarchy? For a second, Enterprise pondered to herself. With girls spreading out with tasks, Nyx and Sirin were the only ones who didn't know what to do. You two can help with preparing the table and utensils. The pair slowly nodded at Rose's words. The mother of the inventor showed them where all the stuff was. After showing, she returned to cooking, leaving the pair with the task. This is the first time I am doing something like this, Nyx said with a perplexed look. Same. I only have memories of my counterpart preparing a table for 3. That's all I know. Sirin recalled Kiana's memories when she prepared a table, nothing on this scale. They both feel as if they are about to face a big enemy. I was certain I ordered Quinella to remove most menial tasks with the house upgrade. Marcus complained as he entered his room, went over to the wardrobe, and selected to create some easy-to-move working clothes. Quinella followed all of your instructions. She inquired what your parents wanted. Your mother insisted on keeping the fireplace. The inventor's eyebrows twitched for a second. He realized that his mother had played him. He was sure that she would ground him. So he wanted to ensure the grounding was as simple as possible, him staying in his room and tinkering away until he was free. But his mother still was able to sneak in some menial chores to do. She still knows how to make me do something like this even when I have all those assets. He sighed out loud as he opened the wardrobe and pulled out his newly created clothes. I would say it's because she is your mother, Admiral. Genetics do play a part in such situations. Enterprise said to him as she walked into his room. She took off her captain's hat and her leather coat before walking over to his side. Make a set for me too. I will come with you. She said with a small smile. His mother said nothing about biological models helping, so she would chip in. Sure thing. Put your hand on the touch screen. His eyes sparkled. He is about to see Enterprise in autumn season clothes for the outdoors. It will be glorious. He pressed a few things on the touch screen, and a palm image appeared on the screen. Marcus then moved aside and allowed her to scan herself. Okay. With a nod, she placed her hand on the touch screen, and a light scanned her. Once the scan was complete, she could see herself on the screen. Now she can design her clothes. What now? Let me see. With a smile, he started to see some clothes for her according to the season. What do you say for a pair of jeans? He showed her dark blue jeans with a big belt. I don't mind. If you think that it will look nice on me, then I accept. Enterprise doesn't save opinion towards things like that. If her admiral thinks it suits her, she will put it on just for him. All right, he selected the jeans. He then went for the top ones and found a nice woolly sweater with an extended collar. To top this up, he chose a simple raincoat jacket. For shoes, we will go with sneakers. After doing all that, he pulled her clothes from the wardrobe. The silver-haired beauty didn't even bother inspecting them. She proceeded to change her clothes immediately. Marcus wasn't surprised by her blunt behavior. So he followed after her and proceeded to change. Once they finished changing, the inventor checked her out. Beautiful. However, you lack one thing. As he commented on her beauty, he went over to make one more thing. She waited for him. Once done with his selections, he pulled out something from the wardrobe. Once he had it, he motioned for her to turn around. Enterprise didn't question him. Instead, she turned around. She then sensed that he was doing something with her hair. Moments later, she felt he had finished. There. Now you have a ponytail. He spoke with a pleased tone. Enterprise turned around and looked at herself in the mirror. Interesting. Yes. Ponytail gives you a more strict and serious aura, while loose hair makes you more regal. He commented on her hair while observing her inspect herself in the mirror. Which is better then? She asked him curiously. The ship girl wants to know what hairstyle he prefers for her to have. All. I think a hairstyle like that depends on the occasion. Everything suits my auntie. His honest reply made her slightly blush. She swiftly grabbed her sneakers. We should head outside. We still need to finish the mission your mother gave you. The ship girl proceeded to walk towards the doors with hurried steps. Marcus shook his head in amusement. He was thinking about how cute she was. He then selected another set of gloves for her before walking after her. Brother, what should we do? How are we going to approach him? Gabriel asked with a concerned voice. They appeared in Krakow, the second largest city in Poland. It was one of the biggest and oldest Christian cities under their control and close to Marcus Goldman's lands. I have some ideas about what we can do. We have only one shot at this. Michael said with a small smile. All he needs is perfect timing for him to get this right. I trust you. The blonde seraphim slowly nodded. It looked to her that he had a plan of some sort. Good. First, we need to get airplane tickets. Thankfully, this city's airport flies where we want. With a small smile, he walked towards the already waiting priests and men in black suits. The leader of heaven already had everything prepared beforehand. Meanwhile, in Underworld aboard Axiom, Ravel was looking around. She was feeling out of place. The whole airship was technology overload for her. Automatic doors, floating holograms, the armored men had suits with glowing parts that looked like tech and things like that. She saw robots walking too. As someone who grew up in a traditional castle, this place was the complete opposite of what she was used to. Seeing all of this made her question if what she knows will be good enough. Eventually, that girl walked into the meeting room. The girl's dress was that of a teacher with sharp glasses and a wooden stick used for pointing at the blackboard. Let's begin, shall we? Quinella pushed her glasses up. It reminded Ravel of the Sona Citri style that the devil has glasses for some reason. With her stick motion, a hologram appeared, adjusted to look like a blackboard. First, my name is Quinella Aurora. I am assistant to the head scientist and researcher of technocracy, Marcus Goldman. He holds the title of next Solomon and ruler of the underworld. Our goal as a technocracy is to research and develop in peace. However, not everyone likes our methods. Quinella said that with a look in her eyes. That look reminded Rival of those people who don't care about consequences. This woman is dangerous. The blonde phoenix's back straightened as she started to pay extra attention. More specifically, what is this woman's angle? That is essential so that she won't end up dead somewhere in a ditch. By that, I mean, the current world situation. Your father said that you understand management. I shall test your governing skills. We will start with a nation, then a continental level and upwards to a bigger scale until I see your maximum capacity. After all, our technocracy shall rule everything in the cosmos. See Cosmos. Recall gulped down. Are these people planning total space domination? Don't look surprised. It's only natural. Quinella's lips morphed into a borderline cocky grin. To run successful experiments, one must own a proper laboratory and an appropriate institution. This institution has to have big enough testing grounds. Quinella smoothly explained to the Phoenix Devil. Sweat started to manifest on Rival's forehead. She is serious, isn't she? If this is what the assistant is thinking, then what is in the main researcher's head happening? But isn't Cosmos too big? In a way, it is. However, at the same time, Marcus wants to have everything under control. If you own the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy, then when a threat approaches, it's many light years away. We will know, and we will be able to prepare. Rival quickly understood why. So, a buffer zone. Indeed. Quinella nodded before pointing at the blackboard. Our technocracy doesn't have issues with resources. It doesn't have manpower issues. Theoretically, we can expand infinitely. The assistant pointed at the symbol of infinity, which was next to a barrel of oil, electricity, and water. Then she pointed at the image of a soldier with infinity next to it. I see. The blonde devil could work with these things. Yes. So, we will start with your foundational skills. You will manage a country for me. With an elegant hand motion, the assistant snapped her fingers, and the doors opened. A pair of soldiers brought in a device. This is a realitas projector. It creates a perfect simulation for you. Your first assignment is to control a large territory with limited habitat zones and only 150 million people. Since it's your first simulation run, you shall have abundant raw resources. With that said, particles consumed the whole room. Before Ravel can understand what is happening, the particles transport her to This is Kremlin, Quinella said with both hands behind her back as she started to pace back and forth. Russia serves as the perfect test for you. It has a lot of land, a lot of useless land, and a lot of resources. I will watch as you rule this massive piece of territory. Once you satisfy me, we shall move to a more difficult one. Rival gulped down as she looked around. She saw people lined up for her. It was seriously awesome and, at the same time, terrified her to no end. But at the same time, she was having positive goosebumps thinking that this technocracy has technology like this. Exciting, isn't it? People call this the entertainment dome. One can relive their fantasies. Others insert themselves into movies, books, mangas, and so on. But the best part is that we can simulate millions, if not trillions, of scenarios. You are part of it now. All these people here have personalities, ambitions, and things like that. Of course, you shouldn't be worried. At this moment, the entirety of the simulation is configured to be on basic difficulty, and these people are easy to read. As Quinella said that, she stopped pacing and looked at the devil girl, listening patiently. When you finish the simulation, we will move to a more complex country with worse conditions than Russia. What are the winning conditions? You've never played civilization games before, do you? Quinella looked surprised that the blonde didn't grasp what was happening yet. Ravel rapidly shook her head. You poor thing. The assistant patted her head as if she suffered through her life. It's domination victory. You will have to conquer everything. Because other victories are for children. Quinella sweetly explained to the devil. She sounded more like a devil than a devil in question, which made Phoenix more afraid of her than ever before. Everything. That's right, every city, every village, everything. I will watch closely how you manage your country from finances to the military-industrial complex. Gulp. I see. Indeed. Now, let's begin the story. Miss President. You were recently elected President of the Russian Federation in the early 21st century. How will your story unfold? Quinella, with a bright smile, slowly disappeared, leaving Ravel behind. The blonde girl slowly paled as she saw suit-wearing men and women walk over to her with papers. They all want directions from her. Back with Marcus. The inventor visited the shed in the adjacent building next to the garage. It was his grandfather's workshop. As a carpenter, he had all the tools to work on wood, like axes, hammers, wooden and metal, different types of knives, wrenches, nails, screws, etc. It was heaven for anyone who was obsessed with having a workshop. Enterprise poked her head as she looked over this dusty place. There was a big table with a saw in the middle. My grandfather's place. He said with a small, strained smile. This place reminds him that even with all of his powers, certain things he can't change. In a sense, it keeps him grounded and inspires him to keep going. Oh. He was a carpenter. I would say universal craftsman through and through, Marcus said with a nostalgic voice. He had a flashback where he remembers getting stuffed with apples by his grandfather. Even to this day, he can't eat apples that often. See genetics, as I told you before. The ship girl today saw two things that made Marcus. I don't deny that. He shook his head before walking over to a door which never was finished. He placed his hand on it. He was feeling the oak, one of the sturdiest trees. The inventor envisioned the house he was planning to build on Titan. The night sky there will be breathtaking. Not just the night sky, depending on how the surface of the planet is, he is planning to make a couple of continents full of dinosaurs and Ice Age creatures. But most importantly, making the house a blend of old and new. After saying that, he looked around before spotting hang tools. He walked over there and picked up an axe. He swirled it briefly, inspecting the balance before nodding to himself. Let's go. I can chop up for a while before dinner is ready. Okay. With a nod, she followed him towards the side of the driveway, where wood piles were. At least my dad, this time, bought some high-quality stuff. Marcus sighed. He pondered if he should get a forest and genetically engineer some good-smelling wood that smells nice when burning. What's the difference? I don't understand things like that. Not my field of expertise. The silver-haired girl asked with a slightly embarrassed tone. Well, it depends on where you want to use the wood. For this, it's branches. The fewer branches, the easier it is to cut them up. He explained to her. But since you can blow up a planet if you want, does it matter? She questioned with a slightly confused tone. We are not discussing my powers here, Enti. My mother wanted the old-fashioned, so we are doing it the old-fashioned way. He explained to her as he grabbed the biggest piece of wood and used it as a stump. Then he placed another one on top of it. Right. The ship girl put her gloves on. She was playing along. Part of her is very excited. Being outside doing such a menial task makes her feel alive. The smell of nature, the gentle gust of wind. Slightly cool temperature, all of that played a big part in feeling like this. Before long, Marcus got a few pieces ready for her. Let me show you how to store them. He grabbed the recently sliced firewood and walked to the shed where his father stored firewood. See the way my dad stored these? It's to make sure it does fall. It's like a wall. All you have to do is place it like this. He showed it to the girl before picking up an empty box. Understood. Enterprise nodded at him as she took the offered box. You can place all the wood in the box before coming here to place it, Marcus explained to her before walking back to cut some more. Yes. As the pair were doing manual labor, Sirin watched them through the window. The girl realized that this was a bonding moment for them. Damn it all. I should have joined them. She complained to herself as she bit a nail from frustration. The thing was, she had nothing else to do after finishing preparing the table. Now, she was too embarrassed to join midway like this. Around an hour later, the pair returned inside the house. Marcus washed his hands and changed his clothes. Enterprise followed him, but the inventor prepared another set of regular clothes for her. Seeing him dressing up Enterprise like that made the other ship girl stare at him. Without waiting for her to comment, he motioned to come over. Tirpitz followed, and soon enough, she had another set of clothes. Seeing him remove a military uniform like that makes Nyx get clothes, too. She wanted to ditch those military garbs. She swiftly got a black hoodie and shorts. On top of that, she made herself warm slippers with cat ears. By this point, Guyuna was back in her original hoodie as well. Only Athena didn't change anything as she was already wearing regular clothes. Sirin was the only one left who went upstairs and changed into her previous clothes. When Rose, Marcus' mother, saw everyone change like that, she clapped her hands in happiness. Marcus, they all look so cute. While I don't like the fact that you are manipulating life like that, I can, however, agree that they look cute. She commented while looking at Enterprise, Guyuna, Tirpitz, and Sirin's clothes. Well, you told me you wanted a bigger family. So, he shrugged while saying that. There will be even more girls later. I have recovered quite a bit of worship. She stared at him with a heated look. Including Titanic. That's a gift for you. The inventor swiftly used his trump card. Her eyes narrowed when she heard that. I know you are trying to bribe me. Sad to say, it is working. She replied with a sigh. It will be completely refurbished. Every single bolt of the ship will be just how it was before it sunk, from the paint job to the furniture. It will be 100% authentic. Marcus proceeded to press on. While it will have those chimneys, they will emit fake smoke. The ship will move with the technology one invented. You will be able to sail anywhere you want with it. Sounds nice, but you forgot it's a big ship. She pointed her fork at him. I would need sailors and a captain. Instead of saying anything, Marcus wrapped his hand around Enterprise and pointed his finger at his carrier ship's cheek. Did my mother dearest forget that I make those? Seeing how he was pointing at his creation, she finally realized this would work. More like it is working. Oh my gosh. I need to make a call. Forgetting her food, she rushed away to make some calls. Did your mother only now realize that you can do stuff? Sirin asked with a confused look as she looked where his mother went. It took a while for you to realize what ship girl is, Marcus commented as he recalled Sirin's and Tirpitz's spar. Don't remind me of that. The Herschers bashfully replied. She then noticed that Enterprise was feeding him with a small smile. Damn those aircraft carriers. What do you think she is doing? Athena chipped in from the side, wondering what her future mother-in-law was doing. I am certain she is calling her co-workers and most likely will invite them for a cruise, Marcus replied after swallowing the offered food. Is the ship even fixed? Athena recalled that dry docks don't have enough space to refurbish all the ships simultaneously. Aurora, you can begin Titanic's refurbishment. Marcus, with a smirk, ordered his AI. Certainly, sir. Is this your scheme to get off your grounding early? Athena asked with a joking tone. But seeing his smirk, she realized that he was serious. There are far easier ways to do that. Get flowers and chocolate, or buy tickets to a theater or concert. But your solution is refurbishing a nearly century-old cruise liner. Athena commented with wide eyes as she pushed her glasses up. That's our admiral. Enterprise chipped in with a smile. I leave those small things to my father. It's his trump card when he returns from work drunk occasionally. If I use that card, it will lose its value. That is why I am doing this. He explained quite seriously to his fiancée. You are taking 1,000 hops for a single hop. But that's most likely why you developed technology like that. The goddess of warfare commented with a deep sigh. Athena realized her future husband's brain was wired for complexity instead of basic and direct. Chapter 84, Hacking Wardrobes, Rewiring Lion, Building Gaming Rig, Another Regular Day. Quinella played with her hair as she watched what Ravel was doing. There was an amused smile on her face. To think such a cruel woman could hide behind that noble lady look. Assassinations, money siphoning, arming rebels, and manipulating information. The assistant realized that so far, this girl was useful, especially to her. Dealing with common rabble before Project Eden was a worthwhile investment. This devil girl could find out which people are capable, and then they could be transported to colonies outside Earth. Something to think about. Ravel's tactics are that of a ruthless dictator. Her game style is somewhat worthwhile, but that's where Quinella started to see shortcomings. The Phoenix Devil knew that she was in a simulation. So, she is not afraid of risky moves for power grabs. I see. My thanks, Ravel. We shall improve on this shortcoming. In the following simulation, she will have a risk bar. Once that risk bar reaches a certain level, it will be game over. Just because it's a game doesn't mean you shouldn't worry about losing your life. Quinella thought about that to herself as she stopped playing with her hair, and instead, she looked away and started to ponder how to improve the test. The beauty wants to ace this assignment. If it means turning Ravel into Lelouch vi Britannia, then so be it. Mistress, a message from Master. He requests that Axiom pick up Ares from the underworld and deliver him back to Greece. The second-in-command notified the platinum-haired assistant. Very well, then set course for the last known location of Ares. After giving the order, the slowly floating Daedalus-class assault carrier proceeded to change course and rapidly accelerate towards its destination. Marcus massaged his forehead as he just got a call from Ares. The inventor forgot that his buddy was still in the underworld. Well, Persephone was very persuasive. There was a gap in memories around that time. He forgot that he had let loose the war god. Only after getting a call from him did Marcus recall that he left Ares stranded in the underworld without the ability to teleport out. With this sorted out, he thought about what to do next. He realized that his room was so barren that it looked like a hotel room. Maybe even worse. At least a hotel room has something on the walls. Not as plain as this. He looked around and noticed he had enough space on the floor. Aurora, send my royal guards to bring my lion here. Certainly, sir. Should I request the basket, too? Do so. With a nod, he replied before bringing his fingers closer and imagining where he would place the basket for his pet lion. Then he looked at his table. It was barren and without anything on it. He looked at his wardrobe for a bit, stroking his chin, thinking what to do before a couple of ideas popped into his mind. His mother might ground him and not allow him to visit his garage, however, it doesn't mean he doesn't have the means to access his technomancy. Marcus walked over to his wardrobe and pressed twice on the screen before holding his finger on the screen for 10 seconds. A window with settings popped. The inventor scrolled down, pressed Creator Settings, and turned them on. With that on, he returned to the main screen. He pressed the Create tab. A list of clothes appeared on the screen, however, at the bottom, there was a new option. It said Other, so he pressed on it. This tab has empty choices. Quinella sure is pedantic when it comes to things like these. Seeing it was empty, Marcus again opened the settings windows and turned on the module download option. Then he returned to the other options and imported stuff from the Aurora network. What he is doing is jailbreaking a piece of tech. The wardrobe has a built-in automated assembly line. Assembly lines can make anything. However, these wardrobes are tuned to only make clothes. So what he did was hack the OS and import modules, or more precisely, the rest of the schematics from the Aurora network. As the percentage slowly went up, Marcus ended up sitting on the spinning chair and proceeded to spin and wait for it to finish. He was pondering what to do with his jailbreak wardrobe. First things first is some Gundam figures, maybe a poster or two, and lastly, a gaming PC. He should get a game or two. Just to finish the room's decorations. What year is it? He checked the date via his console. 2008, well, Modern Warfare 2 is not out yet. Well, I guess I can always play some Counter-Strike. He pondered his options. Once the download was complete, Marcus walked over and checked what things he could print with the wardrobe. Ugh, need to sort out these things. There were thousands of options. The OS on this was not tailored to have that many things to print. It is only supposed to make clothes. Same with the fridge version or the microwave version, they all can be jailbroken, but just like this wardrobe, they all have their classifications. Regardless, he created folders and sorted things into them. On top of that, he downloaded updates for the OS to include a better framework. If I want to play the latest games, I need the latest PC. Playing stuff with my inventions will fuck up the experience. What is he doing? Sirin poked her head through Marcus' doors and looked at how he was building a PC. Role-playing as a grounded teen, Athena said with an eye roll. I thought grounded kids are not allowed to play with their computers. He is. As you can see, he is not using his fancy technology. But he hacked the wardrobe. Sirin pointed out that he was pulling out non-clothes from it. Well, it is what it is. At least he didn't make the wardrobe into a killer robot from that boredom. At this moment, he has something to do, but later on. Well, we can only hope he doesn't do something crazy. Athena commented with a wry smile on her lips. Not that I care, but he has you, me, those ship girls and other things to keep him entertained until this grounding period is over. I suppose you are right. At that moment, the pair walked aside as a pair of royal guards brought in a golden lion who was trying to bite the guard, and the other one had a big basket for the lion to sleep in. Is that a lion? Nemean lion. Yes. Athena massaged her temples, seeing that beast. She forgot that Marcus had it. But since he is staying here, he will have his pet with him. Nemean. As in. Once that lion grows, it will be the size of a small truck, and that fur will be impenetrable. Those teeth can even damage a god. That beast is not a pet by any stretch of imagination. Athena explained as her frustration just kept on growing. Then. Ares. My idiot of a brother gave it to Marcus as a bribe for renovating his house. The goddess of wisdom explained to her. You gods are reckless, Sirin spoke with a baffled tone. Hell, she shouldn't be surprised. But still, that's a monster, not a lion. Tell me something I don't know. Athena deadpanned. Marcus smiled as he saw his royal guards bringing the lion to him. He got up from the floor and took the golden beast from them. The other guard placed the basket before the pair left. The inventor looked at the lion's red eyes. The pair looked at each other. For a second, he got serious as he focused his psionic powers on him. Nemean lion's basis is that of a monster that causes terror. It will take a while until the lion develops proper self-awareness and becomes less monstrous than it was with the original one. But Marcus has no time for that. So he went right there and rearranged its brain with his psionic powers. Like a Lego, he rearranged its mind and made the beast behave like a cat. When Successor to Solomon finished, he opened his eyes, and he got a lick on his face from the lion. PFFF, ha ha ha, that look on your face. Sirin proceeded to laugh as she was watching the whole thing. Marcus wiped his face with his hand before looking at the Herschers, standing next to the doors to his room. Yes, very funny. Why don't you stop stalking and just enter the room? He said with an eye roll as his gaze went to the lion, who no longer looked murderous. I am not stalking. I am simply curious. I had never seen a mythical animal before. She explained herself with a blush as her fingers played with her long hair. Still, come here and take a seat. He motioned for her to sit on his bed. She blushed some more as she realized she would sit on his bed. The girl's maiden mind realized how naughty this was. Really? I made your body, Sirin. Why such reluctance? Marcus eye-rolled at the girl's behavior. Humph. You behave like a brick. Not understanding a girl's heart. With a loud huff, she walked over and plopped on his bed. So what now? Oh, mighty conqueror. What are you going to do? Her voice had a tint of mocking. She finds it amusing that his mother grounded him like that. Nothing. I don't need to do anything. Everything that I need is in motion. At this moment, I am like a farmer who has spread the seeds, and now I only need to wait for them to grow. He explained to her as he placed the lion down and returned to work on his PC. Project Eden. Sirin casually mentioned it. Marcus, for a second, stopped and looked at her. More or less. You think your parents would approve of what you are planning? She asked with a slightly raised eyebrow, her golden orange eyes digging into his eyes. By the time the project happens, my parents will be in space. And what if they want to see other people? Won't they question what will happen to the bigger world? Sirin pondered. She understood that he cares what his parents think. Yet, he is planning to commit massive genocide. It would seem that you are required some reading to do. He casually replied after hearing her question. The plan is that I take my garage to space. He sighed as he placed RAM into the motherboard. The barriers around the country will act as a proper bubble for space. He explained with a sigh as he proceeded to open the box for the graphics card. That means the entirety of the country will be lifted and taken to space. The rest, well, you know the rest. Marcus didn't need to explain what happened next. You are planning to take everything. And discard the rest. Sirin finally understood. To think that he will take the whole country. If he does that, it will take a long time for his parents or other people to understand what will happen to other humans. For Haresher, who kills without care, you sure care a lot. The inventor commented on that fact. His Sirin is changing by the day. The Void Queen huffed once more, crossing her arms. This is another reality. It's different from my original place. People don't experiment on other people. There is no crazy organization as Schicksal. So, I might care a little. She said the last part with a tiny mosquito voice. By then, the golden lion cub ended up on the bed in Sirin's lap. The white-haired girl's eyes nearly sparkled as she saw how cute the beast was acting around her. The beauty stroked the fur, wanting to see the beast's reaction to her strokes. Humans are the same no matter the reality. They are nicer here because there is no Honkai. But give a big threat. Like you. She pointed at him. After all, he is the biggest boogeyman humanity has seen so far. Like me. And they will show their real colors. Humans are still flesh and blood. That much doesn't change. He said that while inserting the graphics card and then connecting the cables. Instincts to survive will make one do very questionable things. This latest experiment will show that to everyone. He said with a small snort. You just love tormenting everyone, Sirin commented while picking up the lion and looking at him up close. Says the girl who tormented herself for years. He pointed with amusement as he connected the hard drive. I am what they made me. You, on the other hand, are self-made. My choices were their doing. You made those yourself. She pointed that out while the lion was cooing at her. The Hersher's eyes sparkled with happiness at how cute the cub of a monster capable of destroying cities looked. True. Not going to deny that. Strangely, he didn't deny any of that. That's the thing. If you studied history, you would realize why conquerors are conquerors. And that is. For a moment, her attention went from the lion to him. She lowered the lion back to her lap and stroked its fur again. They did it because they could. He plainly said that as he proceeded to put in the energy block. So you conquer the planet then remove all population because you can? She asked with a frown. Indeed. If I allow things to do as they are, we will have a dead wasteland before the end of the century. He nodded as he proceeded to tidy up all the cables inside the gaming computer. Won't it be better if you are to share your technology with everyone? It would solve everything. She finally asked the burning question. I could. But what for? Do you think people will gladly accept my things with open arms? They all think they are privileged to get my stuff. My AI is constantly monitoring the entirety of the whole planet. Even if I could give endless energy, the world would collapse upon itself. All the capitalists would panic as the wealth which was separating them from common folk doesn't exist anymore or doesn't have that kind of meaning. On the other side of the spectrum, we have all the authoritarians who would destroy my stuff first before accepting any of it because it shatters their hold on the population. Regardless of which, my inventions are toxic for the people who control the masses. Marcus explained to her as he finished setting up his PC. Next was connecting the cables. The inventor made sure to get a great audio system because why not? And fantastic headphones for online gaming because he doesn't have one. As he was adding finishing touches, Sirin grimaced, thinking that this was far too complex for her. Might as well nuke them. I tried to help, but it was just too complex. I think part of me just accepted that they are too complex. That's why I became a Hershers. Now, she started to think about the other things that led her to this place. I suppose Kiana Kaslana just went with the whole fighting for the beauty of the world because humans were too complex, so she decided to be a park ranger. Or something. That's the most logical conclusion, she was fighting for the world's beauty, not human beauty. The Void Queen tried to make sense of what she was thinking. Later. As evening arrived, Marcus' expression went through many disgusted looks. He was close at breaking point. Installing Windows, even with his high-specs PC, took ages. I suppose it was foolish of me to do things the old-fashioned way. I should have at least used an SSD instead of old-style drives. Even if they don't exist. Fuck it. Who has enough patience for this shit? Regardless, the installation was complete, and he downloaded Steam. Since Modern Warfare 2 is not out yet, he wanted to download some other games. Right, I need to buy stuff. He looked confused for a second before pulling out his phone. He went through names on his phone. It wasn't big, so he quickly found his girl. Marcus proceeded to call Latia. Asterisk ring asterisk. Asterisk ring asterisk. Asterisk ring asterisk. Yes. Master, why are you calling me the old-fashioned way? The blonde devil was confused by the abrupt call. She nearly dropped her phone. I am grounded. So I can't use my consoles. He said that as he pressed add card details on the PC. I need credit card details as I am buying games on a mundane PC. Give me something. Marcus said with a sigh. Alright, one moment. The girl didn't ask more questions. It sounded weird as it gets. Marcus started to fill in the details as he was listening, telling him from address to expiring date. Once done, he finished the call and continued to fill in more stuff. Damn, it appears I forgot to fill up my email address. He sighed one more time. Why do regular people go through this much nonsense just to play games? He complained as he went to Google to create his Gmail. Because they don't have quantum computers and reality-bending particles, Sirin told him as she was lying in his bed while holding an already sleeping lion. Fair point. They should invent those. By that point, I would only need to download the schematics for games and just play it. He replied with a hopeful tone. After creating Gmail with the name Solomon II, Marcus was ready to play games. But then a nerve popped on his forehead as he saw the download bar appear. Fuck. He immediately stood up. This is a torture. I am going to get some food. Do you want something? Since he can't blow up stuff or make something, he might as well drown his anger with food. I am fine. No to pizza. Or some ice cream. He pushed with a knowing smirk. Sirin's eyebrows twitched, and she slightly narrowed her golden orange eyes. One day, you will tell me how you know about me. She said with a pouty look. Is that a yes or a no? He inquired for an answer, which only made her sigh in resignation. I will come with you. I wish to understand the intricacies of pizza making. Sirin said softly as she slowly pushed the lion away before standing up from the bed she had been on for several hours. Sure, we can explore the mysteries of pizza making together. With an eye roll, she followed him downstairs. He first saw a pair of ship girls watching World War II documentaries with Roland, Marcus' father. On the other end of the room was Athena reading a book. Where is Nar? The inventor asked his fiancée as he saw the black hair of Nyx on one of the couches. It only left his dragon girl. She went with your mother to shop. Shop. He frowned when he heard that. Who does that? Wasn't it one of the reasons why he invented molecular manipulation? To stop wasting time with pointless stuff. Don't look at me like that. She wants to see her colleagues and talk about the Titanic cruise. Oh, that kind of shop visit. I see. Marcus swiftly forgot about the shop visit and went to the kitchen with his Herschers. Meanwhile. Stop the car here. I found what I was looking for. Michael said with a small smile. Certainly, sir. The man in black stopped the car, and the pair of blondes left the vehicle and walked towards a pair of ladies. Michael's faction originally had a hold of these lands, which Marcus now calls his. While their presence was small and minuscular, it was still here. Arranging things like cars and information gathering was still working, even now. The archangels could infiltrate the country with a small amount of difficulty. All they needed was mundane clothes, no desire for conflicts, and no signature of supernatural energies. Things like these were easy for angels to do. After all, they used to mingle with mundanes all the time. Then, there was this illusionary power. Something they could easily fall for, but at this moment, this illusionary power was not working. How do they know? It's because Michael could see Marcus' mother. He has seen the pictures of hers. The reason why the illusions are not covering her is because of the silver-haired girl who was with her. The girl was emitting impressive draconic energies. She is strong, a strong bodyguard. Michael and Gabriel approached with smiles. Excuse me, might I have a moment of your time? How can I help you? Rose asked curiously. These two did look like foreigners. I am Michael, and this is my sister Gabriel. We represent the Heaven faction. As he said that, he pointed at the sky. Heaven faction. At that moment, Guyana stepped forward, and her spear appeared in her hands. Her aura surged, and defensive protocols kicked in. We don't mean any harm. Michael swiftly waved his hands. Relax, Nar. They are with heaven. If that is the case, then they are good people. Rose said with a sigh as he looked up. Seeing one of the airships was already approaching in the distance. Call them off. But the dragoness had a sweaty forehead. Looking at her creator's mother and then at the angels. To think that these people could infiltrate so deep into our lands. The Emperor won't be happy at all. It's fine. Don't you trust my son's capabilities? Rose used her trump card. I do. Just like that, she dismissed her spear and contacted the defenses to stand down. Just like that, the airship turned around and returned to the spaceport. Well. What can I do for Heaven's faction? I assume you want me to speak with my son about something. Rose was feeling excited to assist the Heavens. Indeed. Your son has a reputation. Our faction doesn't have much to offer. And on top of that, we are in dire need of his expertise. I see. Then why don't you come with us? We can speak with Marcus together. Rose was happy to do this. After blowing up a country, won't it be good karma to make her son help with Heavens to balance it out? Around same time with Marcus. Marcus freaked out when he saw a pair of blondes in front of his mother. He was asking how the fuck this happened. He has a quantum computer calculating possibilities, on top of that, running background checks, utilizing realities to turn away any possible criminals from entering his country. By this point, his AI has been doing essential police work. But how those two sneaked in? Less than 2 kilometers away from his home, no less. Can you explain to me how they slipped past my net? Marcus furiously asked as he was cutting pepperoni for his pizza. Basic scans start according to the fundamentals of what a criminal looks like. Angels do not have such characteristics. Michael could pass because he had no aura and didn't fall into criminal fundamental looks, which start with eyebrows. We had no previous idea what he looked like, and on top of that, he was with an innocent-looking girl. You saying he passed the most advanced computer in human history is fooled by a good guy? Precisely. Do you know how bullshit this sounds? Marcus was not impressive. His cynical side was rising against this injustice. He didn't program Aurora to do this. This artificial intelligence only follows its programming protocols, sir. If you have any inquiries, please contact my creator. For a second, he stopped in his tracks. Did she just gaslight me? The inventor took a deep breath, calming himself. What she said is true. His system is only discriminating against forces which want to harm him or his family. There is nothing about people who just want to talk. Considering heaven forces are supposed to be the good guys, fascists but still good guys. After thinking for a bit, he immediately sends a message to Quinella. Marcus, once you drop Ares, return to base immediately. I want you to run diagnostics on the security system of our territories. 2 archangels appear less than 2 kilometers away from my house. After sending that, he proceeded to return to making his pizza. Michael was quite pleased that his plan had worked. He wanted to approach Marcus' parents because he felt that the inventor and conqueror was quite a filial son. How did he get this hunch? Well, the teen said to himself over the television about getting Titanic for his mother. Going to such lengths means he cares, so why not approach his parents to persuade him to fix the heaven system? He also had over 10 minutes to talk with his mother as they returned from the supermarket. The dragon girl continues to watch him like a hawk. That is understandable, but he has Gabriel, who is using her bubbly personality to make her lower her guard. To think that someone could create a dragon emperor. I am impressed. Gabriel inquired as she was walking next to Guyuna. Dragon Empress. I am female, and my classification is Dragonoid. Making me a dragon and human hybrid. With all the perks and no weaknesses. The silver-haired girl felt that she needed to brag in front of this last-gen creation. Impressive. Not that Gabriel cared about her specs. Such nonchalant agreement rubbed her the wrong way. Still, it appears your creator doesn't trust our intentions, Michael said as he looked around. I can see at least 15 snipers. If I could use my powers, I could detect more. The leader of heaven said with some sweat on his forehead. Don't worry, Mr. Michael, my boy is quite cynical and suspicious. He became even more so after he became the leader of his faction. Rose said with a sigh. She was surprised that there were snipers deployed already. Can you tell them to back off? I don't think heaven would try anything. Marcus' mother said to Guyuna. But. She gave her a look. As you wish. With a resigned sigh, she contacted the garrison. We can't endanger someone who won the Great War of the Underworld, Michael said with a strained smile. So that's how it's called now. Sadly, the supernatural doesn't have a channel to watch the news. I am curious to know how the war went. Rose said with a disappointed sigh. Mrs. Goldman, you are pretty used to the supernatural. Not the first time. I am not counting the Marcus faction. Yes. I am used to it. My son is engaged to a goddess, and his best friend is the god of war. On top of that, Norse gods sometimes shop in my supermarket. As they say, they are paying respects and patronage to the mother of the great conqueror. The mother of Inventor sighed in resignation. Her life became a wacky one. I see, it's good to hear that you know about us. It makes it easier to interact. Yes. Regardless, come in. I will prepare some snacks so you two can speak with Marcus. As she said, she opened the doors, and people were already waiting for them. Nyx and Athena looked at them closely. Ship girls were at the backs and looked closely at the pair of angels. In front of them, the group leading them was Marcus, who was eating a slice of pizza. Mark. Angels need your help. They said their system broke down. Can you look at it? His mother approached him swiftly. I could, but I am grounded. He answers with a plain voice. He does not care about their circumstances at all. Instead, he was enjoying his double pepperoni with salami and mushrooms pizza with extra cheese. I will take off a week of your grounding if you help the heavens in their need of help. His mother smoothly worked this out. The pair of blonde angels were happy to hear that she could quickly adjust to such circumstances. Deal. Not that I know how long I am grounded in the first place. Marcus agreed to this. At the same time, he was confused as she never specified how long this would last. I haven't decided yet. Marcus. For now, assist the angels. Rose motioned towards Michael and Gabriel. The inventor rolled his eyes at his mother's manipulations as Enterprise said, it's genetics. He looked at the pair of angels. For now, he didn't say anything. Instead, he finished eating his slice of pizza. I already have an idea what is going on. Your system is linked to the underworld. The biblical faction doesn't have a proper underworld to speak of. The moment I activated the system installed in Hades' realm, it should have crashed your system. He explained with a bored shrug. He didn't care about them. You have a system. Michael's reaction was dumbstruck. He was disappointed to hear that Marcus was the successor to Solomon. He heard it from his mother. They all thought that he was the second coming of their father. But hearing that he was next to Solomon made him anxious. But at the same time, they felt resignation. With how advanced and well fortified he was, there was very little they could do. Indeed I do. And a superior one at that. With time passing by, all of those sacred gears will end up in my care, and they will be maintained how they are supposed to. Honestly, I don't see why your faction should even continue existing. He sighed while using his psionic powers to clean his fingers. But with one glance from his mother, he relented. At least I could restart it and make sure your place doesn't fall apart. Chapter 85, Teasing Hershers, Planning Gaming Industry Domination. Quinella was confused. Holograms surround her. She is looking for breaches in the security network, checking for any errors and rewatching the footage. She could not find anything. Something like errors doesn't exist with a quantum computer, which is self-aware. Aurora patches anything which could potentially pop up. So, what she was looking at was something angels could just enter without worry. They bypassed the boundary fields. They bypassed airport security, which is under their control, and easily evaded their surveillance. It's simply absurd. All they needed was casual clothes and washing themselves from supernatural energies. I need to expand on security. I can't fail here. After biting her nails from frustration, she proceeded to expand sequences on facial recognition. Aurora will double-check any foreigners. Just pinging them with suspicion is enough to attract Aurora's attention. From there, AI will calculate the probabilities before audio surveillance kicks in. Listening to mundanes is wasteful, but they have to do what they have to do. Marcus is pissed, and Quinella shall deliver what he wants without fail. With new ideas in mind, she moved in to improve their grip on their territories. Marcus and Rose were brought to heaven by Michael and Gabriel. The pair of Goldmen looked at the place. At the same time, Rose was awed by the amount of bright, good colors. Marcus was feeling slight disgust for such an over-the-top good. As someone who prefers both good and evil, this place feels wrong to him. Mark. This place is falling apart. You must save it. This place is heaven, after all. Mom, I already own Elysian Fields. If you want a fantastic afterlife, I have already acquired it. The inventor explained to her. Persephone will be more than happy to care for you, Marcus said with an eye roll. Marcus. I know that you own the underworld. But this is different. You can't just ignore the plight of angels. When Rose said that, behind her, Gabriel even prayed. I should have known. She is such a big sucker for the biblical faction. At that moment, he recalled that she used to call them the pagan duo, he and his father. But that was in his previous life. He sort of forgot that fact. Considering this time around, he was always busy with his technomancy and faction building. I know. I am doing this because you asked. Remember? I expect you to lower the grounding period by a week. At least. He reminded her of the deal they had. Yes. I know. Once I see the Titanic, I will lower it by another week. She happily spoke about the Titanic. Good. Now show me where the control room is. Marcus asked Michael as he turned towards the Archangel. Right, follow me. The Archangel transported them to the highest layer. There was a golden, empty throne. Next to it was a clear ball with runes. This is our father's empty throne, Gabriel said sadly. Wait. Yes. He is not with us anymore. The only female Archangel said with a thin smile on her lips. But Marcus' mother looked like someone had taken the floor under her. It should have been clear by this point, Mom. I was the one who dealt with the forces of hell. If he was around, then none of this could have happened. With an eye roll, he walked over and placed his hand on the transparent ball. He closed his eyes and focused on the heaven system. It was just like he imagined. It was an antique computer with some serious power behind it. Hey, if I was weaker, I couldn't restart this even if I wanted to. But this does give me some ideas. The inventor was pleased with this trip. He got some insights into making cores for dimensions. Can you restart this? Michael asked him with a hopeful voice. Yes. I doubt anyone else could do this. The amount of energy required for this is absurd. To think that he would fuse everything into one thing. No wonder Lucifer was this arrogant. He inherited that from your creator. He never thought that someone could surpass him. Michael ignored the jab and instead focused on the task at hand. Then, can you restart it? Sure, place your hand. I will make you the owner of the system while I will restart everything. Marcus, with a nod, explained what he would do. Many thanks, Marcus Goldman. The leader of heaven thanked the inventor. The seraph has no idea that heaven, by this point, is empty of souls and is utterly obsolete by all standards. All the functions have been fully taken by Marcus' Neo-Heaven system, which has double anchors, one in his base and another in Persephone's domain. They have an iron grip on the biblical and Greek worlds. Marcus is even considering controlling all of the underworlds/afterlife. After all, he is planning a complete solar system and eventually the entire galaxy and cosmos control. As a control freak, he doesn't have much faith with other factions and pantheons. The recent war was one of the examples. If he hadn't interfered, those evil gods and primordials would have caused a massive amount of destruction in the world. While some pantheons like Hindu and Shinto could have resisted, Ngramenu, by the end of the war, was a very formidable being. Marcus easily won because of his infrastructure, but the rest. Ngramenu would have been consumed and plunged Earth into darkness. As Marcus was thinking about the last war, he proceeded to pour energy into the ball, and the runes started to move. Slowly, one by one, the systems began to boot up. The layers of heaven which were slowly eroding upon themselves stopped and swiftly started to return to how they were before. In less than 5 minutes, heaven was functioning like before. No, it was even better because Michael was the new owner. But this is like being an owner of a server without any players. That's how the inventor saw the restored heaven. Nothing incredible. Incredible. So this is what heaven's full control looks like. Michael, being like a new admin, was gushing about his admin rights. Yes. Anyway, anything else? Yes. Is it possible to sign some sort of non-aggression treaty? The leader of heaven tried to pull Odin on him. We could sign a treaty where we won't attack each other. Marcus doesn't want to do anything with heaven. This place is just wrong in his eyes. Not that this matters anyway. Heaven doesn't have substance anymore. The only thing they had which mattered to him as a collector was sacred gears. But now they belong to him. All of them will end up maintained and tagged. He will be able to pull a quick switch and turn them off. And if humans piss him off, he will be able to take them back as well. Good enough. Michael, high on his new admin, didn't think much. He just went right for the main part. After signing the treaty, Gabriel was the one who let them back to Earth. They returned to Confiscator, which was floating above the Baltic Sea. Many thanks for the help, Marcus. Heaven won't forget your kindness. The big-breasted blonde hugged him before leaving the airship. Take me home, son. I need to get something to drink. Rose's voice brought him back from a stupor. Gabriel was weird. Sure thing. Marcus sighed, seeing how his mother looked. To think she cares that much about Big G. The inventor does have respect for the original computer creator. But the faction he made. After seeing it, he felt goosebumps rushing through his being. The segregation of good and evil and all that stuff is not for him. He represents both. Taking one side over another is like enjoying 50% off everything. And the rest? Well, he would need to discard. That is not human. Maybe that is why he never wanted to become a god when Persephone offered to him. It felt he would only care about the afterlife and not life. So no. I will stick with the human part. Michael smiled as he was sitting on his father's throne. He released a relieved sigh. Finally. Everything is back to how it was. No. Even better. He controls the heaven system. Finally. What? Why are no souls flowing to heaven? Michael panicked as he focused his attention on the gates. They are open. Souls should be flowing here. With how many worshippers the biblical faction used to have, there should be a new soul coming every second. But nothing is coming. In that panic, the leader of heaven looked at paradise. Empty. He whispered. An icy sweat went down his forehead. Their heaven is empty. Impossible. The seraph, in that disbelief, teleported and inspected the layers, one by one. Only the angels are here. Nothing else. He then went to inspect the life and death cycle. It doesn't exist. There is no cycle. Their faction has no connection to the broader world anymore. Michael, who was dreaming of the castle, finally got it, but he lost the nation in the process. He then got a flashback. Marcus mentioned something about them, about his system. He took all of it. Without us even knowing. At that moment, his knees gave in, and he collapsed to the ground. He conquered the whole biblical faction. He defeated heaven without even waging war on heaven. He paled as he placed his hand on his mouth. He was out of words. Father, I failed you. In the end, Solomon's spawn conquered all. It took less than an hour. With angels out of his hair, he went to reheat his pizza and then walked to his room. With all the downloads done, Marcus went to play. It has been ages since he did anything like this. So, he was partially excited. He went to play Counter-Strike. After naming himself Solomon II, the inventor joined one of the servers. He had no opinion on the side he wanted to join, so he went randomly. After entering a game, he proceeded to buy weapons. Ugh, it has been ages. But I guess I can't go wrong with an AK-47. After taking the classic, Marcus started this match. After running around, he scored his first kill, second, and third. His aim was precise, and his shots were all headshots. Before long, the chat started to get flooded by people calling him hack and cheat. Random player 1, bro, turn off your aim bots. Random player 3, fucking hack. Stop with this BS. Random player 5, just KYS. Marcus' eyebrows twitched as, after a 20th kill streak, he got banned. Seriously, well, we can cross out gaming from the bucket list. I should return to some of the older, less harmful activities. He said that with a sigh. He left the seat and stretched out briefly before walking to the wardrobe. After going through the options, he selected something. It got printed out for him in a few moments. By that point, Sirin stopped laughing from his misfortune of trying to play a standard shooter game. The guy sacrificed too much to be able to play regular multiplayer games. By sacrifice, it means that any and all power comes with a price. She knows in person what it means. She found it amusing that he tried to play a shooter with regular people in the first place. But now, since he got banned, he will do something else. What are you going to do? Third drawing. Oh. She immediately got bored and returned to cuddling with the lion. Marcus pulled out a third drawing pad and proceeded to connect to his PC and download the program for the extension. Once that was done, he started drawing. A couple of hours later. It was getting late, and the Herschers decided to return to her room. But. Her eyes ended up on what he was drawing. It was her in her Herschers clothed and striking a pose. What are you doing? She walked over and grabbed his shoulders. Making a figurine out of you. He explained with a plain voice. Gah. Don't do such things. A deep blush appeared on her cheeks as she was thinking of hiding in a closet by now. Why not? Sirin, you are gorgeous. Why would I make this if you are not gorgeous? He was confused. Why is she complaining? He still needs to fill up those shelves he created. Damn you. I know you are messing with me. Sirin was blushing even more. Don't be ridiculous. I would have never brought you here if I wanted to mess with you. He said with a sigh as he returned to his work. And just like that, her drowsiness was gone, and she looked at him drawing her. Not that she could continue for long as she still ended up falling asleep. But this time, it was on his bed. Marcus finished with the statue around 3 in the morning. He uploaded his creation to Aurora Network and made the wardrobe to print it out. It was a pure metal frame with a plastic coating. It was the highest quality action figurine any Honkai Impact 3rd nerd would drool over. Once he placed it on his shelf, he proceeded to sneak into his bed, and with a casual hand clap, the lights were off. Marcus didn't need to touch his PC as Aurora placed it on sleep mode for him. The inventor ended up snuggling with Sirin. The Herschers ended up wrapping her arms and legs around him and hugging him like a koala. Such cute actions show him how much cuddling the beauty wants. Next morning, Sirin rubbed her head into something warm. She could feel the breathing of another person. For a while, she enjoyed this warmness overload, but then her eyes snapped open. The first thing she saw was a t-shirt. Her head was leaning on someone's shirt. She swiftly pulled her head away and looked who it was. It was Marcus. The white-haired girl sighed in relief. She pulled back and pondered what was going on. It took her a couple of seconds to recall what had happened, how she had ended up like this. Right, a statue. I watched him draw it. Then I fell asleep. However, this was not the worst as she realized that her slender legs coiled around his legs. It was very intimate. My beautiful Herschers is awake, Marcus commented as he didn't even bother opening his eyes. He just spoke to her. Ugh, just let me go, Sirin complained as she realized she was tangled in. No. You need to ask properly. He started the morning with a tease. So annoying. The beauty started to pout. Come now. There is no need for that. Just from sleeping like this, I understand that you are hungry for cuddles. So that's what I am doing. Marcus spoke directly into her mind. You just want to abuse the situation. She replied with growing embarrassment. Of course. Shouldn't it be like this? Didn't I tell you how much I spent to bring you here? I already told you how much energy I used and the effort I put into having you here. So, it should be obvious that I want my Sirin in such a position. He said that as his hand went to her back and pulled her into a hug once more. She tried to escape, but it was pointless. Not even gods could flee from his hug. Not that he needed it, as the Herschers' eyes trembled as she slightly smiled and eventually gave in and just sighed. You are unbearable. It would be much better if you had no harem. She pointed out his shortcomings. Oh, is my Sirin confident enough to handle me alone? He asked with a teasing voice. With psionic transmission, he is allowing her to feel his real emotions. One could say it's a better version of talking heart to heart. On second thought, I would lose my sanity. No, I am fine like this. She swiftly reeled back. For a second, she realized that she was greedy. And greed like that is no good, nope. She can allow others to contain this guy's wild behavior. He. I see. Sadly for you, I won't allow you to run away. He gently pulled her to his eye level and looked at her golden orange eyes. Your eyes are so pretty. Herschers sure are unique. He casually commented. His comments made her blush to return. You're just saying whatever comes to your mind. She pouted at him. The white-haired girl realized that with psionic power, he could easily spin whatever he wanted with minimum effort. I do. I say what I see. As he said that, he pulled her even closer. By this point, Sirin realized that he would kiss her. So she closed her eyes. This time, she won't just get neck kisses which tickle her to no end. But nothing came. So she opened her eyes and saw him smile at her. She realized that he had teased her. At that moment, she turned completely red. He had teased her. Sirin felt anger replace her embarrassment as she proceeded to kiss him. To hell with this playing. Sure enough, her lips connected with his. This time, he was slightly surprised. The kiss didn't last long as she pulled back and grinned at him victoriously. He, I got back at you. She joked with a cute voice. You did. Not bad. He was ready to continue, but the Herschers placed her finger on his lips. I request a date. I notice that you don't take any of us out. If you want me to be yours, I request proper etiquette. I do remember you constantly mentioning that. I'm sure the entire underworld heard you scream etiquette to Hades. She joked about when he was pulverizing Hades throughout the Hades realm. Of course. I don't mind at all. He once again pulled her closer. She thought he would kiss her either way, but then he moved for her neck. Damn you. He proceeded to tickle her. It was brutal. With his hold on her, she couldn't even move. Fine. I give up. I give up. HNNN, she slightly moaned as the tickling started to get unbearable. He pulled back and looked at her teary look. She was all red, and there was a slight drool on her lips. Very cute. See, can we just wake up already? She asked with a borderline begging voice. Fine. He gave in. She looked like she was about to lose it. As he released her, she dashed out from his bed and room like a rocket. Very cute. Sadly, she didn't stay to see my figurine. He sighed in disappointment. He got up from bed as well. He looked at his shelf afterwards. It was a gorgeous statue of Sirin posing, ready to snap her fingers. All I need is the Befall soundtrack. He mumbled that part to himself. The inventor wonders if that soundtrack will ever appear in this world. Hell, he even wonders if the Honkai game or MiHoYo will appear at all. I suppose I should remake some of the things. He said that to himself. His eyes wandered to his PC. Oh, that could work. Marcus could just make the game himself. With Realitas 2.0, he could share the glory of the apocalyptic world. I guess I have things to do even when I am grounded. He chuckled. Even if he doesn't make weapons of mass destruction conquers dimension or makes armies or mechs, he doesn't stop creating. After concluding, he left the room and went downstairs. When he got there, he saw his assistant already cooking up a storm with other girls. Master. The beauty noticed him. Quinella turned around and looked at him. There was a frown on her face. You didn't fix your looks. How can you look like a supervillain with that hair? She swiftly walked over and proceeded to fix him up with her psionic powers. Supervillain. Me. I am just a guy who is grounded. He pretended to look shocked. He quickly explained himself. Aha. I doubt anyone would believe that on this planet. Quinella sarcastically replied. After a few moments, she finished with his hair. Marcus was right back at his supervillain hairstyle. There. Back to causing terror with style. With a happy voice, she stepped back, appreciating his looks. Great. Now give me a cup of tea. He rolled his eyes as he sat down in his seat. One moment. The beauty swiftly went over to pick up a warm kettle and then swiftly prepared some tea for Marcus. As she was doing that, he asked about a few things. Did you upgrade the security? Yes. I added extra layers when it comes to facial recognition. As well as listening in functions on people who look questionable. She seriously explained while pouring his tea. The moment the cup was full, he gave it to him. It's quite challenging to add anything extra unless we plan to barricade certain routes. She said with a sigh. Good enough. Just continue to ponder on this occasionally. He replied with a small smile. He was satisfied that she quickly went to work on this. Concerning Ravel. Quinella proceeded to tell him about their devil recruit. She has talent. More so than Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. I do think they are good at some levels, but Ravel takes the cake. She is perfect for any wannabe dictator or ruler. Ruthless, cunning, and has a cute face when needed. While those two are good at some administration positions, not as much as the little phoenix. Quinella said something that Marcus already knew. Good. So it would seem the little devil is worth investing in. Yes. With a nod, she proceeded to bring over food to him. Other girls went to call the rest for the breakfast table. It took a while, but his parents finally descended from upstairs. His mother looked terrible. She was having a hangover. Quinella looked at her with some concern. She then looked at her master. He motioned to her with his hand that she had a couple of drinks yesterday. For a second, she was confused. We went to heaven yesterday. Oh. She finally connected the dots. Before she could comment, the goddess jumped the boat. I didn't want to tell. At the same time, no one talked about it, Athena said with a strained smile. It's okay. Athena, I should have known that something was happening. It was obvious then that Mark went to the underworld. Rose frowned while thinking from a different angle. Now that she understands. That means that her son saved humanity as a whole. If those things left the underworld and came to Earth, it would have been a bloodbath. Still, he blew up a country. So, it doesn't quite balance everything out. In her eyes, anyway. He killed a bunch of innocents. I will bring some medicine for your hangover. Quinella, being a good girl, swiftly walked over to the closest automated assembly line and proceeded to check for tablets. Thanks, Quinella. It's good to have you back. I hope my son doesn't work you to the bone. The assistant immediately got flustered. Her creator's parents like her. It's fine. I am doing some basic tasks. Nothing difficult. She brushed aside her encounter with Lilith and leading frontlines and focused on her newest ones. That reminds me, Mom. Dad and you should get some basic DNA sessions. It would fix some basic genetic issues. Marcus commented after swallowing his food. Oh, now that you mentioned Mark, so that's what is going on. I noticed some changes to you. Roland commented as he looked at Marcus. It was not just hairstyle but his body as a whole. Yeah. I adjusted my genes and removed shortcomings. That progress unlocked psionic powers. As he said, He made his cup float and the tea rose from the cup and moved like a snake before returning to the mug. He then pointed at his head and his father's. "I won't get bald if you are wondering," Marcus said with a slight grin. His father's eyes perked up when he heard about the Holy Grail. "Sign me up." Sigh. "I guess I will accept this as well." His mother agreed as well after seeing her husband decide to do this. After hearing that his mother agreed, the inventor went into a few details about the process. He didn't explain the augmentations he went through. Those could potentially spook his parents. Eventually, the conversation went to superpowers, and he mentioned sacred gears. One of biblical God's creations. Something he has been collecting. He did intrigue his father about draconic armors. Marcus might be able to sell the bag on that one. He might give him a custom one, probably. Maybe, but first I want that transformer. Roland. His wife immediately complained. For a second, it looked like she would complain about him having a space robot for a car, but it wasn't so. My Titanic first. Dear, it's not that our son only has one workshop. Roland tried to reason with her. True. Rose then pondered on something else. The inventor's mother recalled meeting his son's homeroom teacher in the supermarket. You should return to your school. Huh. Marcus nearly choked on his food when he heard that. I spoke with your homeroom teacher. She wonders if you are leaving the school since they have to do something with you. She said while taking a sip of water with aspirin. As she was speaking, the ship girls looked at Marcus. They were imagining him in a school uniform. Since the pair have no idea what the uniform looks like, they picture him in an admiral uniform. Gulp. It made them feel a certain excitement. Mom, you do understand that they will run for mountains the moment they see me. I can already imagine all the complaints about how unsafe everyone feels. Marcus proceeded to imagine the scenarios in his head. On the contrary, you are in the polls for the mayor position next year. Rose pointed out. Excuse me. For a second, his train of thought stopped, and he looked dumbly at her. Yep. They know you wouldn't do anything to this town. They do know. After all, there has not been a single robbery or incident in this place for over several weeks. Such things magically don't happen. Well, it could, but you know better. Rose smiled before looking at his girls. Besides, it would be a good time for you ladies to interact with people. She explained to him. I don't mind. Athena chipped in. I have several teaching degrees. It has been over 50 years since I taught history at Athens University. The goddess reminded that she is a goddess of wisdom. History. Not maths. Marcus, for a second, was confused. That too. However, history was a necessity as people perverted it in some way. So, I spent years teaching the population how it happened in truth. The Olympian explained her reasons. Cool, how many people were clueless about your real identity? Solomon's successor joked as he returned to his food. Yes. It's good to know that you can be a teacher, Athena. But we still need to send my son back to school if he wants to be a mayor. Rose's eyes rolled. She was fully on the idea for him to be a mayor. Fine. I will return. Besides, I want to see my girls in uniform. Marcus smiled as he looked at Sirin, who sneaked at the breakfast table. I don't wanna. Nyx was the only one who complained. No problem, I will send you back to the base. We can find some things for you to do. Maybe oversee the Devil Continent and the progress they are making there. Fine. I will do that. The Primordial Knight happily agreed with her new assignment. She didn't want to argue as he could have assigned something worse. Like laying down pipes or something. Oh, right. That's what the current Leviathan did. Internally, she chuckled with realization. Gah. I didn't agree to this. Sirin finally understood what was going on. Come now. You asked for dates. After-school hours are the best for that kind of thing. Marcus pointed out the cliché thing when it comes to dates. Dates. I want one, too. Athena chipped in. Same. I like the dinner we had in the submarine. Guyuna reminded him of that, too. That comment made Athena look at the dragoness. Is she the only one who didn't have a romantic thing going on? Relax. We can have those after school. Still, Mom, how long am I grounded for? He asked his mother for the exact date. If you go to school, it will be a month. A month for blowing up a country. I suppose it's okay. I will use that time working on that Honkai project. Internally, Marcus started to grin. He is going to revolutionize the world of gaming. He shall build an entertainment dome in his town, with Honkai Impact 3rd as the only place to play. Of course, it won't be a Valkyrie collection game. Instead, he is going to mix up the qualities of a shooter, the apocalyptic theme of survival, as well as telling the Honkai story. It is going to make any other game look like Tetris. Yes, he has some ideas for implementing the entertainment dome experience. He remembered there was this LED dome thing in Las Vegas. He will build that for maximum performance and show the power of realities to the plebeian masses. He needs to show Honkai to the world because he feels it won't happen with the amount of splashes he has done to the world. Very well. Month it is, and I am going to school. We are going to have fun. I need to call Sarah Fall to return. I want her sandwiches for the long break. Marcus remembered her delicious sandwiches. I can do those for you. Quinella swiftly chipped in. There is no need for the devil klutz. Chapter 87, Slightly Famous. It's strange. The space gun is nowhere to be found for 2.5 days. One of the workers in the observatory said to his colleague. No, it's not. Initially, we were not even supposed to see it. It revealed itself when Marcus Goldman wanted it. By this point, it could be where it was initially getting upgraded or something. The other one said with a perplexed look. He wonders the same thing. The space gun is the ultimate deterrent. Or one of many deterrents the inventor has. Yet, it disappeared the same way it appeared, like a ghost. But, yes, the second worker was right. The Opsos-class orbital station is getting its needed retrofits. At this moment, behind barriers in Earth's orbit, the Ars Almadel Salomonis is taken apart by the Aurora bots, and the barrel is getting replaced by a superior magnetic graviton barrel. Before this, Marcus has classified this weapon as a civilization/life-ending. With this upgrade, it will be a literal planet buster. Since the orbital weapon is in space, there is no resistance. The new barrel warps space to accelerate the energy at insane speeds. Before, it could reach far because of the absurd amount of energy it could discharge, but now, it can discard and ignore space and distance. Such capacities make this weapon deadly anywhere in the solar system. Not to be left behind, the original 4 diamond cores are getting replaced by experimental rhombus formation set 4 diamond reactors. Not only are they specially prepared for power output, but they also have resonance systems to synergize the power output. The rough estimation of its power is that it could crack planets like eggs and quickly terraform planets when necessary. It is a weapon with the power of a Death Star, but it has the power to birth a star, too. It will live to its name, Ars Almadel Salomonis, the one who masters it all. Meanwhile, on Earth's surface, within the Parliament, inside the Ministry of Education in Marcus' home country of Lithuania. The minister just received a package like never before. Is this true? Yes. Look at what he has sent over to us. The subordinate handed over 4 documents to the Minister of Education. The minister opened them and started reading. Sweat began to drop from his forehead. I did check the database before. It appears he did this before. The subordinate nervously pointed out. If he did this before, why didn't he do it now? He would instead remain ignorant than this. What he is reading is lunacy. Or more like science fiction. Biological combat models. Human-dragon hybrids. Interdimensional aliens. How are we supposed to react to this? He saw documents about 4 girls who were supposed to transfer into Marcus Goldman's class. These girls were all silver/white-haired girls with insane backgrounds. He is making those warships into girls. Sweet God. I am not getting paid enough to deal with this shit. What should we do? Approve. I don't care. Please send this information to NATO and our allies. Let them know the full extent of this mad scientist's reach. Plus, send it to the president. Let him know what is going on. After saying that, his hand went to the lowest drawer and opened it. It was a bottle of vodka. He opened it and prepared a single shot. Without wasting time, he drank it. Don't look at me like that. President issues bottles to everyone. He pointed at the window. At that moment, one of the airships leisurely passed through the capital. Right on time. The minister pointed out that he was tracking their movement. That was the 3rd time now. Makes sense. Can I get one, too? Next day, morning. Enterprise, Tirpitz, Guyuna, and Sirin looked at the big mirror in the bathroom. They did that one after another. They were checking out how they looked in school uniforms. It's strange without my hat. The aircraft carrier said with a complex look. You look gorgeous in any clothes. My dear, let me help you with your hair. Marcus proceeded to pull her hair into a high ponytail. As he was doing that, other girls checked out their clothes. The blue and white school uniform fit well with Tirpitz but not so much with Guyuna and Sirin. Blue is not their color. However, it's not that bad. Oh, I have something for my dear Sirin as well. He pulled a white headband for her hair. You are prepared. The Herschers commented as she allowed him to place it on her head. She looked at herself in the mirror. Not bad. But I feel that I am approaching Kiana Kaslana's territory. The golden orange-eyed girl said with a slight frown as she inspected her hairstyle. This headband was close to the one used by her counterpart when she was a novice Valkyrie. Do I need to remind you that you two are the same? That means your style would be similar. He pointed out the obvious. Sigh. Don't speak like that if you want to impress me. You should know better than this, Marcus. The girl made her point across. He chuckled, hearing how sour she was about the comparison. Don't worry. I am simply giving you what makes you look amazing. Right. All he got was a sarcastic comment. After checking themselves in the mirror, Marcus got a pair of neckties for the ship girls. That led them to put one on him as well, as they wanted something similar, something like uniformity. Then Quinella and Sirin ended up with one as well. The thing was, the necktie was optional, but they all had one. Fantastic. You all look so lovely. Inventor's mother clapped her hands, seeing all six dressed like this. Where is Athena? Marcus looked around. He didn't notice when his fiancée sneaked out. She went to enroll in your school through normal means. Huh. Sounds like something my Athena would do. Marcus wasn't surprised by her move. Yes. Apparently, a maths teacher from your school is retiring, so she is aiming for that position. Right. One of the teachers, no, wait. A bunch of them are old farts who have been working since the Soviet Union fell. Marcus realized how old and outdated the system was here. Yeah. I think only one English teacher is new. The rest are quite old. What are you implying, mister? His mother slightly narrowed her eyes. Age is a very delicate thing. Nothing. I am worried that a school in my town will lose quite a bit of educators. He pointed out the obvious. Well, as the next mayor, you must do something. She said that with a confident tone. I could just use time travel to collect talented individuals to teach in my school. He recalled that he was studying time at a certain point. Or entice kids to become teachers in future, Rose said with an eye roll. Why on earth is he looking for a more difficult choice all the time? Or that? Yeah, anyway, going to store this info for later. After saying that, he proceeded to eat his food and give some bacon to his lion pet, which descended from upstairs when he smelled meat. Soon after, his girls joined for food. By this point, Nyx was already gone. Primordial Knight has sneaked back into the base and is feasting on a pile of sweets in his kitchen. Thankfully, he has a small army of maids who can watch over her. I should do something like a young master act with all my maids lining up for me when I return from school. A random thought popped into his mind as he was eating his breakfast. After finishing their meals, everyone proceeded to leave the house and start walking to his school. This journey was his first time walking with Sirin, Guyuna, and the ship girls around his town. Before this, they had never explored it. Funny how it is supposed to be the heart of his faction. Well, now they have a chance. After walking for a few minutes, they had to stop. When Marcus saw what was happening, he started laughing. It confused the girls. I suppose I scared them enough to start putting asphalt on the road. He pointed at the gravel road and then at the hill in the distance. On the hill was a big factory of some sort. This part of the town expanded around 1950 to 1960s around that concrete slab factory. The government back then used these slabs to build Soviet-style flats all over the country and beyond. As you all probably know, thanks to knowledge, I gave you all communism a focus on complete government control over people. Since they built that factory, this part of the road has never been asphalted. As it's the back side of the factory, barely anyone uses it. I use this road to get to school. As he explained to them, he watched with some glee how this freaking dusty road was getting properly laid down. I feel that you have some sort of enmity with it, Sirin commented with a deadpan look. She is surprised that Marcus' hometown has roads like these. They are indeed in the sticks. I do. His comment made Quinella look at him for a second. She was confused since she had no data about this. Marcus never walked enough of this road to develop such feelings. She doesn't know that this is his second rodeo in life, and this road is still haunting him. Well, it used to, as now it's getting patched up. Come now, you still don't understand. He saw a confused look on Quinella's face. No, I don't. She shook her head, still trying to grasp the gaps. You never wondered how I know stuff, even if you don't know? He asked with a slight smirk. No. The AI turned human shook her head some more. All your coding experience is not fake, it's my memory synthesized. No amount of talent I possess could shrink the expertise needed to build a self-aware AI. He pointed out the hard truth. But to have experience, you would need. She stopped in her tracks and looked at him. I see. I understand. To think, no wonder. The beauty connected the dots as she proceeded to smile. You already lived before. Sirin looked at him with wide eyes when she heard Quinella say that. You are from my world. Her first question was to ask that. No. Different. In my past life, I was just like now a car fanatic. I used to spend my time building cars, supercars, and mega cars and programming my life away. In my free time, I used to play gacha and whale a lot. Whale? What is that? Quinella asked with confusion. Spend money on free games. Regardless, this road is closed, so let's take the alternative. Marcus didn't clarify what gacha is. That term is not worldwide yet. Smartphones haven't taken off yet, which means gacha games are not mainstream. He motioned to walk in the opposite direction. Surin continued observing the mundane-looking houses, trees dotting the streets as well. It's a simple-looking suburban area. Once the group reaches the end of the street, they end up on another street which goes horizontally. The one thing which attracted their attention was the grassy expanse in front of them. It was quite a considerable sway of land with nothing on it. Right, this area. I remember my neighbor bringing his cows here. He recalled this area from his past life and the few times he passed here with Serafal. Your neighbor has cows. Quinella reacted with weird shock. How does that shock you? He asked with confusion. Weird. This place is a town. Not the countryside. She pointed out her reasoning. Our house is second from the crossroad. His is first. The way territories for houses are allocated makes his house, which is at the street corner, nearly twice our size, giving him enough space to raise cows. Anyway, I forgot there is this much land right next to my place. He stroked his chin. Maybe I should place my entertainment dome here. He looked to his left. There was a whole block of 5-story Soviet-style flats. They are next to a bendy road which ends up to the main road which goes to the highway to the south and north to the city center. To his right, the road goes down towards the river valley. There are just basic suburban houses. Well, the place is not the best for a game center, considering it will be a big flashy ball. He pondered on this some more before his girls pulled him out of his thoughts. We should stop standing like idiots in the middle of the road. Surin hissed at him. Right. He turned to the left and proceeded to walk. His small army of females followed him. His ship girls didn't comment at all. They were like small girls exploring the outside world for the first time. This place was not the underworld. This land was their creator's homeland, so they wanted to sink into it and enjoy it to the fullest. Once on the main road, they went south towards the highway. Marcus School is next to the forest at the edge of the town itself. It has vast swathes of land. One of the most common things they do in springs on PE is to run around the forestry area. But before that is a supermarket on the right side, while on the left is an expanse of semi-warehouses and other buildings made for commerce around the concrete slab factory. However, in the distance, they can see a blocky and squarely school made from gray concrete, another Soviet relic which is his school. This place was refurbished when I graduated in my last life. Marcus recalled his town becoming much more colorful by the time he moved to Germany to get closer to his cars. The flats would get a colorful makeover away from the bland Soviet-style gray. So that's your school. It's so close to your mother's workplace. Guyuna realized that Marcus' place of study was literally 5 minutes away from his mother's workplace. Precisely, my point. She loves to work here, all the gossip. Incredibly close to my school, she can speak with my homeroom teacher. He said with a snort. Yes. But then you revealed the space station, and things went wild. His assistant smiled at him. Yeah. I suppose I ruined her gossipful days. Now she must deal with gods who want to shop at her supermarket. I didn't expect the Norse to be that patriotic. He recalled that Odin requested to allow them to visit his place. It's like a club experience. Considering his control freak nature, allow gods to be here. But they comply with his requests. So, he allows them to be patriotic and pay their patronage. I guess it's a valuable thing being a conqueror of a supernatural realm. I should meet Odin to discuss what happened to Thor, Baldur, and Loki. He pondered on that as he looked around his mother's supermarket. This place used to be some sort of ruins until a supermarket chain bought this place and turned it into a shop. His eyes eventually end on people who look at him with strange looks. It appears people finally recognized him. It appears they know my face. Well, you are handsome, Quinella said with a matter-of-fact tone. I am certain it is not what he meant, Surin said with an eye roll. I know. And I was not designed to care about some random people. The artificial intelligence turned human said with her eye roll. Right. Surin deadpanned. She was feeling déjà vu, like looking at the mirror. It's something her old self would say. It would appear your mother was right. They don't look that terrified. Guyuna said with a somewhat interested look. Small town effect, Marcus said with a questioning tone. He was thinking along the lines that they felt proud that their town produced such a person. Besides, his people don't like communists, so they might be proud that he exterminated such a nation. Who knows? He is not planning to read their minds. I guess. Doesn't your mother know most of the people from this area? Quinella inquired after seeing everyone speaking with gushed voices as they looked at how Marcus' group was walking to the school. I am not psychic, wait, I am. But no, I don't inquire about details in her work. I leave that to my father. I leave him to suffer in that regard. For some reason, I am feeling offended, Sirin said with a confused look. Is he indirectly saying that females talk too much? Are you saying that she talks too much? Guyuna asked as she tried to understand his roundabout way of speaking. No, you must be dreaming. He brushed her question aside. All I am saying is that he has to listen to all the gossip she gathered over the day. I didn't mention anything about talking too much. Aha, didn't you forget that we all are psychics here? Sirin said with a huff. Oh right, as if I forgot that I made you that. He sarcastically replied. After some more bickering, they crossed the last road and entered the vast lands of the school. Marcus remembered that a lot of this land was given away in future by the school itself. The pavement he was walking would, at this moment, 12 years from now, end up destroyed. This whole part would become car wash services and new modern flats. In a way, he feels nostalgic. His busy life made him forget about those small details. There is so much free land here. Why don't you make something here? The Hershers said with a frown. She recalled St. Freya as a beautiful place. It's a big place with all sorts of buildings. He could easily make this place into something similar. Any suggestions? You do realize you could do something as well. All you need is to brush your finger down and order something. Marcus explained while looking at the school in the distance. Not my place to do such things. I am an outsider to this world. Sirin said with a plain voice. Outsider? Who told you that? He swiftly pulled her into an arm hug and stroked his cheek into hers, making her extremely embarrassed. Stop with your childish behavior. She started to complain with a red face. She was trying to push him away. Nope. Who told you that you are an outsider? My Sirin is where she belongs, he continued to tease her. In the end, she gave up and proceeded to play along. Oh okay. I am where I belong. Just stop this. She couldn't take it anymore. Good. That's what I like to hear. He stopped with the tease and instead switched from an arm hug into a lewder act of hand-holding. Sirin was relieved that she was released from such an embarrassing act. However, other girls were jealous of the pampering she was getting. Especially Quinella, who sees this girl as an upstart. She would want to call her outsider to their ecosystem, but since Marcus approves, she has no means to oppose him. Eventually, the group arrived at the school. More and more gazes went to the inventor's group. After all, it was a group of girls with white/silver hair surrounding one black-haired teen who had a very confident smile on his lips. He was holding the hand of a girl with distinctive orange/gold eyes. Is that Marcus Goldman? Holy fuck. What is he doing here? One guy from a group of students exclaimed with wide eyes. He stopped walking for a second. Look at his clothes, another one from the same group pointed out. Holy shit. The mad lad is going to school. Another one realized that Marcus, with all his craziness, is still going to school. Just how absurd is that? Why? Is there something going on? Why does he need this? Is he here to see what normal people think of him? Instead of being in his faction, he is coming to see it firsthand. The student tried to understand this from their perspective. But all they got was Marcus smiling and waving to the students like he was just a famous student. I do feel like I am a celebrity. My hikikomori senses are going all over the place. Marcus said to Sirin, who was next to him. You still call yourself hikikomori? You have been on the battlefield and commanded warships in a fight. She pointed out. All the time, I was surrounded by my creations. Even now. If you can't stay in your garage all the time, then just make the garage come with you. That's what I say. And it worked wonders, don't you think? I own the underworld now, alongside my homeland. He explained to her as they passed the main hall and then took the stairs upstairs to their first class. You should face your shortcomings. She said with a cute frown. Trying to help him when she never acknowledged it herself. Ha. Now you sound like Kiana. But it did address it. As I said, I just made my garage travel with me. He said that with a smile. You took the long route out. She replied with a deadpan tone. I am someone who, if get Iskayed, would starve and make a weapon to sell instead of asking for help. He said with a small smile. He is confident at least one version of him did get Iskayed. Considering he got sent back in time to an alternative reality. There should be a version of him who got sent to a medieval fantasy world. So pride. Just like you. He replied with a teasing smile. She didn't argue with that. She, indeed, is proud. But that pride kept on getting battered. Instead, the beauty mumbled under her breath. This was more annoying than she thought. She should stop this, but for some reason, she wants him to become a better person. It sounds strange from a literal angel of death, but then again, she is probably the best person to listen to when she says to become better. Here we are. My home classroom. He winked at the girls before opening the door and proceeding to enter. Quinella wondered why he was that excited. But then again, he has 5 creations with him at once. He can brag more than ever this time around. As he entered, he was followed by 5 of them. The class instantly got quiet. He noticed that the teacher was already at the class. For a second, he wondered if he was late. He looked at the clock on the wall. Nope, he still had over 5 minutes. Marcus Goldman. His teacher removed her glasses and looked at him as if he were a ghost. When your mother said you would come to class, I was skeptical. What are you even doing here? She asked him with a deadpan tone. To get the diploma? He pointed out the first thing. As if you need it. She countered. Well, I need that stuff for the mayor's job. No. Or do people want a non-educated mayor as their leader? He pointed out again. If you consider yourself non-educated, then the rest of the people are primates. Not everyone has floating warships, clone armies, and robots. She reasoned with him. Sure. I guess. But I am not the one inventing the rules. Suppose you want to argue about this stuff. Try speaking with my mother and the government. Since I just checked the requirements, a high school diploma is needed now. I do wonder if it's a new law. Last time I checked, I needed proof of adulthood, like an ID, but now I need a high school diploma. For a second, he wondered if people wanted him to attend school just to get close to him. In truth, Marcus didn't realize that his existence created entire bureaus to predict his movements. Psychologists are working with agents and politicians to grasp and understand what Marcus Goldman is. What he wants and what he does. All of that. Truthfully, some predictions are horrifying, as some of the most intelligent people in the world have predicted that something like Project Eden might exist. To get more clues, they added something to the Constitution to make him leave his house. That was a gamble as he could quickly get a high school diploma by taking exams now. But they predicted that he would take his time. And they were right. So you are here to get a legitimate right to build on land. She was somewhat baffled. The woman was slightly cynical as, just like many other people, she knew this team didn't care about laws. But that is not entirely correct. Marcus is flippant. Sometimes, he does according to rules, and sometimes he does not. Everything depends on efficiency. At the moment, he does not need to rush. So why not follow what these people want? He has time to waste. Part of his sadism is that he will be at school and attend everything like nothing happens while his faction keeps on taking over the space. Turns Mars and Venus into habitable planets, followed by building up infrastructure on the Moon and Saturn. None for Marcus is required. He put all of that in a building queue like it's a strategy game. I wasn't the one who put my name on candidates for the mayor position. I am simply following what they want since it looks fun to upgrade the town with my tech. He said the last part with excitement. He already has ideas for an Olympic stadium, an entertainment dome, a town's metro system, fixing the roads and expanding highways in the area. By the way, the mayor is, in a way, a regional leader, too. So he would have a radius of 30 to 40 square kilometers to play with. Maybe something akin to Academy City. It would be amusing to have. Right. Anyway, take your seat. She motioned for him to sit. She then saw a small army of silver/white-haired girls following him. Let me guess your creations. The woman jokes, but Marcus nodded with a huge smile. She wanted to say she was joking, but he brightened before explaining. This is Sirin. She is from a parallel world. This one here is Quinella. She is my first proper creation. Artificial intelligence turned girl. Then this one is Guyana. She is a human and dragon hybrid. He explained the first 3, which caused her brain to turn blank. Then these 2 are ship girls. They are something I made via resonance with the warships I collected. By that point, the teacher just leaned her head on the table. Please take your seat, Mr. Goldman. Okay. For a second, he wondered if his stuff was not that impressive with how ignoring she was. I guess I need to try harder next time. I should get my other ship girls rolling out and bring over Raiden, May and Bronya. Maybe Alicia would impress her. He pondered on bringing her shares of human ego over to his world. That pink elf could work wonders for that lady's enthusiasm. Marcus never considered that some people prefer to get over their shocks by ignoring them altogether. He has not found those kinds of people yet. His interaction levels are negligible. Before the war, he didn't even interact with people that much. So he thought that she was not impressed. As the inventor was thinking about how to impress his homeroom teacher, as his pride was on the line, the rest were staring at him and the girls with open mouths. Did he just say that they are his creations? So this dude, instead of finding a girlfriend, makes them. Holy. Damn. Does he take apprentices? Quinella looked at the last one with narrowed eyes. She recalled how Azazel was trying to butter up. She should make a Saturn V rocket, pack that fool on it, and send it flying. Hi. The guy squeaked out loud when he saw Quinella staring daggers at him. Not realizing that she was thinking about the obnoxious fallen angel. Marcus ended up sitting at his table, which had been empty for over 2 weeks. Next to him was Quinella, who smugly smiled at Sirin, who frowned back at her. There are 2 more tables added for you 4. Use them. The assistant pointed at the tables. Right. The Dragoness and Ship girls didn't complain as they knew they would have their chances. They did their research on this school's curriculum. They will have their chance to sit next to him as they will have to change their classes constantly. That means different rooms with different seating. Ringing bell. The classes have started, and Marcus proceeded to pull out his stuff. Apart from the books, he pulled out his drawing book and opened it. He first saw his pistols, rifles, BMW, then Deadless airship, followed by scavenger. The last thing he drew was his submarine. I do have to consider Project Trailblazer. I only assigned the project name for the future spaceships. Solomon's successor pondered what he should make for his space odyssey. As he was doing that, behind him was Sirin, who used her hand to hold her head. At this moment, she dearly wished to change with Kiana Kaslana and let her take over while she could nap or read a manga. Oh. With a slight grin, her HUD activated as she used half of her vision as a web browser. Build in HUD for the victory. While Sirin was having fun reading manga, the rest of the class paid attention to the elephants in the room. 5 hot chicks and a literal conqueror of the world. Chapter 88, Mark II of Ars Almadel Salomonis and Talk with Odin. Even with the so-called grounding of Marcus Goldman, his faction continuously and ruthlessly continues to expand into space. The one who spoke was the leader of the science division of the newly formed Coalition to Oppose Marcus Goldman, or COMG for short. It's a secret organization formed after the attack on Washington, D.C. The attack on North Korea assisted in its rapid expansion. Nations which value freedom, like North America, Canada, France, and the UK. Then, religious countries felt that such rapid development of technology, massive use of clone armies and passive aggressiveness made these countries extremely weary. Among them are Poland, Romania, most of the Middle East and even India. Others are here simply because they are afraid for their power base. Among them are China and Russia. More or less, it became something similar to the UN, only with one objective in mind. And that is to oppose the advancement of the sole bogeyman. This gathering was made by utilization of most primitive communication, as everyone knows that the technocracy is listening to the phone calls. So, they use letters and ambassadors to deliver messages through words. It takes time, but such a secretive meeting finally happened. Here are photos of what is happening in space. One of the assistants handed over photos which looked like stars. I don't see anything. With a thick accent, one of the sheiks commented. Look at the stars. The way it reflects light, it blurs out star positions. That means that there is something there which makes the light fly around it. Most importantly, it's right above Marcus Goldman's homeland. The gathered people immediately started to check the photos in detail. The space gun. The diameter is around 400 meters horizontally and 800 vertically. It's around 4 times bigger than the original size of the space station. The leader of the science team said to the gathered leaders of the countries. So big. That's a massive size. The leaders immediately looked at an old man sitting there looking and pondering at the picture. Lord Mephistopheles, what do you think? One of the leaders inquired about this. The devil in front of them was their only link with the supernatural. None of the other pantheons want to get involved with regular humans since technocracy rose to power. The religions around the world only answer the one who prays to them. But their interests and continuous survival. Now that's a different thing. The only one who responded to any sort of call was Devil Mephistopheles. The length of the weapon means that the barrel is much longer. We have witnessed it shoot energy projectiles and deliver physical objects. The old devil proceeded to explain what he was thinking. That means it can shoot further. You mean? He will shoot to other planets. To think that things are progressing so fast. This speed of development is ridiculous. Everyone thought at the same time. The group is slowly losing hope that they will be able to oppose this freak of nature. The boy is the successor to Solomon, the only human who was able to oppose the devil kind. He was a student of the biblical God. That makes Marcus Goldman a direct successor to the biblical God when it comes to developing things. I have no doubts that after taking the underworld, he now controls the life of humanity, too. The fate to decide life on Earth is coming. I don't know when. But it is coming. It's the next most natural step for Marcus to take. Are you saying he will fight every single pantheon on Earth? The Indian leader asked with wide eyes. He never expected that Marcus would attack his very religion. That's after he gains a foothold in space and upscales everything for smooth conflict, Mephistopheles explained as he realized something. No wonder his airships are now patrolling global trade routes. Things are falling into place. It has been a few days since the war ended, but the airships are back in action. Well, not all, he counted 15 airships. From what he has seen, a tower can hold 9 of those. That means there is a tower in the underworld. Then we must fight. We can't allow him to reach space. One of the leaders exclaimed with panic. No. We have no means to fight his tech. My suggestion is to run away. The devil said with a serious tone. He did some simple maths in his mind. They simply have no means to win. Those airships will slaughter everything. And the new space gun will erase any opposition. Humanity simply has no means to fight. I'll run away. Yes. Speak with your pantheons. If any god joins, then we could save humanity. My plan is the same as Marcus. Run to space. Colonize a world, rebuild and prepare for a war in the distant future. All I can suggest is to get more time to prepare. That's all I can think of with how monstrous he is. The only thing I can think of is how big his plans are. Maybe he will lose interest, and humanity can rebuild in peace in some distant star. The devil thought about this as he looked at the picture on the table. But we don't have the technology to colonize a new world. Not to mention travel to a different solar system. It could take thousands to millions of years with our current technology. The head of the science division said with a shaky tone. What the devil is speaking is utter nonsense. That is why I am saying to get assistance from your gods. Especially the Hindu one. I do believe your gods, with the assistance of Babylonian ones, developed Vimana. The floating fortress. You could utilize the technology, or is it magitech of that fortress to create a sleeper colonial ship? Some hope appeared in their eyes, especially in the leader of the Indian people. However, the leaders of China and Russia looked sour. They hoped to develop something to fight Marcus here, on Earth, sometime so that they could win and could keep their power. But, from the looks of it, this is developing in a way they don't want. Suppose they land in some foreign world. Everything will restart, including their power base. That could lead to their loss. The pair of leaders started to think of betrayal. I could help, too. An elderly voice said from the side. Everyone snapped their gaze to the side, seeing a one-eyed man sitting on a plastic chair. His beard was long, and he looked elderly. Lord Odin. Mephistopheles exclaimed with surprise. Odin. The Norse god. All-Father. The leaders started to whisper among themselves and about scrambled to show some respect. Relax, relax. No need to panic. The God King motioned to relax. Lord Odin, what do you mean about helping? The devil in the room asked with a weary voice. If Odin is here, then there is an absurdly high possibility that Marcus Goldman and technocracy know or have some idea of what is going on. Survival of humanity is something I take personal interest in. The Norse god said with a small smile. I can offer the use of Bifrost to arrive at your destination. I never used it for deep space travel, but it does work, and it could technically cross the vast distance of space. Whispering began as the leaders started to feel more hope than ever. But Mephistopheles looked at Odin with a pale look as he realized that this could be part of Marcus' plan. Reason. Experimentations. The successor of Solomon could observe humans in deep space and how they rebuild and progress without his interference and knowing that his faction is out there and continues to build. Humanity develops fastest when there is a threat to their lives. Like any other life form, it performs at its peak. So not only is he helping us, but he is helping Marcus too. Crafty old man. The devil snorted to himself as he continued to think of better solutions. But sadly, his resources are lacking for any alternative. Later, with Marcus. I see. So that's their choice. Marcus hummed in understanding as he took a sip of his tea. He was sitting on his indoor terrace, watching the first snowfall in late autumn. On the opposite side of the table was Odin, who came to see Marcus right after the meeting with COMG. You already predicted this, didn't you? The All-Father said with a knowing smile. No matter what, humans are still flesh and blood. They will resist. Fear or no fear. Dumb or not dumb reasons. None of that will change. I have predicted this, and my artificial intelligence agreed with me. There will always be rebel forces. Marcus tapped his finger on the table several times. What are you going to do? Even though Odin knew the course the inventor would take, he asked either way. Assist them, of course. The successor to Solomon smiled at the god king of the Norse pantheon. It's an opportunity like no other. A remnant civilization is rebuilding another world. Such a thing is worth studying. Especially considering I barely need to help with anything. Marcus was quite pleased with Odin's move. The old man deserves an award. Let's forget about the desperation of humans for a bit. We haven't discussed what happened in the underworld. When Odin heard that, he couldn't cover his bitterness. Losing two of his favorite sons left an impact on him. I do have a general idea of what happened. It was a 50-50th move from my side. No matter how strong Thor was, those were evil and primordial gods. Much older than my sons. The Allfather said with a deep sigh. There was quite a bit of regret in his voice. From what I learned from my observations, Loki and your two sons were absorbed by Engramenu. The primordial evil was emitting several Norse gods' auras when I met it. I see. If that thing consumed them, then there is no chance of bringing my sons back. Odin resigned to that fact. Sadly, that is true. But I can offer an alternative which is not a bad replacement. Marcus' words made the Allfather look at the inventor with a confused look. Replacement? Yes. I can bring back your youth and return your wife to you. Marcus smoothly explained what he meant. You might have lost your eldest and middle son. But you can always make some more. Odin's eyes contrasted for a second. His saliva got stuck in his throat. The Allfather had a flashback as he recalled his lovely wife. The God King's cheeks got rosy as he felt he was in love again. After her death, he tried to find a replacement, but nothing worked. Because of that, he turned into a big pervert, but now he could return to his peak. However, Odin quickly recovered and looked at Marcus with some weariness. It would seem the boy knows where to hit him. And what is the prize of such favor? Honestly, this was more than just a simple favor in the Allfather's eyes. You supplied me with several hundred years to several thousand years of entertainment. If I play my cards right, this could last for a long time. Marcus chuckled as he recalled what humanity was planning to do. Ah, I see, long-term investment. The God King immediately relaxed. He understood the big picture. Precisely. You could say that one of my biggest fears is not having company in space. Of course, there might be some disgusting lizardmen in space or some jellyfish, but it could be me being distressed. You could say it sounds arrogant coming from me, but the cosmos belongs to humanity. I am not planning to allow aliens to exist if they look ugly. He felt goosebumps just imagining tentacle monsters and some nasty, smelly fishes with arms and legs. They can call him whatever evil, but he is an artist, and ugly things are a big no. Odin simply laughed upon hearing that. He decided not to show this boy things lurking in his pantheon. Excuse me, master. The barrel is ready for launch. Quinella, standing behind her creator the whole time, finally opened her eyes and told him that the barrel's construction was complete. Oh, it took them a while. The inventor commented with a pleased look. It's close to 800 meters long construct. Such things take time. The beauty casually mentioned how the barrel was around 8 times longer than the original one. Yes. It was an excellent time to increase the depth of the space center. Anyway, Odin, do you wish to see the finale of the upgrade work for the space station? The old man, for a second, pondered. He took the mug and finished the tea in one gulp, then finally replied to Marcus' question. Let's go. I want to see it in person. Great, Quinella, call my flagship. We are going to space. Marcus nodded and then looked at his darling assistant. Already on the way. Confiscator cast a shadow over Marcus' neighborhood as a gunship left the airship's hangar and flew over, landing in front of the inventor's house driveway. As the side doors opened, 4 royal guards greeted the successor to Solomon. It was quite a contrast between heavy-armored men and the group of leisurely dressed people. Even the god of wisdom clothes were meant for leisure, including trainers. As they boarded the gunship, the vessel swiftly flew back to the flagship of technocracy. The massive carrier climbed the altitude the moment the gunship landed on board. The group of 3 leisurely walked through the packed hangar full of military equipment in pristine condition. Eventually, the group arrived at the lift, which took them to the bridge level. By the time they were at the bridge, the vessel was already leaving the atmosphere and entering the dark void. Disengage the camouflage, Marcus ordered the moment he arrived on the bridge. Disengaging camouflage. One of the crew girls obeyed the command. Right before them, in the distance, a large construct around 100 meters in length and 400 meters wide. This monstrosity was the new core for the upgraded Ars Almadel Salomonis. The 2 warships floating next to it looked like small children next to an adult. Unlike the previous model, which used mana to stay afloat and move, this one is dotted with strokes of golden projectors, which make the space station look like an artwork or more like an artifact. It wouldn't be wrong to call this a sacred gear even. Both of those classifications are not wrong. That's a big station you got there. The Allfather leisurely commented as he was stroking his beard and looking at the thing floating in a void in front of him. Still small when it comes to scales of space. But we do need to start somewhere. Marcus replied with crossed arms as he looked at the same thing. When you compare to the emptiness of the void, then you are right. The Allfather chuckled as he realized who was Marcus' opponent the whole time. It was not the evil gods, or pantheons, or humanity itself. It was always the void, the desire to conquer the emptiness itself. When arming for such a conflict, other things are insignificant and pointless. Odin realized that when he heard the sheer excitement barely hidden under the indifferent tone of the inventor's voice. Solomon's successor is excited about what is to come. Indeed. We are not even discussing the planets. That is why such a leap in size. As he said that, Confiscator joined the other warships which were guarding the station, which was under refurbishment. The proper defensive systems are not in place yet. Considering it has 4 reactors linked by the resonance method, the sheer explosion of such a station in case it gets damaged would be catastrophic. Not that there are means or weapons on the planet's surface which could do it. The only ones who could damage this thing are deities of their respectful pantheons. Regardless, Marcus wanted that extra protection, just in case. He doesn't want Athena or any other girls moaning at him that he is not taking all the necessary precautions in such a critical moment. As the ship got in place, the group had a great view of the planet. The spaceport is opening soon. It will be quite a view. The inventor said to his guest as he motioned with his hand. The knights brought over a couple of chairs and a table. In the meantime, we can enjoy some tea. Ho ho ho, that is fine by me. It has been a while since I had tea in an interesting place. The Allfather said with an amused tone. Such circumstances are rare. With a nod, the God King sat down and gazed at the blue marble. Marcus followed him and sat down in his chair. Quinella proceeded to pour tea for the both of them as she was acting as a maid at this moment. Weirdly or not, in that rush, her creator didn't take anyone with him apart from her. Her calculations indicate that he was highly excited by this development. She will keep that for future reference. I don't doubt that you have some idea of what I have planned for the future. Since you are God of wisdom, your divinity reaches into the future. It's almost like precognition. Solomon's successor casually started a new theme of conversation as he looked at Earth. There was a burst of light on the planet's surface. A pillar of light rose to their location. Something like that I do possess. Odin didn't agree or disagree. I suppose when you are smart enough, you can start predicting courses of action. Considering divination and other means can't affect my lands. The sheer amount of mana under my control doesn't allow foreign energies to enter. True. I don't directly see what is happening in your lands. But I don't need to. I simply study your character and see the course of action. The Norse deity plainly explained how he sees through Marcus. Then you know what I am planning. Quinella's eyes widened for a second as she looked at her master. Is he speaking about? The assistant wonders why he is commenting on that project. More or less. Odin shook his head from side to side. And you don't mind? Mind what? No one believes in us. It has been over 500 years since the last proper follower died. Norse is a dead religion. Valhalla has not seen a new warrior join for over 800 years. Ragnarok can't even start as there are not enough souls to begin the end of the cycle. We are in perpetual stagnation. Odin explained the situation with a bitter tone. The only followers we have are Valkyries and their descendants. Even then, it's not sustainable. The one-eyed god sighed with disappointment. So I simply put. I don't care. Humans have reduced my faction to an observer in a grand scale of things. Odin simply shrugged with his hands. Other factions are in a similar situation, Celts, Egyptians, Greeks, Sumerians. They don't have much of an opinion on what you are planning to do. The Allfather finished saying that with a thin smile. But all can change. Humans start believing in higher beings when death is staring at them. The god took a sip of his tea as he looked at how a massive barrel left the planet and proceeded to fly towards them. That's a lot of weight. To push such an object from the planet's surface requires a lot of energy. The Norse god suspected some sort of en masse energy production. Something Marcus has mastered and utilized in almost all of his creations. Conjuration but through technology. Or both. True. So where does Norse stand in this? When thousands, if not 100,000, start worshipping Allfather? Marcus inquired without looking at him. We are warriors. If they end up in Valhalla, then it's fine. And if they don't? Marcus pointed that minor detail out. For a few moments, none of them spoke. Quinella wondered what the Asgardian god would choose. Would he rise against technocracy? Considering that Marcus has mastered how biblical God utilized the flow of the souls. Now that it's linked to the satellites around the planet, none of the souls can escape technocracy's authority. Pity then, I guess. I see. So he doesn't care anymore, or rebelling doesn't have that much value considering what we can do. How human of him. The assistant realized that this Asgardian god was more human than she thought. We can always create something to satisfy your need for warriors. Marcus conceded some of it, as he doesn't care where souls go. What he cares about is that they go the way he wants. He was like a road maker. He puts the roads down where he wants. But he doesn't care who goes on those roads. Doesn't matter, Marcus. You will be advancing at the solar system scale and beyond. I only wish for you to keep with your previous offer. Odin didn't care much about Asgard's role in the wider world. For many years now, they were the shadows of themselves. They might recover with Marcus' threat to the broader human population, but it's a threat they can't win unless they develop some sort of trump card, but that is not that simple either, as Marcus has shown that ruthlessly continues to improve and grow. Allfather can only see some sort of continuous existence under technocracy's umbrella. That is why he considers surrendering to him when the time is right. Fostering friendship beforehand is vital. Don't worry, I will keep that promise because it is also important to me. I never brought a god back to life before. Marcus is not planning to go back on such a promise. Gathering more data like this is important to him as well. Something like resurrecting a goddess, revitalizing God King. He has never done any of those things yet. More data on such experiments are necessary for future wars against the other pantheons. Good. The pair stayed quiet for a while as they watched how the barrel of the new space station left the atmosphere and proceeded to hurtle towards them. It was an enormous object, around 4 times the size of the warships. Activate guidance systems, Marcus ordered the girls. If this continues, the barrel will slam into them. The girls on the warship bridge proceeded to activate the graviton system of the station. The station released the guidance beams, making the barrel stop spinning towards them. Oh. That's quite the power this station produces. It easily stopped such a big object in its tracks. The Allfather wondered how the connection would happen. At first glance, he never thought that the core piece of the station could generate such power. But it turns out that the station's main power is the core piece, and the barrel is what they say it is, the barrel of a massive gun. I suppose this faction doesn't mingle with words. A barrel is a barrel, no matter how ludicrous the size of it is. Internally, he sighed to himself. He got used to humans who say one thing and do another. Gravity manipulation rotated the barrel, aligned with the laser guidance and then started to pull towards the core. Marcus watched all of it with the excitement of a small child. This project was his most significant one to date. The barrel is special. It doesn't just release energies to heal and destroy or deliver the payload. But its sheer size allows it to work as a massive shipyard. That is right. The massive 800-meter long and 400-meter wide barrel is, in fact, an assembly line, too. The barrel has several layers, which rotate in between depending on needs. The pulling of the barrel lasted over several minutes as the moment it connected joints sealed itself like a massive lock. Energy started to flow into the megastructure. Hull turned liquid for a second as both parts merged. Once it became solid, graviton projectors ignited throughout the whole station. Completed. Now ships 14 and 15 can release its cargo and send it to the station. Marcus didn't stop with the completion as he already had an assignment for the newly retrofitted station. Oh. Those ships have something. The kid doesn't stop even for a second. Of course. Startup bases for Mars, Venus, and Saturn. As the inventor explained, the girls on the bridge send out the commands. The other 2 warships opened up their main hangar doors, which released sizable nail-like constructs. Both of the ships had 2 each. Graviton projectors from the Ars Almadel Salomonis captured the nails and proceeded to pull them into the barrel. As this was happening, the station started to move away from Earth. First, send one to Venus. Calculate the trajectory. Use Earth Space Agency's data for this. Marcus ordered as he watched the massive space gun move. Accessing data. A holographic solar system map appeared above the table as it showed how the planets are moving around the Sun and their current location. Turns out Venus and Mercury are pretty close to us. Only Mars is some distance away. It's a good thing the gas giants and the other planets are not that spread out. A quick checkup later, Marcus realized he could deliver that data for the physics class presentation. I want the last 2 startup bases to have probes attached and ready for deep space operations. Is this concerning the physics class, sir? Aurora inquired. Yes. I want you to iron out the details. Oh, my. Are you abusing your faction for a school project? Odin asked the inventor with an amused tone. What a cheat. Well. I got, in a way, declined to boost up my school. The principal didn't like the sheer publicity his school would be getting. I suppose he doesn't want all the skeletons revealed that he has in the school. Master. Why didn't you tell me? I could have solved all the issues. Quinella started to pout. How dare some mundane men with a limited lifespan decline her creator? Don't worry, I have my means. Solomon's successor smirked while saying that. I am amused that the school declined your offer to improve its infrastructure. Odin realized what they were talking about. I suppose old school people prejudiced people. They see the world through their unique lenses. Doesn't change the facts. Quinella huffed as she crossed her arms. She was already thinking of making the school board cease to exist. She has a warship full of soldiers and mechs. That reminds me. I should propose Spec Ops units. 4 cover-up missions. The beauty stroked her chin as she saw the first needle-like construction flow into the barrel and a massive amount of energy surge in the station. Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launching Venus Startup Base. A rainbow beam erupted from the barrel as it rushed towards the sun. The beam's trajectory slightly bent as it extremely rapidly flew away towards its destination. However, Odin stopped stroking his beard as he realized something when he saw the beam. That was Bifrost. Meantime, the rest of the world closely observed the rise of the barrel into space. The sheer scale of such a construct quickly leaving the Earth's atmosphere has baffled people. The weight, the scale, the size of the object. All of this has left them scratching the backs of their heads. How was this possible? The only explanation for this was that Marcus Goldman had solved the mystery of gravity. Gravity, even to this day, is just theory, yet this kid is employing it. He can harness a fundamental force of the universe. Not that it was enough. The massive object in space is now visible with a plain eye. Just look up. And you will see a gun floating in space. How long has it been? President of the strongest nation in the world asked with a resigned tone. What do you mean, sir? How long has it been since Marcus Goldman pointed that thing at London? No less than a month. The vice president said after thinking for a few seconds. In less than a month, he upgraded his gun into a 4 times bigger version. The men snapped. He couldn't take it anymore. He was living in a bullshit world. That shouldn't be happening. So, is the project cancelled? The men inquired about the project they have been planning. No. Keep on diverting money towards it. Not that I think it will help in the long run. Even if we leave Earth and settle down in a different solar system, can we keep up with what this man is doing? All of this starts to look bleak no matter how he looks. As he was thinking about that, bursts of lights bombarded the night sky. The sheer size and power of Ars Almadel Salomonis keep the portion of the planet away as it continues to shoot the nail-size objects into parts of the solar system. Similar thoughts crossed other nations as they looked closely at the new monstrosity in space, shooting projectiles at planets. People were terrified, scared, and restless, but what could they do when something that size was floating above their heads? It is a pity that people haven't realized yet that this object is the opening move in a chess game called space. It was like moving pawns for the first time. The inventor isn't even considering it big, as Marcus has some grand plans regarding the scale of projects. Even though this station was close to 1 kilometer, well 900 meters, it was just M2, or so-called Mark II. There will be Marks 3, 4, and 5 and more. So it is not big. Chapter 89, Sirin, the YouTuber. Day later, Venus. A nail-snapped construct entered the thick atmosphere of Venus. Rapidly, it turned into a meteorite as it slammed into the boiling ground of the planet. Like a nail, it slammed into the surface of the planet. It proceeded to bury itself in the ground. Before long, it was underground, the sharp end of the nail opened up, and Aurora bots started to utilize alchemy to change the ground into construction material. Even if the planet doesn't have magic, the Aurora bots have batteries and MTM reactors. Even if those run out, they arrived with a diamond core. The bots can quickly recharge. Sure enough, even with MTM reactors, they rapidly lose energy as the planet is simply too hot. But the AI and Marcus predicted all this, so they came prepared. Working in endless rotation, they rapidly started to build up their base. One of the first things they need to build is an automated assembly line and maintenance depot. Increase their numbers, build another core and then more assembly lines, more maintenance depot, rinse and repeat the actions until they have enough numbers to begin establishing contact with technocracy and begin terraforming works of the planet. Venus is the most difficult of the planets in the solar system to work with, as the planet's rotation is extremely slow. A single day on Venus is almost as long as the whole year on Earth. In simpler words, Venus Day is longer than a Venus year. That is one of the things which Marcus will need to change if he wants to have a tropical home in this world. Meanwhile, the Indian Ocean, entrance to the Red Sea at the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Airship 11, one of the airships based at Underworld, is doing routine trade protection after technocracy bombed the American economy after frying most of the electronics on the East Coast and losing one of the carrier strike forces. The nation diverted most of its funding to rebuild. That means no more patrolling missions, and most importantly, they are funding the COMG. One could say they are abandoning world policing. That is where technocracy decided to chip in. They have 9 spare airships. 7 of them were diverted to protect the trade routes, while the remaining 2 were protecting Ars Almadel Salomonis. But now it's back to full capacity, it could protect airships instead of needing protection. While Marcus doesn't quite care about trade in the world, it's a foreign concept to someone who makes everything himself. But, it's an excellent opportunity to gather battle data and observe human behavior patterns. Not that he needs his airships somewhere else. So why not gather positive PR and protect the economy from inflation and raising prices? Captain. A Singaporean-owned container ship has sent a distress signal at the Horn of Africa. Second in command said to the captain. Already? We only just arrived. Well, whatever. Put the ship to condition red and prepare to launch the Red Wing. The captain girl issued her commands with a serious tone. Sure enough, alarms started to blare throughout the vessel as the airship turned around and proceeded to fly at top speed to intercept the pirates who were planning to capture a container vessel. Less than 10 minutes later, the airship passed several large ships and noticed the container ship which sent the distress call. What they found were small boats circling a massive boat. The container ship was using water sprays to remove pirates who tried to board the vessel. It was quite a silly method in the eyes of technocracy. Aim the turrets at the small boats. Destroy them. The captain issued the command, and the gunners started to target. The turrets under the airship targeted the boats and proceeded to shoot. With automated assisting systems, the turrets quickly figured out speed and moving patterns. With a casual burst of compressed gravity, the boats and the water underneath the boats were incinerated by the graviton turrets or, more like, deatomized to nothing. Captain, some pirates boarded the ship as we speak. Aurora showed them a live broadcast from the side of the container ship. There is one of those small boats there. And some Somali pirates have boarded the ship. They had AK-47 assault rifles and short swords, the machete. Send out the assault knights. To think that they didn't run away after seeing the might of our technocracy and supreme commander. Understood. Sending orders. Aboard the container ship, a small group of Somali pirates were holding hostages, the majority of the crew. At the same time, other pirates were searching the vessel for more sailors. Even though they nearly pissed their pants seeing the floating spaceship. Yes, they think it's a spaceship. Technically, it can be considered a one. But Marcus hasn't classified it yet as it lacks faster-than-light traveling capability, so he still treats these as airships. Ack. Look at me. I am the captain now. Thin, bald, and scrawny pirate dressed in slippers, shorts and a cheap t-shirt pointed his fingers at the captain and then at himself. Declaring that he was the captain now. Why you think you can get away with this? That airship won't let this go. The captain said with a frown as the pirates tied his hands with a rope. It doesn't matter. We have you as hostage. They won't shoot. The pirate leader said in English with a very thick accent. But the guy jinxed himself as the next minute, one of the pirates, with a terrified look, dashed inside the bridge. Boss. The big spaceship released smaller spaceships which were flying towards us. The pirate said in his language at rapid speed. Fuck. Take the defensive position. We can't allow them to land. Take Musa and his boys and rain hell on those things. Are you sure? The second in command of the pirates was not that sure. Will their guns even work on those space guys? Yeah. Now go. But the leader sent them away anyway. With a nod, the guy rushed to collect the other boys and their guns. As he rushed to one side at that moment, the captain saw the look on the leader's face. He was terrified to the core. Snort. So much for a captain. The captain of the container ship snorted and commented sarcastically. Isn't that corridor leading to the storage area? One of the sailors commented with a confused tone. Yes. He is going to hide. As the tied-up sailors commented, the last remaining pirate looked at his running away boss nervously. What about him? He is to guard all the sailors. What about technocracy? Outside, Airship 11 launched 3 gunships, which proceeded to fly at the container ship, which at this moment was floating without direction. The gunship side doors opened mid-flight as assault knights jumped out and ignited their jetpacks. Mandalorian bounty hunters inspire their design. They have variable rifles which can switch between assault rifles, shotguns, and a sniper rifle. That's the primary weapon. But that is not all. They have weapons attached to their wristbands, like the steel wire or the darts. Then their armors are legitimate, gravity well. It makes them immune to damage to a certain point. For example, regular bullets won't touch them as the gravity well they have makes them move around them. Only large projectiles bypass the graviton armors they have. That's, of course, the outer layer. The armor is very durable even if the projectile passes through the gravity well protection. Regardless, the moment the pirates saw 3 squads of flying people approaching, they opened fire and started to shoot at them. Not that it did anything. Huh, what the fuck? The pirates, who used up an entire magazine of bullets, realized that not a single bullet touched those freaks. Before he can complain, one of the assault knights points its left wrist and shoots a steel wire. The wire wrapped around the feet of the pirate. With a casual pull, the pirate got yanked out from the ship. Before he can fly into the water, the knight shoots the other side of the wire at the handrails, making the pirate hang upside down. The pirates serve another purpose for the technocracy. They simply can't kill them just yet. So, other knights did a similar type of offense. They either knocked the pirates out or disarmed them and then knocked them out. The more terrified pirates tried to fight with machetes, but the knights used their armored hands to grab the short swords and break them. And no way. Fuck you, freaks. I'm out of here. The pirate who saw his machete get broken apart threw it away and began to run towards the handrails to jump out of the ship. But the knight pointed his wrist and shot the steel wire, catching the pirate by his legs. Another one ended up hanging upside down. Secure the ship. Look for more pirates. Roger. The leading assault knight instructed the subordinates. As they spread out, the leader knight contacted the airship. It was time to ask for instructions. Bring the pirates to the airship 11, we shall await the Supreme Commander's instructions. Orders understood. At that moment, the gunships finally arrived, and the remaining knights proceeded to take the terrified pirates into the transport vessels. And no. Let go of me. I want to be arrested by Americans. The pirate had no freaking what would happen to him. What kind of set of rules do these freaks follow? He is pretty sure they told to UN and Geneva treaties, fuck you. Not that their struggles meant anything, as the assault knights used more steel wires to coil them like cocoons. As the group were dealing with pirates on the top deck, the rest walked inside. Don't move. I will blast this one's head if you do. The only remaining pirate guarding the sailors pointed his AK-47 at the captain's head. There was no reaction from the knights as they looked at the group. However, their HUD was scanning the area and looking for solutions. Then, the next second, their left hands moved at absurd speed and shot the steel wires at the pirate. The guy didn't even realize what was going on. What? His hands and legs ended up tied up. Captain, any more of these on the ship? One of the knights asked as the other was already pulling the pirate outside. Assuming your group has dealt with the ones outside. There is one who went to hide in the lower container deck. Understood. Downloading schematics of this ship model. Downloading. The captain was confused. He didn't understand that their helmets were not some simple head protectors. Schematics understood. I shall let you all free. The knight walked over and casually ripped out all the ropes from the crew members. The sailors looked dumbfounded by how casual it was. They quickly inspected the ropes. They saw that they had burned away. They had no idea what happened, but this was the power of a gravity well. The concept of this was similar to how asteroids burn away when they enter Earth's atmosphere. That was no different, the only difference was that Earth moved and made the asteroid burn away. It was the other way around how it usually is. I am going to lower decks. You all can return to your duties. The knight proceeded to walk towards the corridor, which leads to lower decks. The sailors dumbly nodded as they slowly started to walk around. The leader of the pirates was sniveling in the lowest decks, bidding in a corner, trying to look as small as he could. No, this can't be happening. We attacked the ship when we knew the airship was hundreds of miles away. How did they arrive in less than 5 minutes? The bald pirate was having an existential crisis while reconsidering his life choices. But that moment, he turned stiff as he heard a sound. It was someone walking with metal shoes. The pirate paled as he was thinking what to do. The closer the sound was, the more skittish he was. But then it stopped. He left. The pirate heard nothing. Slowly, hope returned to him as he slowly moved from his position. He poked his head as he looked around. There was some light entering the lower decks as the calling was open. But then he felt someone grab his head and slam into a container. My gratitude for revealing yourself. The last thing he heard was an emotionless thank you. Back in Marcus Place, underground garage. Sirin smiled as she took an orb-like object. This thing was a portable camera she designed herself. It was similar to a floating eye with an antenna. She can use this to record for her blog. Or more like a YouTube channel. Blog creation looks tiresome. So, making videos for YouTube looks much more accessible, and the interface seems more newbie-friendly. That is why she created her account with Google and inspected what YouTube is all about. It turns out it's similar to what Kiana Kaslana used to check cat videos. From the looks of it looks fine to share her misery on this web page. That is right. Even as a Hershers, she has a limit to how much she can suffer living in this madness. So why not share it? Let them all feel what it means to live with a crazy scientist who dreams of the world, reality domination. After inspecting the orb, she turned it on and made it fly. Using technomancy of MTM and graviton tech, the orb can fly for as long as she wants. On top of that, she can access the orb with her psionic interface. Making it fly and pointing the lens at her, she started to record it. The red light of the recording was on. Hello, everyone. My name is Sirin, and from today onwards, I shall record my life with my creator and the men who brought me over from another reality. Yes, you heard it right. I am not originally from this place. Upon my death in another reality, a much darker one than this one, I crossed over to this place. Somehow, Marcus Goldman knew this, and somehow, he created an identical body for my soul to inhabit. Crazy, I know, but this is just the beginning. I never expected to live with a legitimate inventor. Anyway, I want to show you his garage since he is grounded, he can't be here. With a teasing voice, the golden orange-eyed girl made the camera spin around and showed Marcus' place. She showed the tuned car and the Gundam suits behind a glass wall. Then, the gun's shooting range, the living room and the kitchen. The technology utilized in these things is strange. It is some sort of atom manipulation. I have no clue how it works, but the microwave gives hot dishes, and the fridge can be used to create and store raw materials. For example, she made the camera float over and show the touch screen on the fridge. The girl showed before that the refrigerator was empty, and now she proceeded to create a bowl of strawberries. After a few seconds, he opened the fridge and took her strawberries. As you can see, the fridge created strawberries for me, the girl showed the bowl full of strawberries. Anyway, there are more places I can show, but for now, it will be enough for the first video. With the video done, she proceeded to edit it with Aurora's help. Artificial intelligence quickly uploaded it to YouTube. Sirin proceeded to laze around in the living room in the underground garage. She watched how the views started to increase. At first, the pace was moderate until it exploded. The video went viral. It only took a few minutes for her email inbox to get flooded by messages. These were government ones. *I have no interest in those. All I want is to share the madness of my life. After finishing her strawberries, she cleaned the bowl and put it away. She then proceeded to get back to the surface. Meanwhile, Sirin has no idea what kind of chaos she has unleashed. What she just did is the closest one could get to Marcus Goldman's private life. In fact, it is his private life. Sirin is his creation by all means and purposes. It's like a wife is sharing her life as a married couple. Something like that. Her video became the fastest growing video in history so far. Of course, some companies and governments want to talk to her about certain things. Sadly, Sirin is not interested in popularity. All she wants is to spread chaos. She is a Hershers, after all. One doesn't simply change one's core. She is a creature who destroys. In this situation, she destroys common sense. Holy shit. To think that this is how Marcus Goldman lives. One of the first comments popped up in the comments section. People who saw the video all over the world were jealous. They are jealous that he is making girls. Others were terrified because they understood the deeper ramifications of such an ability. Capitalists are petrified after seeing his atom manipulation in action. Of course, others don't believe what they see in the video. They still want to see Marcus being filmed by this girl. Maybe after that, they will believe that she is with him. When Sirin was in her room, she summoned her interface and checked the comments section. She saw a lot of exclamation marks. However, she didn't have a smirk. She thought she would get people petrified. But all she saw was entertained people. Whoa, look at her eyes. Her pupils are shaped like rhombus. That hoodie is so cute. Can I learn where you bought it? Damn, I never thought seeing a cute girl eating strawberries would have such a profound effect on me. Do you know where I can buy one of those guns? They look sick. Geez. That BMW looks so cool. To think that Marcus Goldman is a gamer. Those Gundams. Are they for sale? The more she read, the more she was annoyed. Stupid humans. Don't you realize that your doom is close? Sirin complained to herself. The girl can't believe how they are treating this video. But then she saw the comment, which made her snap. This is fake. I didn't see Marcus Goldman anywhere. This channel is Daily Life with Marcus Goldman, but I don't see him anywhere in this 15-minute video. Oh yeah. Let me break your world apart, asshole. Her orange golden eyes narrowed as she decided to post another video. With a casual look, she turned on her floating camera and proceeded to record. Hey, I am back with another video. This time, let me show you my room. Sirin made the camera float around. The room is plain. But the room's magic allows the walls and the ceiling to be anything she wants. As you can see, the room looks plain as I only moved in recently. But there is a catch with this room. The walls are tinted with crystalline substance, which allows them to do this. The girl summoned her holographic console commands and started to shift between landscapes. The technology behind this interferes with the color spectrum. Quite neat, but I don't understand half of it. She shrugged before walking to the wardrobe. This wardrobe here is the one responsible for making the hoodie, the one you guys mentioned. People of technocracy don't buy things. With the whole atom manipulation thing going on, Marcus created furniture, which makes creating things extremely easy. Sirin filmed the touch screen panel and showed her cat ear hoodie collection. Internally, she is very smug because Kiana would be jealous of her. Anyway, there is a funny story related to these wardrobes. Sirin moved the camera and filmed her face while explaining to everyone. Since Marcus got grounded, he could not access his stuff. So he hacked his wardrobe. It's hilarious. Let me show you. The Herschers proceeded to walk out of her room. The camera filmed the surroundings, the corridor and all of the sounds. The girl acted as if she was sneaking around. She passed several doors, arriving at a specific one. It had a radioactive sign hanging on it. The sign is Marcus' room, and underneath it is another with "Do not enter" words. After filming that, the girl then moved the camera to face her once more. She had a smug look on her face. Let's go. Her hand went on the handle and pushed it down. The moment the doors opened, music assaulted her ears. Sirin walked in. She used his nickname to capture his reaction to that nickname. What is it? Marcus, who was drawing something on his drawing board, moved his head and looked at her. He was lazing on his bed while drawing. On the ground, a golden lion was playing with a ball and trying to bite it. The ball is unique, as with Nemean lion teeth. It could easily chew through steel. I am making a video about my daily life in your household. I thought it would be an interesting experience. Her words made Marcus stop whatever he was doing and look at her with a curious look. Never in his life had he thought that Sirin, the Void Queen, the Herschers of the Void, the Honkai God, as she used to call herself, would start making videos. Well, this is amusing, so what can I do for the viewers? Marcus immediately decided to join the fun. Nothing major. I just want to know what you are designing in your room. She looked around. The room's walls were painted blue this time around, and her eyes eventually ended up on the shelf where her statue was. But then her eyes widened as there was another statue. She swiftly walked over there. Sirin picked up the statue and inspected it. The statue was of her, or more precisely Kiana, with a big red sword and a long cape, and her hairstyle was a ponytail. Herschers had never seen such a style of Kiana before. Is this form achieved after I died? A cold feeling washed her over. Does Marcus know what will happen after she is gone? Her eyes snapped at him as he looked at her. There was a knowing smile on his lips. He knows what she was thinking. To answer your question, I am designing spaceships. The inventor ignored her look and instead explained her original question. The girl frowned as she understood that he was doing this on purpose. So that's your plan? No worries, I have seen how easily you cave in. All I need is a specific moment. As Sirin thought about that, she placed the statue back in its place and instead proceeded to return to her filming. She focused on the drawing he was showing to her. Inspired by Star Wars Imperial Star Destroyer in shape, the ships will be around 1 kilometer long and over 300 meters tall at the highest point. Unlike the Star Destroyers, it won't have those big sticking-out bridges. The bridges will be part of the superstructure. As the Realitas tech, we won't need a bridge. He showed the warship in a 3D format. It would seem the engines are still missing. Are you planning something new for those? Sirin decided to add more fuel to the fire. She knows that Marcus loves talking about his creations. So why not allow him to talk about literal Star Destroyers? She wants all the viewers to feel despair. Yep. The OG thrusters I created in my early days when I created my Starscream squads and Deadless airships. Right, for the viewers, the Starscreams are my jet fighters, which are Transformers as well. Sirin, you can ask Aurora to add some footage. We do have databases for those. Marcus casually allowed Sirin to share never-before-seen footage of his warships and jet fighters. Great. I will add those. Herschers decided not to edit any of these parts. Instead, she will just add on the top. She will make that guy eat his words. Anyway, for thrusters, I think something related to magnetism or ion. A regular propellant is not that great for long-distance flight, so I am thinking something which goes beyond the norm to abuse the graviton tech I have. Then why not graviton-based thrusters? The white-haired girl randomly asked as she ended up sitting on his chair and spinning around. Graviton is already in use with the projectors. If there is another force so close to already existing, it could cause gravitational friction. Possibly creating a black hole after a failure. He explained with a thoughtful but indifferent tone. I see. Sirin grinned, hearing that she was enjoying Marcus' cooking. If he were a regular guy, such conversation would be just random weeb chatting, but this was the inventor who designed time travel in maths class. She will show the world how effortlessly this guy destroys her common sense. A Hershers like her, who is used to causing chaos effortlessly, is questioning her life choices. It's simple for this guy to come up with different types of world endings while lazing in his bed, eating chocolate cookies, and petting his lion pet. Anything else? Oh, right. It's a good time to advertise, so I will. Marcus swiftly saved the design and opened another one. This is an entertainment dome, I will open one in my town. In this place, one can self-insert into various scenarios, like a survival game in the Jurassic era. Or some medieval scenarios. Most importantly, I will release one particular game where I will invest a lot of time. So I suggest turning up for it when I will be released. The inventor showed a floating ball above ground with escalators going into it. It was a strange building even for Sirin. Great. I will want to see it, too. The Hershers agreed as she picked up the lion and decided to film the little monster. Internally, she was smirking. She won't be revealing supernatural. Not yet. The girl is letting people think that this is a mutated lion of some sort. She will reveal the real identity of this little monster at a random time. For now, let them get head over heels for this little thing. After filming the Nemean lion cub, she stopped the recording and proceeded to speak. Her curiosity cannot be contained anymore. She wants answers. So, what is that form of Kianicus Lana? Sirin asked in an inquisitive tone. She was trying to play it down. To make him feel that she is not that interested. Oh. Why would I tell you? You don't like Kiana, so you do not need to dig deeper into things like that. Marcus, of course, knew her angle and proceeded to play it down. I thought you would tell everything to your queen. Sirin started to guilt-trip him now. Yes, well, you are, but you don't appreciate my affection, so I am on a fence when it comes to this now. The golden orange-eyed girl frowned. It turns out Marcus is quite slippery. It's their third duel, and she is losing again. I could appreciate your affection, but I don't know if you have hidden motives with that affection. She was almost out of straws to reply. Even her current counter is shaky at best. Of course, I have hidden motives. I brought you to this world and gave you powers. Of course, I plan to take them away at the very last moment. Marcus replied with heavy sarcasm, which made Sirin blush, and even her ears turned red. She was embarrassed. I get it. Sheesh. Just tell me. She huffed and then puffed, acting like a little girl when things don't go her way. What for? If you want me to do this favor to you, I need compensation. The inventor placed his foot down. Geez. Fine. But first, let's go on a date. No more hold up in this room. She stood up from the chair and offered her hand. The girl wants him to come with her outside. Fine. Marcus is not the outside person, but since Sirin wants to, he will come out with her. As he got up from the bed, he placed all his stuff on the table and turned the music off. He then walked to the wardrobe. Oh, crap. I forgot to film this thing in action. As the pair are preparing for their date, the second video was soon uploaded to YouTube after Aurora did some editing. She added extra videos on airships and the Starscream fighter jets. It quickly exploded in viewers as Sirin's channel rapidly gained millions of subscribers. The AI, of course, took some minor liberties in editing the channel to make it look better. Based on all the previous changes to the interface menus on Sirin's console. Wow, this was quick. That's the second video in less than an hour. That's some insane processing power. Nah, it can't be. Though people wanted to argue, they could not, as Sirin replied to the question of the hoodie and even went to speak with Marcus. She did that because she saw the comments. Others who just want to be entertained commented about the lion. Damn. This guy even has a lion for a pet. Geez. No doubt he doesn't ask for permission. Yeah, right. And risk being nuked. Who would bother with such a guy? I mean, he is discussing building spaceships in his bed. All sorts of people flooded the comment section. In a way, they were giving ideas to Sirin about what to film next. Without even knowing, Sirin would become the most famous YouTuber. Chapter 90, Deciding the Fate of Honkai Over a Pizza. Marcus checked himself in the mirror. He had a thin jacket produced by the wardrobe. As he was doing that, Sirin giggled while checking the menu in the wardrobe. At the same time, she was filming the options available on the furniture. Look, you can even make a deadless airship from this. How hilarious is that? It will take months, if not years, to build it from parts produced by this wardrobe. The girl exclaimed while checking more content. Yeah, I didn't bother sorting through all the options. The inventor clarified why his wardrobe has so many options. I know. But this is funny. After shaking her head, she looked at him. The beauty took a step and got closer. She proceeded to fix up his collar. She was making him even more presentable. Good. We can go now. By this point, she turned off the camera and threw the ball away on his bed. She won't need it for a while. But then the lion decided that it would be his new chew toy. Hey. The girl swiftly grabbed it and didn't allow it to be chewed on. You need to train this little guy. The girl complained as she needed to push the golden lion away. It's not a dog, you don't just train felines. He said with an eye roll. Yet, you brainwashed it to be a household cat. She complained to him. I didn't brainwash, I adjusted it. Semantics. Not semantics. I suppressed certain traits while allowing others to flourish. I didn't turn it into a dog. It's still a cat. He explained to her as he made the lion float. With a hand motion, he sends it back to the lion's den. Sirin sighed in relief as she summoned her interface and checked if she had saved the schematics for her floating camera. Another sigh escaped from her lips as she was relieved that Aurora had saved the schematics. Even though she spent 15 minutes designing this orb, she doesn't want to lose it. She barely has any possessions, so even minor things make her possessive. Come. You can put that camera in your room. Just in case the lion decides to find it anyway. All right. Sirin agreed with his suggestion. The pair then left the room, and the white-haired girl swiftly went to her room and placed the orb in the wardrobe, just in case. Marcus smiled, seeing how she was treating her possessions. As a collector and inventor, he treats his items similarly. While he does want his enemies to destroy his fighting assets, part of him doesn't want to lose those as they are his items. It's a thin line of necessary sacrifice and greed. Maybe that is why his first warship could tank gods. As they descended to the lower floor, the pair walked towards the main doors. Where are you two going? Rose asked the pair as she noticed them dressed up for outside. I am taking Marcus to breathe some fresh air. Great. Make sure my boy shows the town properly to you. With a wink, the inventor's mother motioned for them to get going. Sirin slightly blushes as there is a strange understanding between those two. As the pair left the house, he looked at her. Any suggestions on what you want to see? Marcus asked her. Not really. Anything is fine. You do realize that as Hersher's personality, I barely have any experience exploring and seeing things. She brushed her hair as she explained things to him. I was created for pure destruction. No other purpose Honkai designed for me. She said this with slightly narrowed eyes. The girl was angry at that realization. It is strange, considering she was out of Honkai's influence, so she saw the world from outside the box, as they say. This outlook was a new perspective for the girl. She has been seeing a bunch of new things, especially since she has been living with a weeb being who achieved crazy things. Then it's a good thing you are here. Marcus grabbed her hand and pulled her closer to himself. In this world, my Sirin is a queen, and no one changes that. He whispered to her. The girl's golden orange eyes widened for a second. A deep blush appeared on her cheeks. In that case, you need to tell me what that form of Kiana Kaslana is. She smoothly controlled her blush as she mentally focused on the curiosity which she wanted to satisfy. Oh. Is that why you pulled me out of my room? He changed the theme of conversation as swiftly as she did. Of course not. I am simply playing my part. In truth, it should be you who takes me from our house. I did say I want to date you before I join your harem. She said the last part while looking away. How are those connected? You want to know the form, but what does this date have to do with anything? Marcus asked her with a teasing voice. Oh, he knows the game, but he is pretending to be clueless. The inventor wants to see that blushing and stuttering face of the almighty Void Queen. Let's go. She proceeded to pull him towards the main road. Amusingly, he realized that she knew where she was going. Did the beauty prepare for this beforehand? Well, he will watch and see. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pond, aka on the other side of the Atlantic. It's probably the first time in history that people in the Pentagon are discussing a YouTube video. Especially the top brass is the ones who start the discussion. Does anyone want to say anything about the fact that a teen in his garage the secretary air quoted the garage part, harnessed gravity itself? How do those turrets shoot gravity? He showed everyone pictures taken by people when the airships opened fire on pirates. Those cannons rip through literally everything. And there are a bunch of those. Not only does he have clones, infinite energy, and robots, but now he has gravity. We were considering a last stand. This last stand will be nothing more like a repeat of what happened to native Indians and Aztecs when the Spanish and British first arrived on this continent. We are going to be slaughtered by that army like pigs on a conveyor belt, And this is me not considering that freak gun in space. The secretary finished his rant. People noticed that he had more gray hair now. It would seem Marcus Goldman is the bogeyman of their country by this point. Ahem. Sir, you forgot a crucial thing. That boy is the successor to the men biblical God taught. It's not a surprise that with his intelligence, he unlocked secrets of atom manipulation. One of the officers remembered this, which made the secretary grimace. I tried to forget that. The people around the large table looked at each other. It would seem the man is denying reality by this point. Regardless, we have other issues. Which is? The videos are giving people a different take on Marcus Goldman. I have heard rumors from agencies that smaller countries consider capitulating to technocracy. The officials and politicians looked shell-shocked to hear that. But it only lasted a second or two as they weighed the options. To think that people give up their pride and freedom. The Secretary of Defense bitterly commented. The deal is not that bad. He has the technology to give energy and things for free. The world's food and energy issues would cease to exist. All he needs to do is say a word. Yes. But we don't know the price. With his flippant behavior, he can easily take everything away. Indeed. But we need to consider that it is something he created. So it belongs to him. True. The secretary had to agree. But then there was another thing as the official tried to smooth out the circumstances. Sir. Another thing. After a moment of silence, he finally decided to breach the subject. Say it. No need to mince the words. Of course. It's just that even China and Russia have that on their cards. Everyone turned stiff as they looked at the intelligence officer. Impossible. Those are the most annoying and proud nations. How would they consider surrendering? Not now. No, they are waiting. This YouTube channel is the key. Oh. I see. They are looking for a hook. The secretary immediately understood what was going on. It's not a surprise. Both countries are dictatorships, those kinds of nations flock to each other when a common goal and enemy appear. In this case, they can't win no matter what. So they will leave it to a YouTube channel to figure out how to maneuver around Marcus Goldman. But then the Secretary of Defense had a look of realization. Of course. Gifts. He clenched his fist as the man felt like he had solved the formula of eternal life. Like how in ancient times rulers would gift other rulers all sorts of things. Marcus Goldman is no different. He is still a teenager. The politician smiled as he recalled those two videos. He had a car, a suit of those robots under a glass wall and small statues in his room. Everything is falling into place. I need to speak with the president. The meeting is over. Just like that, he left the meeting without saying a word. The rest of them were confused as hell. So, did we get the budget to rebuild the carrier group? The officials looked confused. Beats me. Back with Marcus. How does it feel to be a celebrity? Sirin asked Marcus as they had just passed the main bridge and entered the town center. There are quite a few people who are looking at the pair. You think it's only me? I am certain that people are looking at you as well. The inventor noticed that people were whispering about her, too. It would seem her channel, which only appeared a couple of hours ago, went viral faster than fire in a dry forest. Whatever. It's not like I am a big shot. You are the one who builds all the stuff. The girl replied with an annoyed tone. She doesn't want fame. She wants to spread misery. That is right. The only reason she made that channel is to make sure people experience his madness firsthand. Hee hee. You are adorable when you get all annoyed like that. He used his other hand to poke her cheek. His actions caused her to move her head in the opposite direction. There is no way she will allow him to do that in public. She still needs to keep her image. Not that the world knows what is a hers. But this was where Marcus decided to wave the info in front of her. That form you want to know is called Flame Scion. The moment he said that, she snapped her gaze back at him. How did she do it? Oh. Why would I tell it all at once? He teased her as there was a smirk on his lips. You. She frowned and looked away from him as she wanted to move away from him, but he was holding her hand. Relax, we are almost there. We should go and get some pizza. He mentioned that as he looked around at the main crossroads as the center of the town. He can't remember the last time he was in this area of the town. As they say, he rarely passes the river to reach this area. Well, technically, he crosses the river a lot as he has his trains, but he never does it on the surface. Fine. But you are buying. I have no money. She huffed at him. Of course. As the owner of Goldman Industries, I have cash, I think. Wait. Did Latia even give me a debit card? He pulled out his brand new wallet and inspected the content for the first time. He noticed a thick amount of 100 notes of euros and 2 cards, a golden credit card and a black debit card. I guess I do have money. Yeah. That's a lot of papers. Anyway, show me where this pizzeria is. Sirin poked her head to see the contents of his wallet. It turns out that even without his technocracy, he is loaded. Right. Marcus took her towards the road crossing. They waited for that green light. Void Queen behaved quite elegantly in these circumstances, considering her empress attitude. But then the inventor recalled that she had Kiana's memories, and Kiana was part of Japan or the Far East as they call it. Over there the traffic system is strict. People can't cross the street on red even without cars. After crossing to the other side, the pair turned to the right on one of the old streets. By old, this street is around 800 years old. The city still uses a section of stones on the main road to point out the oldest part of the town. Quite an interesting way to pay respect to the past. Around 10 minutes later, they arrived at the refurbished building. Feels old. The first thing Sirin said was that she was gazing at the 18th century building. Because it is old. Suppose my research on this place is right. Then, this used to be a stone barn ages ago. But it was kept refurbished through the ages, and now it was modernized by the company that runs this pizzeria joint. On top of that, the inside is spacious enough. Fine. I am hungry, and I don't care about the details. Your Kiana side is showing. Marcus internally snorted at how that personality was leaking out from her. As the pair got inside, the smell of food assaulted them. Several TVs showed basketball, the second religion of the Lithuanian people. Even Marcus is not immune to that. He remembers a couple of critical basketball matches over the sea of memories of cars, AIs, software designs, and car engines. His trip over memory lane ended with the waitress standing there petrified. A table for 2. The inventor snapped her out of her petrification. All right. She swiftly replied and looked around, finding a table for 2. Please follow me. The pair followed her, ending up sitting in comfortable cushioned seats. I will bring the menu shortly. The waitress has dashed away. Well, well. You have terrified that girl. Sirin chuckled as she took a small menu of drinks from the table and inspected the contents. She immediately frowned when she saw only alcohol on the menu. Ugh. I know. Ignore that. There are soft drink choices on the menu. Marcus knew why she was grimacing like that. Of course, he ignored her comment on terrifying the girl. Right. She then looked at the other side of the small menu. This looks better. It has desserts. Her shurs started too small as she saw shortcakes, ice creams and other things which would attract the attention of a sweet tooth. Though, the pair didn't need to wait long as a pair of large books arrived for them. For a second, the golden orange-eyed girl looked at the menu with trepidation. How is she supposed to choose one thing from this many pages? She could order several, but she doesn't want to look like a glutton. Sirin is not Kiana, after all. Regardless, the pair opened the books and proceeded to look. When she noticed the content, she hissed at him for confusing her. This ain't pizzeria. It's a restaurant. No. The core of this place is pizzeria. As you can see, the dominant food is pizza. But since this is a small town, selling only pizza is not profitable enough. So they are selling national dishes and mainstream stuff like chicken and pork steaks. Marcus smoothly explained to her. His explanation didn't help her that much. Regardless, she found the pages where pizza starts, which is at the front of the menu. What is with the leather covers? She asked randomly. To save it from wear and tear. Oh, from my place, it was all digital. This is my first time holding a menu as a physical thing. She casually commented, not wanting to pass as a countryside bumpkin. You don't need to tell me that. I can pass as clueless, too, if you haven't realized yet. I prefer living in my fortress called home. Yes, but what about your previous life? Sirin asked him, then she wondered if he had a lover or a wife, or kids. Her eyes started to spin as her mind began to descend into a gutter. Ha! That expression. I could say this life Serafal corrupted me. Usually, I wouldn't abuse my powers to make girls, but she turned me into a devil. Not in a physical sense but mental. If you want something, just follow your greed. Though I am sure she is regretting doing all that. Marcus chuckled as he recalled watching a video where his knights opened fire on the last remaining Satan aboard her airship. Wait, so? She needed a minute to process what he said. With all your crazy intelligence. You never had a wife or kids? She squeaked her question. Snort. Of course not. Some wanted to touch my sugar. It sounded weird, but Sirin understood what he meant by sugar. It meant his wealth. But my natural weeb mentally and love for 2D made me weary of them. He shrugged without care. His words made her deadpan at him. But then she recalled how he acted around Enterprise, Quinella, and Guyana. Something inside of her clicked. Those girls were 2D in his previous life. They were human creations, to begin with. Wait then. Once again, her reality started to spin around her. What about my reality? How did he know about it? How does he know the future? Her whole body trembled. She went on memory lane from the perspective of entertainment. Her world would make an incredible drama with sexy girls. Damn. Haven't you questioned the idea that we might be in a story of some sort, too? Sirin randomly questioned him. Even if we are, what of it? I am a scientist and inventor. If I flinched in front of every single bad thing, I would still be fixing my BMW in the garage. He scoffed. He already realized that she figured out how the multiverse works. That's how multiverse is. It's a cycle. I guess you realize that your Honkai world is from a game, which is true. But it's just a single world from a much bigger multiverse. A world in a specific multiverse in an even bigger multiverse. I am pretty sure there exists another version of me who is speaking with Kiana right now instead of you. That is why you should not bother with such minor details. Sirin slowly closed her eyes before snorting as well. When you put it down with such confidence, I have no comebacks. Fine, so it is a game. I suppose I was just an arc villain then. The girl proceeded to question him. I would say arc villain and clutch for character development. He clarified to her as his eyes went to the pizza choices. You can select the sizes. The thick crust pizza can be chosen as slices, while the thin crust comes in inches. Then, randomly, he explained about the pizzas. So thick one I can order half, while thin ones come as full pizzas, but the radius is smaller. For a second, she forgot her circumstances and instead looked through the menu. She decided to get the pizza out of the way and then discuss her part in the story. Now, she truly wants to beat up Kiana. Damn the story. Hell, let Marcus bring her over so that she could waste that main character. I guess I will go with thin crust pepperoni. The girl tried not to sound gluttonous, so she went with moderation. Great. Then let us order. Marcus motioned for the waitress to come over. Like a missile, she was standing in front of them. For my darling, she wants the thin crust double pepperoni with cheese. While I want the thick crust loaded edition, all of it. All of it. The waitress needed to double-check what he was ordering. Yes. And Coke for us both. All right. The girl swiftly went to the kitchen while Sirin looked at him weirdly. She checked this loaded pizza. It had everything on it: ham, pepperoni, mushrooms, several types of cheese, sausages, and a load of vegetables. It was simple, take everything from the fridge and put it on a patty, kind of pizza. He saw her gaze and looked at her with a questioning look. What? I came here to eat. If you are hungry, you can order a big one, too. Hearing his answer made her massage her forehead. Here she was, trying to act proper, but this guy just pulled out a sledgehammer and broke it to pieces. Whatever, I am not Kiana. I won't fall. Steeling herself, Sirin took a deep breath and decided to grill him more for answers. Back to the multiverse. So what is this form of Kiana? She asked with crossed arms as she leaned into her cushioned chair. Fine. Since you are dying to know, I will answer your question. It is called Flame Scion. It's a form created from several Hersher's cores. Gameplay-wise, she deals a lot of damage but, at the same time, damages herself. His answer made her stop for a bit. His transitioning to game made her aimless for a second. The line between reality and game for him doesn't exist when it comes to her place. It made her speechless. So it's her Hersher's form. Not something she inherited from the real Sirin. Yep. She wields both void and fire. Marcus explained to her as the waitress brought their cokes. The Hershers looked at the drink he ordered for her without even asking her opinion. I see. So what is Honkai? The Void Queen asked the burning questions. She died without even learning the truth. It's a force to counter growth. Without it, life could grow unchallenged. A bud of it exists on the moon. It's where Kiana sealed herself with 99.99% of Honkai energy. The rest of Honkai used to power the tech since it became inseparable and necessary for human growth. That's it. Sirin ended up disappointed for some reason. She expected more. I would say it works like a rigorous father, the Asian ones. A failure in exams will mean death. Marcus chuckled at the dark joke, which, in a way, was true, at least for him. While he was laughing, Sirin deflated. She expected something grander, but Kiana sealed it away on the moon. That's it. For some reason, she's feeling cheated. In that case, we could visit the moon and take it for ourselves, no. If that doofus sealed it. It would be a piece of cake for technocracy. Sirin would not give credit to Kiana, more like if that blockhead could do it, they could do it even better. That is true. I suppose you want your closure. Marcus realized why Sirin was keen on having her answers even after dying. Without a doubt. And I want you to help me. There was no hesitation on the inventor's side. He simply nodded. If this is what you want, we shall do what needs to be done. He agreed without wasting a second. Just like that, the fate of Honkai has been decided over a pizza in a small-town pizzeria. When the waitress brought Marcus pizza. This pizza disgusted Sirin just by looking at it. She had never seen such a monstrosity in her life. I believe Italians will rebel against you no matter what kind of force you have. The Herschers commented on the fat pancake in front of her. Come on. It's a dish for hungry people. As he said that, he proceeded to pour sauce on it. That action made the girl's eyebrows twitch. You are a monster. For the first time in her life, she found out what a real monster looks like. She had seen him make proper pizza before, but now she saw the other side of the coin. The sheer lengths he can go to get a full stomach. Thanks. You are adorable as well. He ignored her comment. Instead, he praised her. His praise didn't mean a thing when she saw that slice of pizza full of sauce. Next day. The group were back at school. Marcus was quite excited for today. He finally got some pictures of Venus and Mercury. The probes are already in the orbits, and with Ars Almadel Salamoni's improved tech, the transmission speed is even faster. 2 days from now, he will have his first pictures of Mars, and in another 2 more, he will have photos of Jupiter. Just for this, he created a custom laptop so that he could use it in school. He decided to design based on the Acer Predator series. But instead of being Acer, he went with the actual Predator, using its head as a symbol. He decided on that because it looks cool. Nothing more, nothing less. Do you think it's a good idea to get a laptop for class? Sirin asked with an amused tone. She knows his homeroom teacher, and she no doubt will complain to Marcus' mother. No problem. I will only use my laptop between classes. He explained, and then he remembered something. More importantly, Athena got the maths job. I will finally see her in a professional suit. Marcus directed the attention to more important things. Perv. But it's quite something to learn maths from a wisdom goddess. Is there some magical effect when you learn from a god like that? The Herschers asked him curiously. I suppose there is a chance to create great characters. Semi-heroes? I don't know. It's good potential for an experiment, now that you mentioned. HNNN. Sirin nodded aimlessly. She was still baffled that Marcus didn't do anything to her after the date. To think that Guyana was right. The Herschers was slightly sour. She thought that as one of his creations, she would have an edge, and he would push her down. But now she needs to go on offense herself. It feels like a loss to her. But on the better side. At least I know that I have the full might of technocracy. She can't wait to see Kiana Kaslana's face when she returns with a massive armada which can block the sun and turn day into night. Cast a shadow so dark people will question the day and night cycles. All her muddiness disappeared as she imagined that girl's expression. Someone sure is happy, Enterprise commented as she saw Sirin's smug smile. The aircraft carrier is wondering if the whole date thing was that good. Now she wants to go on one. The Herschers wonders what they are on about. Yeah, I want to. And I am considered the original. Quinella commented with a frown as well. I had semi-1 when we were traveling in the submarine. Guyana added her 2 pieces. I wouldn't mind a proper one. The Dragoness added some more. I would join as well if the Admiral would want. Tirpitz softly added her 2 bits. What is going on? What are they talking about? The Void Queen was confused. Eventually, the group arrived at the school. Marcus noticed quite a bit of foreigners. He never expected to see some in his rural town. But then he could guess that his umbrella was the best. Well, let's see how many of them will save themselves before the fateful day. One could say Marcus is giving a period of grace before the hammer descents. As they were walking, some students were whispering about Sirin. The golden orange-eyed girl's lips twitched as she could hear everyone talking about her as if she were a celebrity. He. I wonder how long it will take before people ask for your autograph. Marcus teased her. What are you two talking about? Quinella chipped in as she noticed the whispering, too. Sirin is a YouTuber. The inventor revealed without beating around the bush. Ah. Since when? The assistant, with a confused tone, asked. This news was the first time she had heard about that. Since yesterday. With raised eyebrows, Quinella checked her HUD and saw only 2 videos on Sirin's channels, but both videos have over 100 million views combined. And the number is rapidly growing alongside those subscribers. All she does is show our place. That's boring. The girl frowned as she dismissed the HUD and shook her head. Why would it be that interesting? Regardless, the group arrived at the first class, which was history. Marcus was paying extra attention to his favorite classes. Well, his curiosity is moving towards if he wants to visit these places once he gets the time travel all fixed up and ready for proper use. Maybe guided tours with some cloak of invisibility, a stray idea popped into his mind. But he brushed it aside for now. Instead, he decided to solve some equations on dimension traveling. He needed to start thinking about how to invade Honkai's world. Speaking of Honkai, I need Latia to show me the lands I own. I need to place that entertainment dome. As he was thinking about that, the teacher walked into the classroom and started the class. That was the third day in a row that Marcus was attending all of his classes. One could say that teachers are surprised that he is playing along to this kind of level. Chapter 91, Athena, the math teacher. Whoa. It looks like the planet is cooking. Yeah. Check the layer of the atmosphere. The students who will be doing presentations for Venus and Mercury swarmed around the pictures Marcus brought to them. After dropping the pictures, he returned to his drawings. At this moment, he plans to introduce two warships to his armada, the main Star Destroyer and the support vessel for the Star Destroyer. The support vessels will be something akin to a torpedo or missile carriers. Fast and dish damage from a distance. But then I need some kind of vessel for close range. Star Destroyers are the capital ships, and Daedalus-class assault carriers will be upgraded and used for launching fighters and Gundams in the future. That means I need something like a fast-moving and average-size interceptor. It would have a thick hull with tough armor and many turrets. The shape will be a dagger because it can concentrate firepower. Broadside exchange will happen regardless, so turrets on the sides will also be added. It only leaves hangars, which will be only 2. For size, it will be half the size of Star Destroyer, around 500 meters. Marcus then realized an issue. Daedalus class needs to be altered in some way for an assault carrier to be that small. Well, it doesn't sit right for him. I suppose I could relegate the original size ones to construction support. At the same time, the upgraded version could be altered into a proper carrier unit. The inventor proceeded to write down his ideas. Star Destroyer, capital ship plus carrier plus 3 catapult decks, at least 150 turrets and 4 missile launch tubes. Preferred size, around 1 to 1.2 kilometers long. Interceptor, name, Minotaur class, around 500 meters long thick armor/hull type, fast-moving anti-fighter turrets. 2 small hangars for minimal support. Missile frigate, name, Cerberus class, around 400 meters long, loaded with long-range weaponry like graviton cannon and missile tubes, minimal protection. Support carrier, Daedalus Mark II class, around 400 meters equipped with a catapult deck for mobile suits and Starscream fighters. Basic defensive capabilities. Maybe add a comms tower for long-range communications. Marcus writes down the ideas before starting to add more to them. He still needs to come up with the name for the main capital ships. Wait. Do I truly want to have a basic Star Destroyer for myself? I mean, this is for the long term. Nothing like Daedalus, which I developed half asleep. With a frown, he proceeded to add one more type on top of them all. Solomon class, Super Star Destroyer, 4 catapult decks plus graviton cannon, primary weapon, plus 400 turret plus 200 anti-fighter turrets, 8 missile tubes. Approximate size is around 5 to 7 kilometers. Of course, we will have rhombus-style reactor support. Massive assembly lines and GAT barracks alongside TAMI workshop. The inventor smirked as he realized this would be like his mobile garage. I can use this until my Saturn's garage is complete. That's one evil smile you got there, Marcus. Sirin looked at him with a somewhat awkward expression. Some of his classmates had similar expressions. Solomon's successor remembered that he was in the classroom. Don't mind me. I was thinking about a mobile garage. The inventor waved his hand as if telling people to forget about him. As if. That kind of request is the hardest to ignore, considering what type of crazy stuff he can pull out of the blue. None of the classmates simply forgot. Instead, they got even more curious. Not that Marcus will tell anyone except his girls, as he is not ready to reveal this stuff. After all, no creator loves to show their alpha stage products. School ring. Finally. Math class. Time to see what my Athena looks like as a schoolteacher. The inventor closed his notebook and proceeded to pay attention. The rest followed his lead and did the same. They are wondering who this new teacher is. They haven't heard many details. A few seconds later, everyone's eyes perked up as they saw hot 20+ years looking hot beauty. This teacher has sharp glasses and silver eyes. Her brown hair is combed into a short ponytail. From today forward, I am your maths teacher for this year, she said seriously. People started whispering among themselves. They wonder why only 1 year. What they know is that to keep the curriculum stable and make sure there are no gaps in education, the teachers remain the same for many years. They had the same teacher since they entered high school. Why only this year? One of the girls asked Athena. Because I don't know how long I will work in this job, the brown-haired goddess explained plainly. She wasn't hiding that this would be a temporary job. Is there a reason for this short-term work? The students have experienced something like this before. They had an interim English teacher before. Marcus even recalled it. It was his sister's ex-classmate. She is here because of me. As my fiancée, she wants to keep a close eye on what I do. Marcus said with a bored tone. He doesn't want to play around the bush. So he told the truth. Athena's reaction was to push her glasses up as she stared at him with an annoyed look. This reveal will be a trouble for her. What? You engaged to a hot maths teacher. For some guys, this was more impressive than his high-tech empire. And no way. Not even teachers are safe. This is not fair. A row behind, Marcus Sirin was snickering. It's only a matter of time before there is a reveal. Wait. Can I use my HUD to record this? With an emphatic realization, the Hershers girl started checking the settings. After a quick check, she started recording with her eyes. The girl realized that her HUD was a legit computer. She can even edit videos she takes. Hershers of reason much. Part of her felt that she was encroaching on Bronia's territory. I wonder if I can record my thoughts too. Like commenting. For a second, she stopped recording and made some alterations. Sirin. After a few moments of testing, Sirin proceeded to be a commentator. Many are probably wondering why everyone is so distressed in my class at this very moment. The girl took a shoot of everyone complaining out loud that Marcus' fiancé is a legit Wanisama. Enough. Or should I start giving away marks for disturbing my class? Athena threatened as she showed the red pen. It was the infamous red pen. Even Sirin trembled as she had Kiana's memories. It was the same pen used for marking and writing down marks. Everyone calmed down immediately. As you can see, this brown-haired woman is Marcus Goldman's fiancée. For someone to have his attention, one should have some sort of high talent or background. Well, she has both. The woman in front of us is Athena. That is right. I don't need to explain who is Athena. A couple of pictures are enough for people to grasp. The girl showed a couple of statues found in Athens and on clay pots. If you are wondering what it means, I am pretty sure you came to the same conclusion. A Greek goddess of wisdom, warfare, and handicraft, the patron goddess of Athens, is teaching this class. Sirin even added background music from a movie, as if it was a big reveal. Since we are revealing supernatural things, I should tell you about maids, alliances, and wars he has waged on the supernatural side. The Void Queen named and showed short clips and pictures of Marcus' maids and other things. Midway, the girl realized she had more stuff to bring fear and despair. She has her memories of the war and all the footage collected by technocracy. I suppose this is a perk from living with a data-gathering freak. The girl realized that she had months' worth of footage from all the carriers, spider walkers, XC-M1 suits, Starscream jets and so on. Even more, data popped up when she realized she could access footage from all the nights. Before she even realized the maths class was over. I guess it's over. The girl used the rest of the classes to prepare another 10-minute video. With her sarcastic commentary, of course. When she released the video, it was about time to go home. Meanwhile, people were patiently waiting for another update from their favorite YouTuber. When she released the video, millions of people immediately started to watch. Unlike the previous two videos, this one was strange. The camera angle and the voice sounded unique. However, they quickly realized why. Sirin filmed the whole thing with her eyes and the commentary was her thoughts. Not that they could comment, as the content made everyone go bonkers. Who in right mind reveals the supernatural in the middle of a goddamn maths class? But the repercussions were chaos-inducing. People could potentially revolt and strike again. Or something like that. But does it matter anymore? People have been on the streets daily. Nothing is changing. Adding a supernatural reveal on the top doesn't have the same effect. Even the reveal of a large space gun barely fazed the population. The only ones who felt something were those on the chopping block called elections. Called it. I fucking called it. I knew it. One of the agents in the meeting roared at the TV screen. He looked like someone who didn't sleep for a couple of days. He had unkempt hair and a beard. They were watching the new video the moment it came out. Mind you, there is around 6 to 8 hours time difference between East Europe and the East Coast. So they are watching this video around 6 in the morning. Many of them had no time to sleep. They had been strategizing for days about how to survive and ensure the survival of their jobs and country because time was ticking. It doesn't help that Marcus treats them like a joke. The so-called world conqueror made fools of them by attending school like it's the most common thing in the goddamn world. You knew what? I knew something was odd with Greeks. Those buggers never tell anything which is happening in their lands. But then a freaking airships enter their airspace. They do something and leave. It turns out Marcus fucking Goldman conquered the afterlife when we were scratching our asses. The agent has lost it. They finally got some intel on the supernatural side of things. But it only brings more despair. The inventor has Norse and Greeks under his thumb. That makes 3 pantheons in total. It's not like we can do anything. We need to discuss with him. Open some sort of dialogue. Another one said the same thing he had been saying for days. Damn. Like he cares. He slammed his hand on the table. Then what do you suggest we do? Nuke him. He has a fucking quantum computer. Once again, bickering started between hardcore patriots and more diplomatic agents as they all were losing their marbles. Enough. We won't be doing anything. The Minister of Defense had enough. His loud voice caused everyone to look at him. We will simply observe until we have enough intelligence to act. This girl, whatever her goal, is helping us. Everyone started to whisper among themselves. With a new objective in mind, everyone felt better already. We need to keep the doors open as long as we can. Building a spaceship to colonize another planet won't happen in a single year. The minister's one concern was living long enough for the ship to be finished and ready for launch. Back to Sirin. The white-haired girl checked out the comments on her new video. Not surprising. I am not even shocked anymore. I am more interested in this HUD feature. Are these for sale? Does that mean if I pray to a hot goddess she will hear my voice? The reply to this one was, control your horny dude. However, the Hershers was not happy with the reactions to the supernatural. It would seem people had already adjusted to the crazy. It makes her goal of bringing despair that much harder. In that case, I can focus on jealousy. Part of her was not happy with this. Making people jealous is easy. Marcus has a lot of tools to make people feel that emotion. Unless I feed so much jealousy that people die from inside out. She recalled that such an outcome is possible. Just feed that person with bitterness until he dies from inside. As the group walked back, a blue BMW drove over. The window lowered, revealing Marcus' father, Roland. Mark. Your good uncle found something in the scrapyard. I think you want to see it. The older Goldman said with a grin. At that moment, the inventor had a look of realization. He recalled something, or more like remembered something. Let's go. Marcus swiftly got in the passenger seat. However, the issue was that the car had not enough seats for all the girls. I'm sorry, girls, but some of you will have to go home, Roland said with a sigh. It's fine. Tirpitz and I can go home. Enterprise said with a small smile. It's a natural dislike for a warship to be in a small moving box like a car. I agree, we will return on our own. The battleship said with an agreeing nod. Quinella, Guyuna, and Sirin ended up taking the back. You 3 know we are going to a car scrapyard. Marcus reminded them with a sigh. He might have created these gorgeous specimens, but they do not need to visit such a manly place. It's fine for me, I am collecting content for another video. Sirin swiftly told her reasons. And I am Marcus' assistant. The platinum-haired AI-turned-girl clarified her position. And I wish to see Master in his natural environment, the Dragoness said bluntly. Her response caused Roland to laugh. It sounded like Marcus was some sort of animal required to be observed in a forest or jungle. That laughter caused her to get self-conscious. Regardless, the group proceeded to drive towards the town's outskirts, where large buildings and hangars were located. The ladies already noticed that the road quality here had dropped considerably. It was so bad that Marcus' father needed to drive around carefully, as the puddles were deep enough to damage the car's suspension if they drove through them. It was obvious that no one cared about this part of the town. The trip didn't last long, as they arrived at a car parking lot. All sorts of cars were parked here. One would think this place was a supermarket, but they were far from it. These cars belonged to people working here, and it was quite a bit. This place was the biggest scrapyard in this part of the district. The owner of this place was Marcus' uncle, the very same uncle who sold Marcus' father the totaled BMW. The very same BMW, which can now break dance and be part of the Transformers cast, if need be. In his past life, Marcus visited this place often. He would buy cheap parts and even totaled cars, which he would fix, tune up, and then sell. That was until he went abroad to Germany. He was excited because there was a chance he would finally get his second car. With all the war nonsense, he completely forgot about his baby. The group left the vehicle once the car arrived at its employee spot. Being part of the family, people have perks like parking the car close to the entrance. Follow me, son. Marcus, like a good son, followed his father. First, they passed a special bridge that weights scrap metal deliveries which passes through. Such a bridge is because people are getting paid for the weight they bring. But this is for scrap metal. Such a thing is the last thing Marcus would be interested in. No, they passed it through and walked deeper into the scrapyard. Quinella grimaced, seeing oil puddles and carcasses of kitchen furniture, such as fridges, cookers, and microwaves. The sounds of metal being cut are everywhere. In the distance, a big smelter melts metal inside an old building. This building looked abandoned, and the missing windows only added to that. Before arriving at where Marcus' uncle stores old cars, they pass several mountains of metal scraps. Marcus could see some Audi, Mercedes, Peugeot, and other cars from the 90s. It was like a time machine for the inventor when he saw these cars. Those are some old cars. Ha! I was driving one just a couple of years ago. Roland snorted when his son said that. With his tech, he can easily make these cars last forever. Marcus didn't comment anymore. He sounded like an ass. Anyway, follow me. These are not the ones we came to see. Roland motioned to continue following him. The inventor nodded as they continued to walk deeper, entering a hangar with piles of cars, skeletons, well, more like the frames of cars. Mark. A familiar voice of Marcus' uncle got his attention. The man was oily and dressed in torn black clothes. He wore an old Chicago Bulls hat, the same hat from the 1990s. The inventor's lips twitched when he saw the hat, which was almost as old as his current biological body. His uncle greeted his father before walking over to the inventor. Uncle, I heard you had something for me. The pair's hands shook. Marcus ignored the oily hand. He kind of got nostalgic just from getting oil on his hand. Yes. Come here, I uncovered it by accident. I honestly forgot that it was here. I got it in the early 1990s. The trio walked away and ignored the girls. Quinella and Sirin were baffled by Marcus' uncle's behavior. Is it just me, or is his whole family just weird? Sirin commented after seeing this. The girl even briefly forgot that she was filming the whole thing. Yeah. Even the AI-turned-girl agreed. I would say he is smart, as he would ask our emperor at the right time. Only Guyuna, not clouded by their pride, could see through this act. He is, after all, Marcus' mother's brother. He built this place even while pursuing his hobbies, just like our emperor. He knows when to ask. Guyuna explained with crossed arms. I suppose you are right. Quinella slowly nodded. She had noticed that Marcus' mother could be manipulative, just like her son. As the trio discussed the extended Goldman family, the trio of males arrived at the specific car frame. Holy! Roland didn't know the specifics before arriving here, so he was also surprised to see it. Yeah, do you know how rare this one is on this side of the pond? Getting one before 1991 was already impossible. Even then, this model was close to 30 years old. What they were discussing was a 1966 Mustang GT. Well, a frame of it. I am more interested in how one ended here in the first place, Marcus chipped in as his hand stroked the frame. The inventor recalled how he had made this car all red last time but had no idea how he would make it this time. Mafia. There is one who still has a Shelby that is almost as old as this one. He even lives close to where my school used to be, Roland explained to his son. Marcus blinked at his father a couple of times. Now that he mentioned it, he recalled a black Shelby visiting the auto shop. It was the same car as in the movie with Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie. He can't remember the name but recalled the main car. I could just use my powers to recall. But that's just cheating. He chuckled internally. Well, it was more like he wanted to rewatch the movie. Recalling everything destroys the whole point. Regardless, do you want this frame? Because I will throw this into the smelter with the rest of the old things. Uncle's voice brought him back from memory lane. Yeah. I will be taking it with me. I needed a new source of entertainment. With a nod, Marcus smiled at his uncle. Fantastic. We can arrange for someone to pick it up. No need. Dad, we can take this to your auto shop. Solomon's successor swiftly arranged where he wanted this frame moved. Ha. Running from your mother. In a way, I can also test out a few new things in your place. After all, it's your workshop, not mine. Marcus smiled wickedly at his father. True. I expect some retrofits. Those bots are useful little handymen. Roland happily agreed, then looked at his brother-in-law. You should get some of those too. They can help you sort out your scrap metal. That's a great idea. I still need to look for that 80s Audi Quattro buried somewhere here. Marcus recalled that first four-wheel sports car somewhere here. His father used to have it. It was a silver one, a beast with a beautiful engine sound. For a second, he nearly drooled for such an opportunity. Meanwhile, Ravel's Russia was waging endless war in her simulated Earth. Her forces have captured the whole of Europe, forcing China to capitulate as fuel and food reserves have dwindled. With conflicts in the Middle East, China could not import fuel. With the declaration of war, the people of Han quickly raised that white flag. With additional manpower secured, the bear turned its gaze to the eagle. First was the elimination of its claws. Ravel utilized her prototype nuclear torpedoes to sink the carrier groups. When people think of nukes, they think of rockets. But this is where she utilized Russian engineering towards submarines. Why rockets if they can use torpedoes? Her enemy is ships, so she sinks them like any other ship. She creates a tsunami big enough to drown a carrier. With the creation of Poseidon torpedoes, Ravel attacked every carrier group. In the process, she has flooded the east and west coasts. With claws destroyed, the bear can cross into Alaska. Over the years, in this simulation, Ravel has increased the military-industrial complex by over 300%. Shells, ammo, and rockets, they had mountains of those. With nearly limitless raw materials and fuel, Russia's only issue was manpower. Yes, Russia has close to 300 million people, but that's not enough for world conquest. She needed China or India. With China secured, she has her manpower. The Korean War should have taught Americans that technology doesn't necessarily win wars. Americans don't have it unless it's on a sci-fi level like her Lord's faction. So when more than 500 million soldiers cross over to Alaska, there should be warning bells for American forces. Such an amount is nearly double their entire population. With mass-produced tanks, jets, and attack helicopters, Ravel's crossing of the Bering Strait was the biggest event she ever did. It was an event even the AI observed closely. One could say that artificial intelligence was impressed by the performance of the blonde devil girl. With such an achievement, the next simulation will be even harder. Technocracy needs to see her limits. As the forces processed over to the North American continent, the Russians remembered that a country by the name of Canada existed. The army was confused for a second when they saw the red and white flag for a second. But it lasted for a second as the men swiftly steamrolled through whatever American-bought tech they had. Before long, cities like Vancouver and Toronto were experiencing artillery shells. In the meantime, supply lines began to be established. Ravel was proud of her management skills. That means she trained her troops to develop supply lines quickly. She prepared millions of people who started building a train bridge over the Bering Strait. Even if the initial attack on the Americans fails, she has projects in place to keep Alaska secured. Serena, we have secured Vancouver. American forces are still in disarray after losing the East Coast, the Commander General told the blonde devil, who smirked when she heard that. Her torpedo project was under wraps for a long time. Everyone thought she was developing hypersonic missiles. She even fed the intelligence agencies with juicy bits and pieces. There were even dummy tests in which satellites picked up these supersonic missiles. From what she has heard, Americans have focused on developing measures against these missiles. It's fine, as by the time they realized something was off, a nearly kilometer-tall wave had slammed into the East Coast, killing most of the command in one fell swoop. When chain command is restored, most of the northern part of North America will be under her command. Of course they are. We must abuse their belief that we won't do things beyond a certain point. Not everyone signed those papers which dictated the rules of war. Ravel chuckled while twirling with her favorite fan. The general slightly trembled when she casually told him about killing close to 100 million people with a man-made tsunami. Since they are in disarray, we should use ballistic missiles to destroy key military infrastructure. Even if the command is in disarray, the anti-air system is still in use. That is why we shall destroy things left on east and west coast. Just because we killed all the soldiers with water doesn't mean the infrastructure was destroyed. I want those gone. After that, we can send soldiers from Europe and Hawaii. The blonde said that she moved her Black Queen piece from Alaska to the Great Lakes area while her bishop, who was in Hawaii, moved closer to the west coast. The same can be said about her knight, who was in Spain and moved closer to the east coast. This move was pincer. The tsunami had cleaned the coastlines, now, it was time to sweep. Not much is left. I wonder if my lord is pleased with my progress. Ravel thought to herself, with some anxiety in her eyes. She is trying to be as good as she can, as ruthless as she can. The better she is at this game, the better her prospects are. Sirin. The white-haired girl looked amused as she heard that Marcus was sending his flagship over to the scrapyard. She returned to her filming. She realized that his whole faction was nothing more than a way to satisfy his desires and needs. The girl had noticed this before, but now that the war is over, he uses his stuff for the smallest things. Need to carry a car frame. Let's call a 230-meter-long warship to help with that. Do you even need your warship here? You a military base less than 100 kilometers away from here. She pointed out that fact to the viewers. And I designed these, so I might as well use it. He said that while pulling out his phone. Aurora, send down a package of Aurora bots for my uncle as payment for the car frame, Marcus instructed his AI. Sirin smiled upon hearing that. It was just like Guyana said. His uncle smiled as well. Less than 5 minutes later, a meteorite-like object entered the atmosphere. Midway, it slowed down and elegantly landed in the area with the most space. With a loud hiss, it opened up, revealing stored Aurora bots. Segments of the storage area moved and released the bots from their hold. Marcus and the group walked over to the construct, and he explained what this thing was. You don't need to worry about the maintenance or energy they use. I designed them to be self-sufficient. As he said, the bots started to stand up. Impressive. I suppose I don't need labor anymore, his uncle said with a raised eyebrow. I guess. I mean, it's your workplace, you decide. I only send these to improve and retrofit some of the stuff. That building can be reused, and the hangar can be expanded. These bots can do it for you. Yeah, you should see what they did to the house. Roland chipped in. These bots are so convenient. Marcus slightly frowned as he realized he was making his family into lazy bums. He created these mechs to build big stuff in space. But then he recalled how the Army and NASA created a bunch of things not meant for house use originally. Now they have stuff like microwaves and touch screens. I see, I can use these for heavy lifting. Marcus' uncle looked away towards all those cars placed one on another. The inventor already knows what he is thinking. Yes, they can do that too. As the group discussed cheap labor, a large object floated over. It was the confiscator, which had arrived here on Marcus' whim. When Marcus saw his warship, he lifted his hands and imagined the much larger Solomon-class superstar destroyer he was planning for the future. His true reason for summoning his ship is to see its size. It's one thing to draw on the paper, and another to experience the scale. He might have told Sirin it was a whim. In a way, it was, but it was more like seeing the depth. Once it rolls out, it will darken the very skies, even in orbit. Part of him was very excited about the massive destroyer, but there was still the issue of the main cannon. What should it be? A positron cannon? A wave beam? He doesn't want another ALS Almadel Salomonis. He already has a multipurpose cannon. It's a destroyer, it should destroy. What is with that thoughtful look? Golden orange eyes got in the middle of his vision. The Hershers turned YouTuber is becoming much more relaxed around him after the pizza treaty. Nothing. I am just thinking about types. Chapter 92, Psychological Warfare. In the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. President was sitting in his chair. His thumbs were swirling impatiently. He can't barely wait for that report he was waiting for. Sweat was rolling from his forehead as he was nervous and excited at the same time. After several videos, the department responsible for Marcus Goldman's character finally has compiled enough data to create a perfect bio. The moment the doors opened, he asked, nearly jumping out of his seat. Do you have it? The president asked with an impatient tone. Yes, Mr. President. The vice president handed over the document. He looked pale as if he had heard something utterly horrible. What is it? The president noticed the look and inquired. I would rather allow the head of human psychology to speak about this. With a hand motion, the vice president pointed at the elderly man. The elderly man took a step forward. The Department of Studying Marcus Goldman is dedicated to understanding him, his reasons, objectives, and his past and future possibilities. The government is spending billions on this. Oh. Then what are we dealing with? President immediately asked without waiting. Proud sociopath obsessed with legacy. The old man with a blunt voice told him. That doesn't sound so bad. The president was quite relieved when he heard that. They can deal with that. For a second, he thought that Inventor Boy was a psychopath of some kind. We can give him an entire page for history books and legally allow him to have a harem if he wants. The president swiftly proposed this, but then he realized that Marcus already had a harem. No, he made one himself. Never mind the harem part. The leader of the USA waved his hand, motioning them to forget that part. However, the pair who were visiting the men grimaced. Sir, I didn't mean a mere page in history when I said legacy. I meant that when we say, by the god, in this case, it would be, by Marcus. The head of human psychology clarified this before expanding on it. Marcus Goldman is suffering from some sort of trauma when he was a child. He could have had some kind of close-to-death experience. It has triggered a desire or instinct to leave a legacy. But, this is where an issue arose. The old man became quite serious. His technology. The president pointed out the obvious. Yes, but it was inflated further by being Solomon's successor. Success breeds confidence, confidence breeds pride, and pride breeds contempt. The old man proceeded to explain what he meant by this line of development in the character of the leader of technocracy. Success most likely developed from his inventions, confidence from the fact that they work, pride from the fact that his things work and are superior to what we have, and last and most important, in my opinion, the fact that there are no other people like him around him. Such a realization comes in stages. First, he questioned why no one else did what he did. Second, he realized that he only cares about the things he develops, and no one else tries. Such things are dangerous for a boy at that young age. The last strike before contempt developed was that he believed he only cared about inventions. It doesn't help that our world is money-driven instead of ingenuity-driven, as he wants. The elderly explained to the leader of the USA. He was particularly troubled about the last part. That trait makes Marcus quite hostile towards their world. The president paled himself when he heard that. Marcus Goldman doesn't care about us at all. I see it as his pride has reached the point that only his legacy will remain if a meteorite hits us and wipes everything out. That is what it is all about. His empire will survive extinction events. Even if the planet loses life support, his constructs will remain. Even when humanity dies, his technology and monuments will remain. That is all he cares about and how he builds it. I don't know how to expand on this, as this is a glorification of his legacy. Such a thing is closely related to the God complex. The elderly man finished with the summary that bio has much more and in bigger details. Gods. No. Even they won't help us, the elderly man sighed before explaining more. From these qualities, we can discern everything else. His ships, AI, soldiers, and machines are all part of his legacy. That means they will obey even most suicidal requests. Trying to bribe them or using other methods is pointless. Even if he has children, they will be part of that legacy. I can see them being genetically modified, and his family will be more like a pantheon than a dynasty, as dynasties expire after all. There is nothing we can do to stop this. The president realized the issue. Even if he learned how he clicks, it would only make him more terrified. What about his parents? He loves them. They are outside his contempt hierarchy, but we will be bombarded before approaching them. When he heard that, he could only frown before sighing in resignation. This situation was just getting worse by the minute. Sir. I think we can only survive the impending tragedy by addressing his legacy. The vice president proposed, and the elderly man agreed. That is the only possibility. However, you have to treat this with caution. A sociopath like him, is easily triggered if you address his reverse scale. His pride has clouded his judgment to a specific level. As he sees things through a particular lens, he can easily see that you are trying to mock his eternal legacy by associating yourself with it. I don't doubt he will erase us without even blinking. North Korea was just like that. Kim tried to gun down his airship with primitive technology in his eyes. The result? We all know. What they heard sounded like they were about to gamble with their country and all 330 million people. It was a horrifying thought. Call a Congress. We need to discuss this. The vice president nodded at the request and left immediately. The head of the psychology department stayed with the leader of the USA as he still needed to speak in more detail. He never considered Marcus to be like that. But now it made some sense to him. At the same time, he realized that even if they ran away from him to space, it would mean nothing. He might use the colonists to solidify his legacy further. Meanwhile, as people around the Earth learned about Marcus' true nature, a peculiar sight greeted the workers of Roland's auto shop. A warship casting a shadow floated over the place. A gunship carrying the Mustang's frame landed not far from the garage in the backyard. The auto shop in question is a single-floor building with 5 entrances for car repairs. It was like 5 garages connected into one building, well, more than just 5 garages, as there is space for staff and an office. The best part for Marcus is that this place has a huge yard at the back. It was full of cars in all sorts of shapes, with missing tires or entire sections ripped out. Workers use these cars for parts to repair the ones people bring over. The business is booming, considering Lithuania recently joined the European Union, and people are bringing cars cheaply from Germany. It was one of the reasons why Marcus went to Germany later, as he was the one who had brought those cars over. But this was in his previous life. In this one, he can make parts, build new cars from scratch, or even create new, never-before-seen models. All that depends on his whims and mood. That airship is stopping. One of the smoking mechanics mumbled to himself. Does this mean Roland's kid is finally coming over? It has been ages. Now that he thinks about it. That kid was always looking at something in the distance. Now, it kind of made sense. That kid was dreaming of space. I wonder what one of those brought over. He saw one gunship bring over something. After finishing his smoke, he, alongside other workers, walked to the backyard to see what it was. What they saw was a shell of a car. That's one old thing. Some of the workers realized what this was. This thing was one old, rusted frame. Hell, it was falling apart. Do you think the kid will be working here to fix this thing up? One of the guys suggested. They are all oily boys who love cars. Some have even tuned up their Mercedes, BMW, or the expensive Evolution 9 Mitsubishi. Japanese cars are expensive in Europe, especially for a struggling economy catching up with the more developed West. It's a little tune-up. It's not something major. As they all have families to feed. Most likely, he is grounded from his garage. One of them laughed while saying that. Does that mean we will finally get our Transformers? Another one gasped like a small kid. I hope we do. My wife will kill me, but I don't care. The men solemnly nodded to each other. They decided not to tell their wives the details, for ignorance is bliss. A few minutes later, a blue fifth-class BMW arrived. Marcus has arrived at the auto shop alongside his father and the girls. Those boys. They left the shop like this. The older Goldman shook his head, seeing his boys leave his shop like that. No worries. My warship is watching over this section of town. Not even a mouse can steal cheese from the kitchen, the teen joked as they walked to the backyard. True enough. The group walked over and spotted the mechanics who were inspecting the car. Boss, this is a very old car. I suppose we can ship a current Mustang GT engine. It would take ages to put together something like a 60 SIXS engine, the head mechanic said as he saw Roland and Marcus walking over. No worries. This frame is son's toy. He will restore it. Roland explained before getting serious. And you guys left the store open. He pointed out with crossed arms. I doubt there is a person who has the gall to steal anything from the shop with that thing floating above. The guys quickly found a way to get out of it. Aha, now return to work. He wasn't buying, so he sent his boys back to their workplace with a hand motion. Once they were gone, Roland looked at his son. You can have a spot in the yard. You can make another garage if you want. He smirked at his son. I see. That could work. Marcus looked around, examining how he could build what he wanted. One of the first things he noticed was abandoned plots of land behind the high fence. From the looks of it, this place was some sort of government-controlled company ages ago, just like everything else was in this country 17 years ago. However, it was abandoned after the fall of the USSR. Now, the buildings are abandoned and will eventually fall apart. Marcus noticed an opportunity for easy expansion, so he decided to do something about it. It was time to send a message. Marcus, return to me when you finish whatever you are doing. A few short moments later, he got a reply. Latia, understood, I will be there shortly. After sending a message, he then proceeded to speak with Aurora. Sent down the engineering corp. Sending. ETA 1 minute 10 seconds. With that done, the inventor pocketed his phone and looked around for more. We can stack some of the cars one on another. The less used models could work for that. Marcus proposed that. It's fine. Don't worry. I am sure you can figure this out, I will leave this to you. With that said, Roland left his son to his devices. There was a smile on his lips. Roland's plan is finally coming to fruition. That's right. He wants those Transformers, too. He and his boys were all school kids who grew up watching the original series all those years ago. They fell in love with cars back then, so he maneuvered his son to have another shop right here. Now, it was only a matter of time. Latia. The blonde devil momentarily panicked as she realized she had overstayed her welcome in the underworld. Her reason was that she had been using her Icarus to build some of the Astaroth things in the new Devil continent. While devils can build with their magic, the automated assembly lines can use a material like sacred gear metal en masse. But now, she needs to return to Marcus and her job. Are you coming with me to Earth? Latia asked her cousin. Of course. That shouldn't be even a question. Sikvera almost snapped at her cousin for asking such a stupid thing. They can leave on this adventure with everything set and done in the underworld. Once they generate enough points, they can return and improve their clans. At least, this is what Sikvera wants. Good, then take us to Earth. The officers on the bridge nodded as the vessel proceeded to move out. The main cannons ignited and released a beam of energy, tearing the space apart and creating a wormhole. Seconds later, they were back above the Baltic Sea. The assault carrier continued to move towards the space tower. I wish he could do something about the locked space. Teleportation is far too convenient to be left out of use. Sikvera complained with a sigh. And stop using magnetic graviton trains. Or gunships. Master is far too great of a weeb to stop using those. Latia knows him well enough to understand that he will never remove the restrictions. He could create a system that recognizes souls, allowing specific people to teleport around specific areas, the Agar's heiress said. Then why don't you present a model to him? Latia asked with an eye roll. Never thought of that. Sikvera, with an embarrassed look, pushed her glasses up. So now you know. You can start working on it. While I deal with whatever things he wants. The blonde suggested to her. Fine with me. As Icarus arrived at the tower, the girls looked at the finished product for the first time. They wondered where all the airships were, as only 2 of the 9 parking slots were in use. The diameter of this place is quite something, Sikvera commented as she gazed at the space center. The spaceport was in the center, like an island in an ocean. The edges of the space center had those sharp towers rising into the sky. This area would look familiar for any Lord of the Rings fan, it is where that white mage used to breed Uruks. Especially how deep it looked now. Latia. Yes, I noticed. The space center has increased its depth exponentially. The blonde nodded and pointed at something. That's a bridge with that tube for the trains. Just look at the difference compared to the walls. By now, this place is so deep that he can build space stations and just launch them to space. So we entered the space era. Sikvera dumbly nodded. She was still trying to grasp what she was saying to herself. I know. I remember the first day we met. He was hinting at this, but here we are colonizing Mars, Venus, and Saturn. For a second, Latia recalled the date it became after he summoned her. If she could, she would pat her own shoulder. She didn't do that bad for being summoned by Solomon's successor and then bound for life. Now that everything is settled, I am getting excited for what is to come, Agar's heiress commented in a barely hidden excited tone. Hey, good for you. Latia was happy to see her always strict cousin showing that little girl moments after surviving an insane war against evil gods. As the pair continued to talk, they eventually left the Icarus and walked into the tower's hangar, where bots and other workers were already rushing to retrofit it. Already more upgrades. Latia commented the moment she walked over to the closest worker. We are installing magnetic railing for the runways. It's standard procedure to keep the vessels up to date, ma'am. Magnetic railings. Are we getting Gundams that soon? Sikvera swiftly intercepted before Latia could comment. No idea. I am doing what the command told me to do. But all things point towards big machines. That simple hint was enough for Sikvera as she grabbed Latia and pulled her towards the closet gunship parked in the wide hangar. Thanks. We are going to see, Master. The heiress waved her hand as a thanks. The blonde needed to adjust to her cousin's powerful yank. I can walk on my own. Yeah, I know. As the pair got into the gunship, the worker was confused for a second, so he shrugged before returning to work. They still need to install the new system. 5 minutes later, the gunship landed on asphalt in front of an auto shop. The moment they left, the gunship left them in the middle of an unfamiliar place. Is this the right place? Before the girls could ask people where they were, a middle-aged man in oily clothes explained to them. The boss kid is at the back. Oh, my thanks, Latia and Sikvera nodded while thanking him. As they walked to the back, the man shook his head. He took his hat off and looked at Marcus' direction as if praying for his well-being. I hope that kid survives past 20s with these many women around him. He should be going insane by this point. He knows from experience how nagging females can be. Sadly, he has no idea that Marcus can easily create someone who will never nag him. By this point, he has already done that several times. His Quinella will never nag, only complain at specific moments. The females know well enough how quickly the inventor can replace them. As Latia and Sikvera walked over to the back, they saw a newly built garage. He works quick. Yeah. It didn't take long for him to have a new workplace. But when they saw inside, they were surprised it was full of new but regular tools, nothing over the top like his automated assembly line, liquid to solid surface flooring in his workshop, or the diamond tiles. This garage was a modern garage. With some high-tech. Master, you look well. Latia walked in and quickly got his attention. Latia, thanks for arriving so quickly. Marcus swiftly walked over to his favorite devil girlfriend. He pulled her in a hug before claiming her lips. A long kiss later, he pulled back and gazed at her briefly before telling her what he had planned. I have a few things for you. He explained while pulling her into the sitting area. In this area, a trio of girls looked at their interactions with various expressions. Sirin, who accepted her situation, started developing jealousy streaks like Quinella. She realized there was some sort of camps in this faction, factions which were gunning for his attention. It looks quite pathetic in the eyes of a Hershers, but it's the only way to get something that increasingly looks like Marcus' backyard. And she was part of it. Seeing him snuggle with that blonde makes her hands twitch from frustration. That's it. Once we get back, I will do something. Sirin and Quinella thought about the same thing. As Latia ended up on Marcus' lap, he told her what he was thinking. I want you to buy some land. One for an entertainment dome in this city and future cities. All right. How will this dome look? I know you have rooms for these, but they are underground. The girl quickly understood what he wanted. She was pleased to learn that he plans to do more than cell phones and laptops. Are they approaching that milestone where they can open those clinics she wanted? The schematics are on the Aurora network. You can check them there. I also need some extra land behind these places. Sure thing, leave this to me. Oh, and those entertainment domes. I am planning to spread them worldwide. He casually mentioned that he changed his mind on something major. At that moment, her eyes widened as she experienced a shock. Worldwide. But why? He never was willing to share with everyone. Latia immediately got a feeling that he was planning something. She must check the overall project timeline to see what is going on. Why such a change? You never planned to go beyond your homeland's borders, she asked him in a slightly defensive tone. Something major must have happened for him to change his mind. The blonde tried several times before, but now he does it without arguing. Well, I want to spread the greatness of something amazing. He said that, and then his eyes went to Sirin for a second. His words made the white-haired beauty widen her eyes as she made a connection. Is he planning to make a game about my reality? I see. In that case, leave this to me. I will deal with this. The blonde devil slowly nodded as she did what he requested. Good girl. Marcus proceeded to cuddle and softly kiss his favorite devil girlfriend. At the same time, Sikvera, who was at the back, slightly pouted. She had forgotten to ask Latia if they had gone beyond simple kisses with Solomon's successor. Later. Marcus slowly expanded his workshop area to fix the old-school muscle car. The bots built another building with several special baths. Robotic hands that would bathe the car's frame. His father was very happy to have him add another service to his auto shop. Now, they can repaint cars to keep the rust at bay. It was simply absurd how rapidly his shop improved in one day. Aurora, scan the frame and simulate the reconstruction process. Once you're done, I want Confiscator to start fabricating items necessary for the rebuild. Marcus ordered his AI as he finished placing the tools. Do you wish me to add all the available upgrades to this car? The AI asked about recently installed speakers. No. This car will be a genuine stock with minimal upgrades, such as force induction and NOS. Understood. Beginning the scan and reconstruction. A projector from the ceiling emitted a light that scanned from top to bottom and from left to right. Once the scan was complete, a 3D hologram appeared before Marcus. As the pieces came together one by one, the inventor finally saw a fully constructed car from 1966. With his finger, he motioned for the car to spin. A genuine smile appeared on his face as he saw his baby once more. I compiled data from videos, web pages, and video games to create the look this car is supposed to have, Aurora explained the rebuild process to him. Good. I want you to begin manufacturing aboard Confiscator. I want them in pieces. All of them. All of them. Understood. Powering assembly lines. As the AI made parts for Marcus, the inventor used his psionic powers to lift the frame and take it to the bathing building, where a selection of acid baths awaited the rusted skeleton. Once he had placed the frame, he returned to the new garage, pulled out his laptop, and put it on a pedestal. He can track the progress on his laptop. He made sure to get engine parts first, as he wanted to start assembling them. Around 10 minutes later, a gunship arrived, and Aurora bots brought the parts in crates for him. The inventor proceeded to put these together by hand. When Quinella saw this, she was slightly confused. The beauty recalled that Marcus effortlessly put together BMW with his powers, but it could take days to a couple of weeks if he were doing it manually. Is he planning to spend his grounding period like this? But then the peaceful atmosphere was ruined by something Aurora had just said. Sir, United States, just send a word. I am busy. They can wait until after my grounding is over. He said with a small frown. I understand, but this message is strange. That is why I am notifying. The AI sounded confused. Send it over. Let me see. Now, Marcus was curious. He heard how Aurora sounded. On his laptop, an email popped up. The inventor checked himself. The email was short and right to the point. Something one would never expect from a goddamn nation. Marcus believed it was authentic because it had the eagle and the signature of the current president. The message was simple but right to the point. Marcus Goldman, I would like to meet you and discuss the future of the USA and your legacy. For some weird reason, this triggered Solomon's successor. His curious look shifted to an angry frown. Why it's so triggering? He took a deep breath, walked over to the sink, and washed his hands. As he was doing that, he looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were slightly glowing purple as he was barely controlling his anger. They have been studying me. That much is certain, I am their boogeyman. Do they have some psychologist to analyze me? Sir, please control yourself. Aurora's voice lifted him from his thoughts. He realized everything was floating, even his 3 girls who stayed behind. He took a deep breath, and with casual thought, everything returned to their place. Master. Are you okay? Quinella and Guyuna swiftly walked over and surrounded him from both sides. I am fine. He lazily waved his hand before instructing his AI. Tell them I will visit them in 2 hours. Understood, relaying the message. After hearing the all clear, he proceeded to walk towards the wide door. The sun had already set, so it was dark. Not that Marcus cared about such a thing. Wait. We are coming with you. The platinum-haired assistant rushed after him. The girls are weirded out by his actions. He won't be requesting a gunship to pick him up, will he? Whatever that message was has infuriated him. Do those idiots not want to live anymore? As 3 girls proceeded to fly after him to the confiscator, the moment they set foot in the hangar bay, the doors sealed behind, and the assault carrier proceeded to fly towards the Atlantic. The vessel's crew knew they had 2 hours, so they adjusted the speed to last just the right amount of time. As Marcus went to the lift, he went directly to his quarters. He needs a shower. What is going on? Sirin was the most confused. It was like someone had flipped a switch in his head. Psychology, Quinella explained to her. With a hand motion, a hologram appeared before the white-haired girl. The United States has deducted our master's character. They are pulling straws by this. They are willing to gamble their country by triggering our master. Funny enough, Sirin understood this. She knows this well. In her world, desperate actions are the norm. I understand. The Hershers proceeded to read the psychology summary Aurora has acquired from governments worldwide. She found some interesting things. There are some very disturbing things as well. Some of it will be useful to her. It's only fair as Marcus knows everything about her while she knows only the bare bones, until now. And what are we planning to do? These humans are trying to manipulate our leader, Sirin asked the pair after reading for a while. Standard protocol dictates extermination if enemy compromises the supreme commander. Guyuna almost mechanically recited the protocol of GAT. So, Ars Almadel Salomonis is positioning for firing. The Hershers realized what this meant. Precisely, with current strength, even 1% is overkill. This cannon is not meant for firing to Earth but away from Earth. Quinella explained as she motioned for the pair to walk with her towards the bridge. She needs to assume the command and prepare the troops for demonstration. Meanwhile, people are scrambling to prepare. The government was in semi-panic mode. They predicted similar responses, but anticipating and experiencing were 2 different things. They might have been brash, but this was the right choice. At this moment, they knew where he was. It would have been game over if left for space as they truly watch what he is doing there. But their chances were greater as long as he was on the planet's surface. Police barricaded sections of the city as quickly as they could. Thankfully, people learned about this quite late, so they didn't have a chance to gather and form groups to observe. With police quickly in place, the National Guard was also deployed, but they will be late to the party. As the clock ran out, the clouds were blasted apart as a dark silver warship with golden graviton projectors. The monstrosity cast a dark shadow on the late afternoon sun above the capital. Seconds later, 4 objects freefall from the sides of the warship, landing in a clear area prepared for them. The government's welcoming party waited outside the Capitol building. They paled from fright when they saw the 4 mech slowly standing up. Are those flamethrowers? After that, there were jet fighters who transformed mid-flight into Starscream transformers. After machines it was time for Mandalorians with jetpacks, and only after them were gunships, which brought Marcus Goldman over. The gunship's side doors slide open, revealing tall and bulky golden-armored royal guards with ornamented tower shields and plasma pikes. As they spread out, Marcus Goldman emerged with an annoyed look. He wasn't dressed fancy but in a black and golden hoodie with slacks. He looked more like a tourist than anything. Behind him were his 3 girls, who had similar expressions to his. I am here. Who wants to speak with me? My patience is limited. He spoke in an indifferent voice, very different from what people saw in the videos. Follow us, Mr. Goldman. The middle-aged men nervously motioned to follow them. With a snort, he proceeded to follow. Chapter 93, Deadline of 4 years. Around 1.5 hours ago. The lift arrived at crew level, the double doors opened, and Marcus walked out. His gaze went to the doors at the end of the corridor. Without wasting time, he walked to the doors. Upon arrival, it opened automatically. An above-average-sized living room and kitchen were put together on the other side of the doors. Marcus ignored the room and walked towards another corridor with several rooms. He went to the closest one. Upon entering, it was a bedroom, but his eyes went to another door, and he went there. It was the bathroom with a shower. The inventor quickly undressed, threw his work clothes on the floor, stepped into the shower, and turned on the water. With the water running, he closed his eyes and started to think and relax his nerves. As Quinella and Guyuna were discussing scenarios, most of them are extermination-based, by the way. Sirin felt that she was not needed here. Those two know the protocol and all that nonsense. So, instead, she decided to go somewhere else and address the biggest issue in this mission, Marcus' mental state. As someone who has been controlled by external forces and brainwashed to exterminate humanity, she knows a thing or two about this. So she proceeded to look for him, not that she needed to look far. Her HUD became even more powerful inside a Daedalus-class assault carrier. Who knew I could control a warship with my mind? She was surprised that she could control what to make and which turrets to use. It was like playing a video game. With such an assistant, she could find the Supreme Commander's quarters and where he was specifically. As she entered the bedroom, her eyes went to the room next to it. For a second, her eyes widened as her cheeks became rosy. What an opportunity. She walked into the bathroom and proceeded to undress as well. One by one, her clothes dropped on the ground. Once she was naked, she slowly walked over to the shower doors, opening them and slipping and closing behind her. Then she leaned forward and hugged Marcus from behind. She could sense that he stiffed just for a short second. That was dangerous. He commented on her actions. I had full confidence that you won't do a thing, she replied with a small smirk. But she had a deep blush on her cheeks, which she was trying to play down. Won't do. Before she realized it, the beauty was pinned against the shower wall, and Marcus' face was before her. That's a poor choice of words. He said that while leaning forward very slowly, claiming her lips. Sirin didn't argue back or complain, instead, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss. Oh, she knows that she goaded him, that was the plan in the first place. Slowly, it started to heat up as Marcus' hands wandered and touched those exquisite body lines and considerable assets. Back to present. Marcus never thought he would be in the center of what he saw as the core of hypocrisy, the Congress. All of the politicians were standing waiting for him. At the end of the walkway was the president with his gang. They were all nervous as this was like Russian roulette for them. Mr. Marcus Goldman. That's Supreme Commander to you. You are speaking with the leader of technocracy and the ruler of the underworld, the men who tamed the afterlife, which you will end after your death, either today or of old age. Quinella intercepted as she was feeling quite pissed by these psychological manipulations. Before the people can respond, Marcus simply raises his hand for her to calm down. You don't need to explain, Quinella, not everyone understands what they provoke. It's a human trait. He said that while looking at the people in front of him. His gaze went around, and he saw cameras as well. It would seem they are making a big spectacle out of this. Is the states trying to give the rest of the world a fighting chance? Whatever, he will hear what they will say. Speak whatever you want to say, but choose your words wisely, as they can be your last. My patience has limits, and you do not have the power to resist when I am angry. Marcus' opening speech calmed his assistant, who turned her gaze to the party before them. Of course. Please follow me. The group were very skitterish in front of these newcomers. They motioned for them to follow. The president has chosen the classic group tactics with his ministers and bodyguards. But even the bodyguards were trembling in front of this inventor and his indifferent tone. They walked to the quickly prepared table in the middle of the Congress, where everyone was also watching. But the rest of the people were a distance away. Armored policemen kept politicians away from Solomon's successor as they feared that even a single wrong sentence would cause their deaths. As the leaders of the two factions took their seats, the president took a deep breath. Here it was. He wanted to speak with this guy for a while now. Ahem, I would like to thank you for answering my request. The leader of the USA expected some sort of reaction, but Marcus looked at him without saying a word. I would like to hear if there is a way for us to cooperate. He tried some simple tactics first, but Marcus simply scoffed at them. Are you getting paid enough to do this job? Marcus asked randomly. What? Of course. It's good that you are confident you know what you're getting into. At this moment, nothing could change my mind about what is to come. Maybe if your nation makes draconian changes in how you people run this federation, we might agree on something, otherwise, there will be no talks. Marcus plainly explained he felt no desire to play around the bush. That's. There was a grimace on the older man's face. He was expecting at least some political finesse from this guy. But he was like a bull in a porcelain store. You expect us to change the Constitution? Even then, we need directions. Scoff. Don't play dumb with me. Your free country is a slave to your corporations. At least under my rule, people will have 24 days off per year. Marcus started a jab while he had a chance, on live television, no less. But it will take time and effort, and. The inventor raised his hand to let him stop. You have 4 years. Yes, 4 years. Let's make it symbolic. That ancient calendar will end in 2012, so let's take that day as the deadline. Marcus said that with a slowly growing, sadistic grin. Consequentially, your 4-year term will end, so it's good. People will remember you as the last president, which is some clout for you in the history books. The Congress was dead silent. Even the policemen looked dumbfounded. Was this a threat? Sure, they exchanged fires before, but there was no declaration of war or anything like that. The USA placed the whole thing under a rug. Is this a threat? The defense secretary asked from behind the president. Threat? Oh no, threat means that I could do something. But, this is not could, but will. After all 4 years, it is enough to solidify myself in the whole solar system. How can I enjoy my new backyard if that one pesky bush doesn't want to be trimmed? Marcus compared them to that of a bush. How can you look down on life so much? People couldn't take it anymore. This guy was a monster. Life. Do you think it's hard to make it? I spent several months studying biology. With effortless motion, he ripped the armrest off the chair. Rings appeared around his fingers. Everything is made from something, it is only a matter of time until you understand what it is. Once you understand the composition, you can do this. The armrest turned into some sort of gray matter and then morphed into a small orange kitten. Meow. The recently born cat looked confused for a second. Then, the little thing started to snuggle into Marcus' hand. The inventor smiled at his newest creation. With a casual hand motion, the cat flew over to Sirin, who effortlessly caught it. Her eyes sparkled when she saw a legit cat, not a lion monster this time around. So what life do you speak of that is so important? Do you think I can't repopulate this continent? The sheer arrogance of you people makes me quite disgusted. Speaking as if I can't do something as simple as that. Marcus looked at them with an annoyed look. However, what they saw now made them realize the value he places on them, equivalent to that of a bush in a backyard. I understand. We shall strive to meet your requirements. Just like that, the strongest human military in the world was scared into obedience. Good. I will be watching your progress with amusement. Marcus chuckled as he stood up and walked away. He had nothing else to say. The people in the room stared at the armrest, which had returned to its original form. It looked like it had grown back. We just gave up like that. One of the ministers was furious. He was furious at himself, Marcus, and the world for birthing such a monster. He was simply venting his frustration at their weakness. There is nothing we can do. This meeting was crucial. This gamble revealed our value to him, and, thanks to the message I sent, we saw his real face. The president clarified his original intentions. And if we failed? Made him angrier. His secretary asked with a pale face. She had this feeling that she knew the answer. Well, it was a live broadcast. So we would be dead, and the world would know not to repeat our actions. By God. Yes, well, he won't help us either, remember. Marcus owns the afterlife. The vice president sarcastically told her about that. It was dark humor, but they needed something. Not helping. Whatever hope they got from that psychology report disappeared, shattered into a million pieces and was blown away by cold winds. Regardless, we have 4 years. I want a roadmap for the changes we have to make. There is no going back after this, so do not hold back. The president brought everyone back from depression. They don't have time for that. Understood. Everyone left the Oval Office to return to tasks while the president pulled out a bottle of Jack Daniels and poured it into a glass. For the beginning of the end, he said in a bitter voice as he took a shot. At least I won't need to worry about re-elections. He chuckled at the self-made joke. However, in the next second, he nearly started to cry, and despair clenched his heart like a vicious monster. Well, that went well. Azazel sarcastically chuckled as he was watching the TV broadcast from his flat. I think it was a coward's move to use such mental tricks, Valak commented with a frown. It makes him angry, just imagine someone using his traumas against him like that. He is surprised that Marcus didn't just nuke them. The White Dragon Emperor had no idea that someone had deflated Marcus' anger before he arrived at the Congress. Otherwise, Marcus would have taken some casual actions to relieve his stress in a more violent way. You have to look at this from their perspective. They have no means to fight in a physical or economic fight. They could use underhanded methods, but that doesn't work, as the protection here is on a different level. The only thing they could do to start a dialogue is address his mental state, Azazel explained while sipping his coffee. But this is interesting. Marcus' profile ended up on the internet. The USA was ready to take a bullet for the rest of the world. But the web is not secure, Aurora is everywhere, so they should have prepared physical copies. The leader of the fallen angels was thinking of getting these papers somehow. But not now. His position is not that secure yet. By this point, it is just sheer curiosity he wants to satisfy. And they are lucky. Instead of doing these stupid things, they should think of ways to survive. Oh, there is no doubt something big is happening behind those doors. Humans are far too stubborn to give up. Azazel is betting that humans with some pantheons are preparing to escape Marcus Goldman's future totalitarian technocracy. The question is, how? Scoff. At least something. Anyway, I am out of here. I heard I can take a ride to Asgard from this town, so I am taking one. Valis stood up from his chair and proceeded to walk towards the doors. The black-haired cat girl followed after him. You not going to try to resurrect your fallen comrades? The fallen asked his stepson. I will, but I am useless here. To earn those points, I can do some exploration missions for technocracy. Valley wasn't stupid to that point. He knew his strengths, and he would apply them there. Fair enough. Stay safe. Instead of saying anything, Valley waved his hand without looking at him and, in the middle of the night, walked out of the flat accompanied by the cat girl. Just how stupid this can get. I tried to make him relax and enjoy the company of his girls. But these people are just simply retarded. Marcus' mother, Rose, sighed in frustration. She saw bits and pieces of this event on TV in the kitchen. War is war, and the matriarch of the Goldman family was nervous that the consequences of the war would have another lasting effect on her son. It especially made her nervous when he blew up an entire country. Staying home and forgetting about the wider world was the best form of healing, especially with all those ladies around him. It was the perfect plan. It worked before with that BMW Roland got for Marcus. But now, these morons from the other side of the pond are poking a sleeping dragon. Well, a lesson or two won't hurt, she thought to herself as she pulled out her phone and called a specific number. Asterisk ring asterisk. Asterisk ring asterisk. Asterisk ring asterisk. Yes. Hello. How may I help you, Mrs. Goldman? A rough voice spoke from the other side of the phone. I would like for you to investigate who was the one who decided that poking at my son's traumas is a good thing. If it's to help the hero of the Great War, you can leave this with me. The phone call ended just like that. These Norse gods sure are right to the point. The woman sighed as she placed her phone on the table. The AI who was listening to the conversation could not believe this lady just sicked Norse gods on American politicians. I guess, now I know where Master gets his streaks of brutality. The AI decided not to mention this to her creator, as knowing such small details is unnecessary. No one will speak about this unless he directly asks. Many other high-class people and leaders of nations were watching this. Some were lucky enough to be in groups while it was happening. It was early morning in Asia when the meeting happened, and for the first time, Marcus spoke in person in front of the world's most powerful Senate. Around a big table in Japan, the nation's most powerful people finished watching the live broadcast. So that's how it is. Yes, we have 4 years until whatever plans he has will start. What's the plan then? We just roll over and let him kill us? No. From my information, many companies are moving in or opening branch offices all over the boy's homeland. I suppose it is about time to open a couple of restaurants there. Maybe even a branch of Tatsuki Academy. Food. That could work. No matter how smart or powerful, people still want to eat good food. Rich people all over the world wish to survive the upcoming doom. Many of them have confidence that the things that made them rich could impact Marcus in some way. After all, they have his entire profile. The teen has spent the majority of his life building his empire. Did he ever taste Chinese cuisine? Or Vietnamese? What about attending car events? He is obsessed with them from the videos they saw. That white-haired girl has shown them that Marcus, while very talented and dangerous, is still a human with his desires, hobbies, likes and dislikes. This is where they can come in and save themselves from upcoming doom. So what is the plan? The one who was sitting at the head of the table finally spoke. She had long black hair and sun-like eyes. This was Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. The head of Japan. There is no need to pretend that the Prime Minister and the Emperor have some sort of a pull when doom approaches them. No, it was this goddess who was pulling the strings when danger was looming behind the corner. I have some information that the last remaining Satan is preparing to buy an anime studio by the name Sunrise and a brand by the name Konami. Such a move from a Satan who is obsessed with magic girls is strange, considering those brands are more male-focused. The deity said with a soft voice, but her voice made everyone shiver. It felt like rays of sun were touching them. I see that our culture has a strong grip on Marcus Goldman. An old man with a strong build realized what this meant. Correct. Seraphal Leviathan, over her life, has never made such moves. We could think it's related to devil borderline extinction, but if that were the case, they would move differently. No, this is an act to please the next Solomon. Amaterasu voiced her reasons to them. So even the almighty Satan needs to please this teen. This behavior surprised some rich people who didn't know the full picture. We wouldn't be discussing this if the threat was minor. Marcus Goldman is a global threat to all humanity, including all pantheons. Amaterasu snorted while saying that. She won't be attending meetings with humans if something is easily solvable. All right, my apologies. The men realized that he was being stupid. Of course this Marcus Goldman has minions who are Satan or even gods. What am I even doing here? Some people realized this was way beyond their stations, money or not. Then, with all due respect, Goddess Amaterasu, can't gods just band together and end him? Another one asked her the most obvious question. We can't. The head of the Shinto pantheon said in a blunt tone. Can't. Why? Her response made them feel chills going down their spines. Several reasons. One of the biggest is Solomon's legacy, which he inherited. Think of it as the ultimate counter for energy itself. First, he will disable our power, then use power equivalent to primordial creation gods to wipe us out. Amaterasu said as she looked towards somewhere. You are saying he is stronger than Izanagi and Izanami? Some people nearly pissed themselves when they heard that. That is just his power, which I can't sense the limit of. She sighed before reminding them of something else. And that is just him. He controls a hyper-advanced faction, and the gods are simply not doing anything because we sense it's pointless to oppose. But how did you allow this to happen in the first place? One snapped at her from instinctual fear he started to feel. And why should we bother? Many of you didn't believe in us for hundreds of years. I am here only because people who believe in me are worried about their futures. But what about self-preservation? Wasn't it possible to prevent this? He is a threat to gods, too. Scoff. Do you think we are all seeing? Marcus Goldman never went beyond the attention of pantheons beyond the local ones in his area. He is an inventor, not some warlord. People like these will only move when they are 100% certain they will win, which is what we are experiencing. This move by Americans was a sacrifice, one wrong move, and they could have ceased to exist. But what we learned is the deadline. So all we can do is try to join the rescue boat. People finally grasped the sheer scale. Yes, simply put, this is what is happening. Amaterasu nodded. God save us. Another one instinctually commented, something the goddess heard. Sorry, we're way past that point. She shook her head. Back with Marcus. The flagship, Confiscator, brought Marcus back to his house. No one talked the whole time as the inventor was spacing out. He was thinking of an array of methods to deal with those arrogant people who believe they have some sort of right to be part of his technocracy. He didn't create his faction so that some greedy capitalists could be part of it. Project Eden is something he designed to remove the invasive grass from the garden. You know, if you want, you can erase all of them, Quinella said with a sigh. She knew he was seething inside, so she wondered why he was not doing anything. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I have no idea what method to use, he said with an annoyed sigh. A simple orbital strike or an invasion won't feel as satisfying. I could go solo, but that feels like a drag. Then, make them kill each other. The assistant proposed with a raised eyebrow. Oh, that can do. Very well. Marcus agreed as he stood up from his throne and proceeded to walk towards the doors leading out from the bridge. The trio of girls followed after him. Sirin still had that orange kitten in her hands. She was all over the new pet she got. The beauty realized that her darling was already spoiling her, and they just started their relationship. So what is it going to be? Quinella asked with an excited tone. Finally. Some action regarding all these uncontrolled humans. Nothing major. Human civilization's infrastructure is quite fragile, all it takes is a precise strike, and all the electricity is down. With that gone, law and order will cease to exist, and slaughter will start for necessities. Marcus casually explained as they entered the lift, which would take them to the hangar bay. As expected from her master. Quinella immediately snuggled to her beloved master and creator. He truly knows the most efficient and most brutal way to make people kill each other. Well, it was your suggestion. I only expanded on it. Even though the idea originated from his assistant, Quinella quickly gives him credit. Yes, but it was a random idea. We can also give Ravel the chance to do those mop-up operations. With the world fractured like this, she can start quickly cleaning up all those useless cities. Quinella already had a bunch of ideas about what to do. Yes, however, I will be collecting all the landmarks. Like the pyramids. He casually opened a new chapter in his collection book. Of course. We can start by expanding technomancy related to space manipulation. The platinum-haired beauty nodded in understanding. With the idea of how they would clean up the planet, it was time to return home. This went from 0 to 100 real quick. Sirin thought that her visit to the shower room would calm him down. But, all it did was increase the brutality of how he would deal with the masses. Oh well, I did try, but it's not my place to rescue the greedy. Smart people will save themselves. The trip down only lasted a few seconds as they were quite close. After dropping them, the gunship and confiscator flew away to their position above the auto shop. The airship still needed to support Marcus in reassembling his car. As the group of 4 entered the house, Marcus' mother greeted them. The girls had a worried look for a second, but what they saw made them jealous. His mother went over and hugged him. "Oh, my baby boy, how dare those politicians mess with your mental health like this?" Marcus, who started to blush, was thinking of knocking everyone out from the sheer embarrassment he was feeling at this moment. "Not in front of everyone, Mom." "Hee, what's the rush?" She then looked at the girls. She could see the sheer jealousy in their eyes. "Oh, you poor things. Let me hug all of you, too." She let Marcus go, went over to the trio, and hugged the girls one after another. They had very similar blushes on their faces. A few moments later, she finished her hugs and quickly noticed the orange cat Sirin was holding. "Did you pick up a stray in Washington?" she asked the girl as she noticed the kitten. "No, it was something Marcus made from an armrest of a chair." Sirin clarified the origins of the cat. "You can do that now." Chapter 94, Preparations for Adventure. The next morning, after a visit to Washington, things should have returned to normal for Marcus. It was normal, at least at the human level, but the country that gave birth to the inventor is experiencing flooding. Requests for long-term visas have flooded. That makes 21,000. "Yeah, I counted 41 billionaires, 58 actors, and other important-looking people," a woman said with a sigh. "I'm surprised that you know who is who." "I watch TV." She immediately defended herself. "Pretty sure everyone here watches TV in one shape or form." Other girl said with an eye roll. "I bet she watches those California-related TV shows." The girl blushed when she heard the tease, and they were right that she watched that stuff religiously. But then they stopped talking as their boss entered with a pale look. "Boss, are you okay?" "Just had a meeting with ministers. We are to streamline some of the admissions." "But won't that piss him off?" "I saw the space gun is quite close to the atmosphere," one of the supervising girls said with a frown. While she doesn't care about what is happening on the other side of the pond, she is worried about accepting this many immigrants. "I know, and the government is negotiating. I understand that people will spend money to enter the borders. Isn't it pointless? Marcus Goldman will eventually take over. Money will be useless." The other girl said with a confused look. "That is in the future. We still need to live now. Besides, most of these rich people have talents." "Fine, I suppose. Yes, now return to your things. I still need to attend a few other meetings. It's becoming a pain in the butt," he complained before walking away. Just because Marcus is ending the society in 4 years, it doesn't mean stuff like discussing visa applications from Chinese people will cease. Marcus slowly opened his eyes as he saw white hair. The next second, he recalled pulling Sirin into his bed as a hug pillow. It was worth it as the sleep was good. The inventor felt that he got over the previous night's nonsense. "My queen ready to wake up?" He teased her the very first thing in the morning. Maybe. She slowly turned and looked at Marcus. "We can have a shower together." His suggestion got her blushing. "Maybe not. It's one thing doing it aboard your ship and another in your house with this many people," she explained with a blush. "True, but we can still snuggle." The inventor pulled her closer and started to kiss her. The Herschers rolled her eyes but accepted the morning kiss, which lasted for a while. With that done, they got up. Sirin went to get a shower while Marcus dressed up and went downstairs. He was followed by the orange cat and his pet lion. The inventor jokingly decided to call the orange cat Garfield. He even considered overwriting some memories and behavior patterns to reflect Garfield. But for that, he needs to ask Sirin, as he gave the cat to her after all. As he ended up at the breakfast table, Quinella quickly walked over and fixed his hair, which made him roll his eyes. Well, it's one of the reasons he has a selection of beauties. They can solve all those small details. "Dear, you can skip today if you want. After what they did to you, should take it easy." His mother, Rose, quite seriously told him. "Nah, I am fine. I recharged my batteries after hugging Sirin for the whole night," he explained to her. "Oh, remember, I am too young to be a grandmother," she teased her son. Marcus snorted while hearing that. "Don't worry, stuff like that will only happen when it's properly organized. I dislike things which are out of control." Marcus mentioned the last part with an annoyed frown as he thought about how to respond to the American move. But then he saw TV in the background. He raised his eyebrow and increased the volume with his psionic interface. "Currently, we have no idea who caused the attacks on several diplomats and high-ranking officers. We are not ruling out the fact that it could be a terrorist act. Oh my, it would seem that terrorism is quite bad in America, Rose said with a fake concern. Which Marcus thought was strange. Well, this stuff is on the other side of the pond. Yes. It sucks to be them. Anyway, I am going today as I have some things to do. Marcus recalled that he needed to finish designing the thrusters for the spaceships and start working on faster-than-light engines, too. If he were sticking around his house, he would be distracted by various beauties. So school is better at this moment. Besides, he still has to work on his baby, so there is no time to stick around like a hikikomori. All right, here is your breakfast. His mother brought over pancakes, which made Marcus' eyes sparkle for a second. That's better than the regular sandwiches he gets. A couple of minutes later, Sirin descended the stairs, and the inventor ended up placing her on his lap. The girl had barely any time to react as he used his powers. The surprise lasted for a second before she understood what happened. She didn't even react like she usually does. The white-haired girl had already adjusted to his sudden actions. Oh, it's pancakes. Sirin was happy with this too. She took the fork and started to eat. It was Marcus' plate. The inventor realized what was happening and used his psionic powers to take Sirin's plate and place it beside his. He took one pancake from it and decided to eat but got an idea midway. His idea made Quinella and Guyuna have twitching eyebrows. The pair were certain they did naughty stuff while going to the USA. That girl. She's quite a scheming one, isn't she? The assistant wondered what defensive measures she could take against such a vixen. While Guyuna pouted as she realized, she was left in the dust. This Hershers did it quicker than her. Marcus started to feed the white-haired girl to answer that Sirin also started to feed him. It was not because of some sort of romantic thing for the girl but more like getting back at him. Meanwhile, in Japan. Just outside of Tokyo, on a mountain full of buildings that look like restaurants of different cultures, this place was a famous school dedicated to teaching world-class chiefs. This school was called Tatsuki Academy, run by the world-famous Nakiri family. Well, the mundane side of the Nakiri family. It's a very old family that has been going back hundreds of years. The supernatural side of this family has its own set of arts and so forth and follows a very strict set of rules. Unlike the mundane side of the Nakiri family, which focuses on the art of food making, such art requires one to travel the world quite a bit. So when Marcus declared doomsday at Congress, the family already started working on survival. You called me grandfather? A honey-blonde girl with purple eyes inquired as she entered her grandfather's office. Yes. I just returned from a meeting held in National Diet. He replied while looking through the window at the mountain in the distance. I assume it's related to that live footage held in Congress. She realized the only reason he had called her was that live footage. She still finds it hard to believe someone like that teenager could exist. It is. We don't have many choices here, Irina. He sighed as he turned around and looked at his granddaughter. We are good at making food. That's all we do. We perfected this art for generations and built this school and dynasty. Whatever Marcus Goldman will do will shatter the civilization. We survived World War II. I am sure we can survive this as well. The question is if you are ready to do your part. There was sweat on her forehead as she listened patiently to his words. Her whole life, she has been doing one thing, cooking. There are no other things she could do. Grandfather, I understand. But what can I do? Cook, of course. We shall start moving towards Eastern Europe just like everyone else. The moment she heard about cooking, a part of her relaxed. She might have won all her food duels, but this is a life and death situation. The moment he doesn't like her food, he could nuke her home. It doesn't help her relax. But, how will we even approach the cooking part? Irina frowned. First, they needed to bring him to her kitchen even to consider cooking. And the guy, from what she has seen, is a hikikomori. That's where you will be coming in. I will transfer you to his school. But. Don't worry. We have prepared some of the translation talismans. Language won't even be an issue. Her grandfather waved his hand in leisure. That won't be an issue. That's not an issue. It's a commoner school. I have no idea how to behave in such a place. Plus, won't it be obvious? Irina started to panic. Don't worry. You are not the only one transferring. Many rich and influential people are moving there to survive the doomsday. What will happen? Do people even know what he will do? He got quite serious when he heard the question. We don't have concrete evidence, but it could be an invasion from space the moment he builds his space forces. Others say he will fry all technology, returning us to the Stone Age. None of those are good for us. The honey-blonde girl gulped when she heard that. If the rumors of him dating a goddess are true, part of her thinks she is the sacrifice for the so-called demon lord or demon god. I won't be high on the radar even when I transfer to that school. It will become better the moment he can eat your food. He smiled at her while saying that. We have no idea what kind of things he is eating. He created a technological empire. He could have a sophisticated food creation already. She reasoned, sounding quite pessimistic. Then we are doomed, Irina. Her eyes widened as she swiftly tried to lighten the mood somehow. I mean, we don't know. I saw the videos about his kitchen. It looks quite automated. The food could have tasted like it was from a cheap supermarket. I could have a chance. Good, then I am sending the papers for your transferring. Yes. But Hisako has to come with me. Of course. She is your assistant. Her grandfather agreed with her request. Good, then excuse me, I need to prepare. Irina turned around and started to walk towards the doors, her steps a bit wobbly. Before she could leave, her grandfather said a few more things. This is the only way. I wouldn't be doing this if we had an alternative. If we move to his country, we will have no idea what will happen to the food industry. Simply living is worse than being dead. I hope you understand that. He said this with a pained voice. Irina slowly nodded. She knew that if they were going to get reduced to eating protein bars, is worse than death. After leaving the headmaster's office, the old man sighed and looked back at the distant mountain. He wonders what the future has in store for them. If they are successful, will they have restaurants on Moon, Venus or Mars? Now that is interesting. This is quite a gamble. On one side, it's death. On the other side, there is space and a limitless future. The old man said to himself as he was both intrigued and terrified. My lady, how was the meeting? A girl with short pink-haired girl asked Irina. Instead of saying anything, Irina offered her hand. The girl, with confusion, took it. She could feel how much it was shaking the moment she touched it. That's how I am feeling. The honey-blonde girl clarified. What happened? We are going to Europe to get sacrificed to the Demon King. No, I haven't been reading shoujo recently. What I am saying is that we are going to seduce Marcus Goldman. Irina clarified with a strained smile. She sounded sarcastic even. Ha! Hisako almost passed out when she heard that. Irina knows well enough. Her knowledge acquired from shoujo mangas tells her that she won't have a chance to escape if she attracts the attention of the big bad guy. She will be doomed to be his. That is if she can even get his attention. The females of his creation surround the guy. As ridiculous as this sounds, my odds are very low. Marcus. Feeling jealous, Quinella decided to hog Marcus's attention in school. The moment the bell rang that it was break time, the beauty sneaked onto Marcus's lap and proceeded to cuddle. Her behavior was something the inventor swiftly adjusted and continued to draw the internal parts of the thruster. As he did that, the assistant checked the fallout of the last day's adventure. It would seem the world is treating our little country as Noah's Ark 2.0. The beauty checked the number of people who requested a long-stay visa. No surprise there. Over 25,000 and going up. All of these people are successful and ambitious. Quinella frowned. She felt that they were collecting all the vipers. Don't you think we should do something? She asked him, placing her head on his shoulder. No need. People like those will continuously try to find ways to improve their positions. But they are late. The government and my faction hold an iron grip on these lands. The only way for them to improve their standings in some valuable way is to approach me directly. Marcus explained to her as one of his hands stroked Quinella's hair. So you are waiting for someone to approach you? The assistant realized what was happening. It's not my original intention, but I am curious to know what they are planning and what method they will use to approach me. He wonders if people will bring some old cars or maybe some tuned-up cars or give him a game studio, who knows. He doesn't mind stuff like that. He can make cars and games himself, but if he does, there won't be the mystery of the unknown. Heh, now I am interested. Let's see what desperate humans can do. People perform at their best when they are in danger. I don't want to interrupt your evil mastermind talk, but the principal wants to see you. Victor, his classmate, said with a strained smile as he walked over to the inventor's table. Oh. He caved in. It's about time. Marcus closed his notebook and motioned for his girl to stand up. Once the pair were on their feet, they walked towards the doors. So, did you guys get anything in Congress, any sort of souvenirs? Victor asked Guyuna and Sirin, who didn't walk after Marcus. Behind them was Enterprise and Tirpitz, who were playing battleships. Those two were in a world of their own. Oh, I did get something. Space rippled next to Dragoness as a box dropped out. The teens ignored that little thing. By this point, they didn't care anymore. It's like in the military, you get phased by gunshots and tanks and stuff, but after a couple of days, you get used to it. This was the same. They see at least a couple of airships with Starscream jet fighters pass daily. At first, they get spooked, then annoyed, and lastly, they don't care anymore. The most important part is that these things barely make any sort of sound when they pass through a city. As Victor thought about his strange life, Guyuna opened the box and showed the content. It was a box full of blue pens with eagles on them. Did you steal the whole box full of pens? Sirin stopped reading manga and looked at the dragoness. What? I am a dragon. Of course, I hoard. The silver-haired beauty didn't even hide the fact that she had taken a whole box of pens from the Congress building. As she said that, she noticed that everyone looked at her as if she had done something weird. Fine, fine. You can have one if you want. With a sigh, she started handing out the pens. Sirin snorted, seeing how self-conscious the dragoness suddenly became. Sure enough, the whole class soon had fancy pens from Congress. There you are. Principal sighed when he saw the inventor. So, do I get permission to improve the school? Solomon's successor immediately went for the main dish. Yes, yes. The Minister of Education threatened to fire me for treason if I didn't agree. The old man massaged his forehead. He tried to maintain some sense of normalcy in this place, but the world was going crazy. Treason. Isn't that jail time for life? Marcus was a little bit surprised to hear that. But his country is becoming crazy just because he is living here. How amusing is that? Yes. Now, do you see this? He showed a pile of papers on the table. These are people who are transferring to the school, the old man said, waving the papers at Marcus. The minister said to accept your proposal for renovation, and on top of that, you can do whatever you want with the school as long as you add capacity to the number of students who can attend it. The inventor's eyes sparkled when he heard that. It seems people know how to use the inventor for their needs. But this is a double-edged sword, as the school will become his. The place will be full of cameras and other things that track people. Not that people have realized this yet. No doubt, this will be noticed eventually. But this is perfect for studying horny teenagers. Marcus has not mastered how to synthesize these types of memories. After all, the hormonal period is important in a person's development. Sounds good enough. Good. Then what do we need to do? The principal inquired where they were going to start. Nothing. I will do those over the night. Tomorrow, we can return to the classes. Marcus motioned for Quinella to come over. The assistant knew why Marcus needed her. The girl summoned her interface. The inventor went through a few things before explaining and showing what he would do. I will send down my bots. They will install the technology throughout the buildings. Of course, we should improve the gym, the basketball court, and the pool. Marcus showed some of the early stuff he had drawn for this place when he talked about it with his physics teacher. But then he got rejected, however, he kept those designs. The reason? Because he will improve the place either way. He is being civil now, but he doesn't need it. Threatening a doomsday has a ripple effect on his place. I suppose getting emotionally dissected like this has its perks. Marcus randomly thought to himself as he looked at the man's expression. Good. Do whatever you want. I will see how it goes tomorrow and whether I should retire or keep my job. Translation: if it's not as crazy as I thought, I keep working. If it is crazy, I will retire. That's how Marcus saw it. Well, now he knows how to get rid of this geezer. All right. I will keep that in mind. The inventor nodded as he agreed to the principal's words. Good, then you can return to class. I did my part. With another nod, the pair left the office. As Quinella and Marcus walked back, the beauty decided to comment on the old man's attitude. For someone who grasps your authority, this man is quite arrogant. Is this how old men behave? His assistant inquired as she had a frown. She is annoyed at this principal for his arrogance. These kinds of people grew up with communism. They had strict rules when they were growing up. So what came out of this is that they believe that with age comes authority, as they believe that now it's their turn to raise the next generation. I see. So they think they know the best and should be listened to. She snorted when she heard that. I suppose. I ignore my mother's occasional moments, but his. He smirked while saying that. I will go wild. Marcus pulled out his phone and messaged Latia so that she could tell Sikvera to send her energy and magic for Aurora to analyze. It was time to raid time and get some proper teachers. Napoleon and Alexander the Great for PE, Einstein for physics, and some Greek philosophers for ethics. That's just from the top of his head. Once he starts collecting, he needs a proper list. Let's go, Quinella. I am getting excited about this. With a growing smirk, Marcus returned to the classes. It was time to revisit the notes he had left on time. Seraphal. This is far too easy. The last remaining Satan frowned for a second as she noticed that Sunrise easily accepted her desire to purchase the whole thing. There were no negotiations or anything of that sort. She offered the price, and they just took it. That's not how this is supposed to work. The obvious reason is Marcus, but they would approach her if they wanted something. Sure enough, they did. In the meeting room at Sunrise HQ, Seraphol felt a huge amount of divine energy. It was scorching hot, like the sun. Seraphol immediately knew who it was. It would seem she won't be signing documents with the CEO but with the head goddess of a pantheon. I apologize for wasting your time, a woman said to Seraphol as she opened the doors and revealed herself. Lady Amaterasu, it's an honor. Seraphol swiftly bowed, and Roygun behind her did the same thing. They never thought their fishing expedition for mundane fish would lead to catching a whale. Relax, I do have your papers. As the goddess said, she walked over and showed a stack of documents. These were the legal ownership of the company. I assume you wish to talk about the event 4 years from now. The Leviathan realized that there was only one thing Amaterasu would care about at this moment. Correct. Now, do tell me what you know about it. She sat down at the opposite side of the table and looked at Seraphol with a neutral expression. Asterisk sigh asterisk. She sat down in her chair, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes. Seraphol needed to collect her thoughts about this. The project is called Project Eden. It would follow the underworld's example. The remaining devils live on a small continent. The remaining is technocracy's land. Fallen don't exist anymore. Amaterasu was surprised by this. It would seem the underworld was devastated by this war. She barely knows what is happening there. No information is spreading about what happened afterwards. This is the first time that someone is talking about the war. They live in Master's Town. Azazel is trying to curry favor to join technocracy full-time. And you can talk about this. Wouldn't you get into a problem? Amaterasu asked why Seraphol revealed everything so easily. Ars Goetia would force me to stop when it's classified. But as you can see, none of this is classified. I think it is Master's sadism. He is saying, even if you know what you will do about it. I see, it does make sense when you explain like that. It would seem we got too rusty. Allowing such being to gain this much power. The black-haired goddess sighed in resignation. It was never supposed to be her job in the first place. Shinto is a Japanese religion. It was supposed to be the job of Norse and Greek gods as Marcus interacted with them. But in the end, they joined forces, or more like Marcus swept them, forcing them to join him. I am at fault for this as well. I might get too attached to him in his younger days. I was his second devil. Seraphol sheepishly smiled. I see. Well, it is already in the past. I would like to know if you could arrange a meeting between me and him. Amaterasu wasn't angry by this discovery, instead, she asked if she could arrange a meeting. In the end, the only way to get out of this mess is to discuss it with the source. I could try. But I have no idea if he finds this interesting enough. After all, most likely, many people wish to talk to him after that broadcast. I know this well enough. Tell him that I will make it worth his time. After saying that, she pushed the papers into Seraphol's side before standing up and disappearing from the room in a burst of flames. Did she? Yes. Even the goddess of sun is thinking of sacrificing herself, Seraphol replied with a strained smile. It would seem that even such a goddess was thinking of seducing him. The world was turning on its head. Regardless, Seraphol took the papers and inspected them. Her eyebrows went up. Amaterasu has gifted Marcus Sunrise and Konami. Damn these gods. For a second, the temperature dropped in the room to freezing levels. She got one on me. The current Leviathan immediately started to bite her nails as she began to think of alternatives. Sunrise was for Gundam, and Konami was for Yu-Gi-Oh! But what else could she get? Shonen Jump. Possible. Seraphol stood up as she looked at Roygun. Let's go meet Master. I need to tell him about Amaterasu. After that, we will return to Japan. I have an idea for Plan B. The black-haired devil stormed out of the office. Her second-in-command could only show a strained smile. This is why one should not underestimate a god when he or she is on a mission. Meanwhile, in a garage in his father's place, the inventor is surrounded by holograms. Sikvera did what Marcus requested, and Solomon's successor was tinkering and putting together a working time machine. I have heard from the principal that he is giving you free rein to tinker around the school. What does time travel have to do with anything? Athena asked her future husband as she saw what he was doing. The goddess arrived to see him the moment she heard the news. She needs to make sure he doesn't go overboard, as she doesn't want him to traumatize those children. I am finishing one of the projects which was on hold because of the war. Now I am nearly done. I see. Is it not related to the fact that you are upgrading the school? It is, actually. I think I will spread the radius of another project. Athena had a feeling he was planning something scary. And that is collecting talented individuals. Her eyes widened for a second. Before this, the only weakness his faction had was a lack of commanders and generals. But if he is building a time machine, then he is planning to collect talent from throughout human history. Wait. You can't just take all those people through history. It would cause the collapse of the current timeline. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I kidnap them? The way they are useless to me. All I want is DNA and their memories. He smirked when he replied to her. His response only made her tremble even more. What he plans is even worse. Just imagining thousands upon thousands of conquerors like Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, or Alexander the Great makes her legs go weak. So you realized. I will be able to study not only their tactics from a distance but also from inside. So far, we were able only to simulate what they could potentially think at specific moments. However, with DNA samples and real memories, those qualities will skyrocket. I will be able to use generals depending on the circumstances. I can even create an artificial general who is even more powerful after he faces these historic beings in fights. Marcus pondered as he continued to tinker with the time machine's schematics. Sikvera's energy readings confirmed some of the clues he had related to time travel. Now that he knows the details, which are based on a river concept, he can start working on the real thing. You don't waste time. She relented after showing a strained smile. If he is that deep in this rabbit hole, there is no way for her to pull him out. But then a familiar voice got their attention. Master. I got something for you. Marcus and Athena looked at the source. Seraphol was walking towards them, waving documents in her hands. Sarah. What are those? The inventor asked with a curious look. For a moment, he stopped with his work. These are things Amaterasu gifted to you. One of his eyebrows went up. What does that goddess have to do with him? He doesn't remember talking or even seeing her. Regardless, he took the papers and started reading. She has my attention. Marcus had a huge smile when he saw that he was the legal owner of Sunrise and Konami. Holy fucking hell. Yes, she said that she would like to talk with you about events that will happen 4 years from now, Seraphol said in a serious tone. Since you didn't block me, I could tell her a few things about Project Eden. Marcus shrugged when he heard the last part. There is no need to hide something which everyone knows either way. The world has been studying me for weeks. They probably know me better than I know myself. Chapter 95, Refurbished School. As the evening was coming closer, since days are quite short in November in Europe, the sun was setting down even before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But this was the time when people could see the mammoth, which was the space gun floating above Marcus' school. The anti-gravity projectors made the monstrosity light up the whole area like it was in the middle of the day. Since the classes were over, the teachers were gone around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving only the management, who were also leaving soon. The graviton projectors turned the school area into a bright sunny day. That kid. He can't wait until I leave home. The principal complained out loud as he unlocked his 90s Audi. It was one of the first cars ever imported from Germany, the moment the Soviet Union fell. One could say it was old. But the old man didn't care as the car was still working, so he continued to use it. The moment the engine ignited, the exhaust released a black cloud of smoke. The principal took his time to leave the school. It felt that the massive floating station was waiting for him to leave. It was a pure gut feeling in the principal part. The moment he left, small beams of light started to descend from the barrel of the space gun, which was pointing down. Mark II of Ars Almodel Salomonis was designed to assist in construction just as much as it was created to erase Marcus' opposition. The barrel can shoot one big payload and countless smaller ones. It was like a cannon that could shoot one big round or 1,000 smaller ones. But in this case, the smaller ones were Aurora bots or materials needed for retrofitting the school. Holy crap. The lone security guard looked petrified, seeing Aurora bots being beamed down one after another. His eyes went up as he saw enormous magic circles spinning. He was looking at the inside of the barrel of the space gun. The moment he realized that his knees gave in, he comprehended that all it took was for this massive weapon to sneeze, and he was gone. Regardless, he was ignored as Aurora bots started their work on the school. As the retrofits were happening for his school, Marcus was on his way to his father's auto shop. He had his dinner and change of clothes at home, so to avoid wasting time, he immediately went to his other garage. When he arrived at the shop, his father was waiting for him. Even on the other side of the town, the older Goldman could see his son's toy in the distance. It was emitting a lot of light. Son, your mother called me. She said your toy was above the school. Some of the people are terrified, and others say it's interrupting their nap time as it's too bright. Roland air quoted the toy part as he greeted his son. The space station is doing retrofits for the school on behalf of the Minister of Education. My hands are sealed. I am doing my duty as a citizen of our glorious nation. Marcus sarcastically shrugged his shoulders. They are going to need to deal with the lights for one night. Regardless. I will tell her that you are doing a favor for the government. She should understand it. The inventor's father didn't care about people around the school who wouldn't be able to sleep over the night. All he did was speak with him as his wife requested, and that's about it. Yeah. Do that. I am going back to work on my baby. With a nod, the inventor passed through his father's workshop and went to the back, where his recently built garage was. Once inside, the automatic lights turned on and LED support lights kicked in to give extra brightness. After the lights turned on, the holograms also turned on. Marcus' first task was to bring over his notebook and place it on the scanner. Aurora immediately scanned the new content and displayed it on one of the hologram screens. Aurora, I want you to immediately start doing your quantum calculations and start integrating this new tech into my overall creations, Marcus instructed his AI as he walked over to the half-completed Mustang engine and started his work. Understood, beginning quantum calculations. Less than half an hour later, Athena was in his workshop. She looked around. Her eyes ended up on the hologram, where she could see something was getting assembled. Is that what I think it is? It's a time machine, or more like a time engine for a warship, Marcus replied to his fiancée. When he said that, other girls looked at the screen with slightly widened eyes. They thought this was a new type of engine that would replace the relic Nova thrusters. Nova thrusters are basic among basics. It's mana energy used as propulsion, and it is nothing fancy compared to something like graviton armors used by the knights. Time engine. Yep. The principle is similar to the hyperspace jump used in Star Wars. Marcus stopped his work and looked at his fiancée with a smirk as he finally understood how to travel back in time. You see, there are two things which we should be aware of. He started his explanation. It's space, which represents a river, and time, which represents the river's flow. But like any river, there are patches where time flows differently. You have seen islands in rivers, yes. Those are parts where water doesn't touch. The same principles can be applied to time. For example, Earth moves extremely fast, but we don't feel it. It's like we are on one of those islands where water doesn't touch us. Yes, I heard about this before. Athena nodded at what she heard. The goddess has heard this before. Indeed. It's the scale of things you need to have a specific size to feel different time. When he said that, Athena realized what he meant. Wait, so you are going to shrink to small size. Such action will allow you to conserve energy and then allow you to travel back in time. Athena fixed her glasses before crossing her arms and rapidly starting to think. Yes. I will also add a better version of cloaking technomancy to my confiscator. Hold it, you are planning to take your whole warship with you. For a second, the goddess of wisdom imagined the warship flying over primitive cavemen who were throwing rocks at the confiscator out of fear. Well, yeah. Imagine going to the Jurassic period with just a car. How am I supposed to collect samples and other stuff? Marcus exclaimed with a huff. It would destroy the whole point of a journey. At first, he thought about traveling with his BMW. But how would he collect a T-Rex, an Ankylosaurus, or a Stegosaurus? In his car trunk. Not enough space. Sure, he could use some space magic to increase size, but that's another can of worms. True. I mean, I worried about just going there. I never considered anything after that. Athena slowly nodded as she had a thoughtful look. If he goes there without anything, it would be a waste, considering even the gods themselves are interested in a truly prehistoric era when creatures such as these roamed the planet's surface. After all, gods are created from human desires, and humans themselves wanted to know about ancient times. Indeed. That is why my confiscator is getting a retrofit. The engines, the runway, and all of them will be taken out and changed into a survey and research vessel. He showed her schematics of the warship's hangar bay, which would look similar to Noah's Ark, where living and breathing samples could survive. Each one will have special containers just for them. Though I won't be able to have truly big ones like the Mosasaurus. While the aquatic reptile is around 20 meters long, from what he remembers, he doesn't have a big enough water container to store such a thing. He could try shrinking it down and storing it properly, but that's just desperation. It's not that it's a life and death situation. For Marcus, this is just a hobby. He did shrink down those shipwrecks, but they were just metal. These are living, breathing animals he wants to keep as pets. For that, he will keep them alive. If this is going to work, you can return it and collect aquatic ones later, Athena suggested. Yes. I know. For now, I need to cover all the angles before we can travel. As he said, he sent a mental command to Confiscator. The warship started to fly back to the spaceport for retrofits. Good. If you need anything, you know where to find me. After saying that the goddess kissed her future husband and walked out of his garage, she still needs to mark assignments and prepare for the next class. The Olympian goddess takes her work very seriously. She doesn't even allow Aurora to assist her in any way. So, Sirin poked her head from his side the moment the goddess was away. We are going to the past. Yep. We still need to run some tests and calculations, but we will be able to travel to the past. Great, where did this idea come from? The white-haired girl asked him as she wanted to know his train of thought. One doesn't just commit to time travel randomly. Or does, considering he yanked me from a different reality. Part of her replied to her thought. I was rewatching Jurassic Park with Sarah and Latia. Sarah suggested using Ankylosaurus to slap people away. I thought it was a great idea. Then, on top of that, I thought, why not make T-Rex into a riot police unit? They could easily disperse riots and strikes once I rule the whole planet. Marcus explained to her his train of thought. Midway, Sirin placed her hand on her face. And here I thought magic girls are stretch. He is thinking of adding dinosaurs to police units. Yet, she hasn't seen his other ideas, like creating his version of Jedi Order, but instead of Jedi, they will be knights, and instead of Force, it will be dragon companions who can merge and create dragon armors and develop dragon arts. But that's for the future. So it was a boy thing. She commented. Well, you being here is a boy thing, so there is not that much of a difference. He replied to her statement. Yes. I know. Regardless, she quickly got over this craziness. By this point, it was not the first rodeo. She already saw an invasion of the afterlife. Time travel doesn't sound that impressive anymore. Great. So will I come along? Sirin asked Marcus. The girl wanted to see what it was all about. It is not every day that they can travel 65 million years into the past. Why not? It depends on you. Confiscator has more than enough space for us to travel. He looked at her with a smile. His hand sneaked around her waist as he pulled her for a hug. She looked at what he was doing, specifically where his hands were traveling. Then I will join you. Me too. Guyuna chipped in as she was sitting on a couch. I am going to the spaceport now. Quinella got Marcus' attention as she looked at the Herschers with a slightly annoyed look. She swiftly disappeared from the workshop. Someone jealous, Marcus, noticed how his assistant was behaving. When Sirin heard that, she wrapped her hands around him as well. Of course. The girl smirked, it won't be long after all. The Void Queen knows that she needs to pay attention to her hubby. Unlike Quinella, her situation is flexible. She is not an assistant or a battleship like Enterprise or Tirpitz. She is more like a support. Or a queen to her king. As Guyuna said, he is her emperor, and the emperor needs his empress or a queen. It's finally happening. Atlanta exclaimed as her tail was waging back and forth. Lu Fei swiftly contacted all the maids the moment she noticed the news. The witch was one of the biggest fans of her master, and the girl ferociously followed what he was doing. Apart from collecting an array of pictures of him, she is also following his research. Yes. It took him a while. But it is finally happening. Artemis nodded. She noticed how Atlanta was behaving. She understands this feeling very well. It is the excitement of the upcoming hunt, a hunt like no other. It's that stupid and meaningless war. The lioness huffed as she looked at her ex-goddess. Those evil gods should have rolled over and surrendered to our master. The lion girl huffed as all she saw was pointless fighting and giving more ideas and stuff to Marcus. More stuff means less attention to her and this time travel project. As the maid was ranting, the Norse goddess Hel grimaced at the back. She tried to look as little as possible. The key was not getting spotted as she was one of those evil gods who tried to wage war on the inventor. As if. We are too proud to do such a thing. Artemis didn't look offended while saying that. She experienced firsthand such a treatment. Not that it matters anymore. We are finally getting our trip to the prehistoric world. Artemis wanted to brush the whole war thing to the side. It's another embarrassing part of her very long life. It's awkward to call herself a goddess nowadays, as gods got beaten up by a human, especially since she is related to the one who caused the war. About that. At that moment, Graphia entered alongside Quinella. The confiscator is getting retrofitted for the trip. I want you all to prepare for it. I do not know how long it will last. It could be several days to several years to hundreds of years. I do not know. I suggest you prepare because this will be Wild West. The assistant said with a thoughtful gaze. Her eyes swept the room full of maids. Understood. All of them respectfully replied before rushing out of the room, leaving only Graphia and Quinella. I will oversee the whole retrofit while you can return to work. Make sure they all are ready, mentally. Quinella knows well enough what this could entail. After all, watching things from the sidelines can affect one's mind. Such a thing happened to her as she was artificial, after all. She was self-aware when she was just an AI. I understand. I will observe. Good. Congratulations. You have conquered the world. Aurora's voice rang through the simulation room, and everything shattered like glass around Ravel. When the blonde devil looked at herself, she saw that her physique had shrunk. She was once again a teenager. Just how powerful is the technology of this faction? Sweat rolled down her forehead. She was careful not to step out of her bounds the whole time while in the simulation. And thankfully, she was right to do that. Everything was watched and recorded by the AI of this place. What now? She asked the artificial intelligence. My creator is preparing for a journey through time. You are allowed to delay your training until the trip is finished. Ravel's eyes widened for a second as she was a little bit spooked. To think that he harnessed time travel while she was training. How much time has passed since I was in the training? Over 5 days since your training has started. F5. The Phoenix Devil stuttered as her eyes trembled. She realized that her 40-plus years of conquest had been compressed into a measly 5 days. Realitas technomancy intercepts brain waves and manipulates your senses. In one of our latest patches, we added a sense of time flow. You were the first one to experience it. It would seem it was a great success. Ravel's lips twitched as she realized she was a guinea pig. I understand. I hope Master Marcus can review my training. He will review it when he has time. You shouldn't be worried, he will see the highlights of your training. That much is certain, as he is looking for talent. The Phoenix girl sighed in relief when she heard that. For now, you can leave the entertainment dome through this door and follow light indications to a room prepared for you. The confiscator retrofits should be finished by tomorrow evening. I understand, my thanks. As she said, she noticed doors simply pop into existence on one of the walls. The blonde walked over, and before she could do something, the doors opened themselves. Wait, wasn't I in a meeting room aboard a warship? The girl stopped in her tracks and didn't even realize she was moved. A gulp escaped from her mouth as cold sweat washed her up. This faction is terrifying. When reality starts clashing with fiction, when time itself gets muddled, things start making no sense at all. This is where she knows that death is the least of her worries. Losing herself just being in a faction, now that is terrifying. Say, Aurora, yes. Correct, I am artificial intelligence, my designation is Quantum Computer 2.3.1.4. I am tasked with running day-to-day tasks. At the same time, I am the OS that runs all computers and handheld devices. Ravel paused when she heard that. Another test. The blonde realized once again that this was a test, as there was no real reason to reveal this much. I see. Then what is the limit for this simulation? Unknown. Excuse me. Realitas technomancy at the base is a particle. With the current levels of energy we can produce, you can stay in the simulation until the sun runs its course. But there are variables which can negate the sun's death. Thus, the limit of the simulation is unknown. What about the biological limitations of a living body? Insignificant, we have technomancy which could give you another body when this one also runs its course. Technocracy's standard protocol forbids half-finished tasks, especially when variables are body limitations or failure of the planet itself. The pursuit of greater knowledge should not be impeached by variables which we can overcome. When laws forbid death. Ravel was speechless when she heard what AI had told her. I understand. In other words, I can abuse these simulations to gain more tactical knowledge and other things which I can then abuse in the real world. To think that Marcus had such a thing developed. What other groundbreaking things had he developed? After pondering for a few moments, Ravel left the room and walked outside. What she saw was a corridor. The ornaments on the walls were emitting lights, which reminded her of LED technology. She couldn't see any other light source. Once the doors closed, she looked around, spotting a hologram pointing her to follow. I wonder where is everyone? As far as she remembers, this whole faction has quite a few people, from gods to devils to fallen angels. After walking for a few short moments, she arrived at what looked like a living room. Wait. I am in Marcus' home. She swiftly started to panic. To think that he brought her to his home. Her panic lasted for a second as she swiftly took a deep breath and controlled herself. Calm down, Ravel. You conquered the whole world just for this. With steel in her eyes, she passed the empty living room. Her eyes stayed on the robots standing in the corners. They didn't look like mere statues to her. After passing the living room, she poked her head into a room that looked like a kitchen and then a dining room. A sci-fi looking library. It reminded her of Star Wars. Then. Whoa. A small awe escaped from her lips as she saw something amazing. This is. Her eyes bulged out as she saw what was deeper in this room. It was full of relics. Not just any relics but sacred gears. Deeper in this room, she could see an array of dragon armors. There were over a dozen of them. To think that he even collected dragons themselves. As she stepped further, she passed through a spinning spear, which was the Longina spear, then 3 golden floating cups. Her eyes eventually ended up on the dragon armors, the iconic white and red, followed by blue, purple, brown, and others she had no idea about. As well as a black one. For a while, she wondered who they were, but then her eyes went down, and she saw names. Tiamat, Tannin, Grendel, oh. She quickly realized that a lot of those were the evil dragons. Wait, did he resurrect them and then seal them into sacred gears? For a second, her head started to spin as she realized that he had nearly every single known famous dragon in the world. That's quite a collection. However, something got her attention more than the dragons. It was a hologram of a woman, and next to her was a hologram of a blue-skinned man with the lower half of a snake. The girl walked over and noticed who it was. Lilith. The progenitor of devils, and Typhon, the king of monsters. She then realized that he was keeping them in pokeballs, of all things. I think I saw too much. The girl turned around and walked away. Regardless, she understood the scale of things after seeing the vault. Next morning. Damn. I didn't expect school to just triple in size. The students were standing outside the school's territory, which was surrounded by high fences and checkpoints. To greet them were knights from technocracy. Everyone line up properly. Each of you will get a fresh new ID card and tablet. The armored men motioned for the teens to behave. Did he just say tablet? What is a tablet? I think it's something I saw being used by Goldman. The teens talked among themselves as they lined up. While some were talking, others looked at the school behind the fences. There are a bunch of new buildings. And the school itself exploded in size. Not only was it 3 times in size alone, but the entire area, which used to be empty grass fields, now is packed with buildings. In addition, the buildings looked like they were ripped from the 23rd or 24th century. None of them could tell what kind of material was being used to construct them. This is the first time in my life that I want to study, one of the lazy-looking teens said with a fascinated look, and it's not because of the massive space gun flying high above the school. Yeah. Imagine all the tech pumped into this place. As the other teen said, he could see TV reporters from various TV stations arrive to see the school as well. Ha ha ha, Victor, they arrived to interview you again. Marcus' classmate teased another. Victor was on TV, as he was the one to get the interview when Marcus gave away those phones. He was one of the lucky ones to get a cutting-edge technological phone from the future. Yeah. I don't know how to feel about that. The teen nervously replied. Not even a month has passed since then, but so much has changed. Come on, as long as you don't say something bad about him, nothing will happen. As the teen commented, the reporters parked their vans on the other side of the road, closer to Marcus' mother's supermarket. Yeah, the road is closed today. The Knights of Technocracy closed the road just for this day. Did they ask the government? Or the current mayor? Nope, there is no need. No one will say anything to the one who did this. The mayor is far too busy, and the same is true for the government. However, the Minister of Education decided to visit and see what he allowed to happen. Excuse me, may I have a word? Here we go again. Victor sighed internally as the journalist approached him, whom she had recognized from the previous interview. As he answered the questions, the guy beside him was snickering from amusement. But then, all hell got loose as Marcus, with his array of silver-haired girls, ended up joining the end of the line. Excuse me. The journalist said as she stopped the interview and looked at the lazy-looking Marcus at the end of the line. No, it's fine. As him, he is the mastermind, after all. Victor smiled brightly. The journalist lady with a sweaty forehead and nervous look nodded at his words. Here we go, one wrong move, and I am not only fired but dead too. The journalist lady sarcastically joked to herself. The lady with shaky steps walked over to Marcus, who was inspecting the handiwork of his faction firsthand. He only had rough plans, but it looks amazing from what he can see. He wants to test out how his new interactive teaching system will work. He knows learning can be annoying as hell, but what if learning is more interactive and visual? That's what he thought from his last life as well. He would have paid more attention in class if there had been a tech that deployed it better. Excuse me, Mr. Goldman, may I have a moment of your time? The inventor looked away from the school, behind the fence, and towards the woman who had interrupted his daydream about observing World War II from the safety of his class table. Yes. He looked at her. The ruler of the technocracy realized that he had seen this woman before, on TV and the news. I am Emily from TV3 News. May I ask a few questions? She nervously introduced herself. Sure. After hearing all clear, she took a deep breath of relief. She didn't get nuked. Or erased or something else. Then, may I ask what brought you to improve your school this much? As she asked, the cameras started to roll. Mostly because school is where I get inspired to do something. Most of my designs were designed in school. So, it was a perfect opportunity to improve my school. Marcus happily replied. He was quite delighted that the woman was asking about school and not the nonsense that happened in Washington. I see. So what does the school have now? She swiftly went to ask the next question. I will never look at doodling the same way again. Part of her felt a chill pass down her back. Most of my basic tech is in the place, from anti-gravity technology to atom manipulation. So parents who are sending their children to this school will now and forever receive free meals. The inventor said that to the camera. He then decided to advertise himself. So don't forget to vote for me as I run for mayor in the next elections. I will add more places where people can save money for utilities and food. The journalist lady deadpanned when she heard that. I felt for that one. Well, that's the price she gets for wanting to interview the most notorious men on the planet. Apart from that, there will be an array of new clubs everyone can join, as I will be bringing a variety of people from ancient times to semi-modern ones to teach in classes. Such as Napoleon for PE, and Einstein for physics as an example. You are not holding back, are you? She asked with a strained smile. Not at all. This school will be all you need. I say, why do you need college or university? It's a waste of time and resources. So, everything one can do is here. Who will deny work when you say you have been taught by the greatest conquerors or brightest minds in the world? Marcus reasoned with her. I see your point. She looked at the camera with a twitchy smile. She just remembered why she hadn't wanted to interview him before. Each time he appears on screen, something groundbreaking happens. From declaring his faction's existence to announcing the end of the world. Now, he has declared what will happen in this school, and she is pretty sure the world at large already knows. She will undoubtedly hear a mouthful from her boss as she adds more work to their government. Soon, scientists, researchers and all sorts of people will go to this place to meet long-dead great people or study gravity or something else. Yes. However, some of it is still under development. I still have to collect dinosaurs and some samples. Dinosaurs? Yeah. I'm going to bring those beasts back. Like for classes, army, and some other stuff. Jurassic Park? She asked curiously. Maybe. I do have plans for such a thing as well. Most likely after I terraform Venus. He motioned one of his girls to walk over as he said that. As Guyuna did, he took her hand and brushed her right index finger down, summoning her interface. He checked a few things from the console. Well, the colony I sent to Venus started sending a signal around 4 hours ago, he told the reporter. In other words, it's not far before I start terraforming it into a tropical paradise suited for dinosaurs. I didn't need to know that. She thought to herself before smiling at him. I see. Does that mean it will be open to the public? In a way. Segments of it, yes. But mostly, it's for personal use. If you want something similar as well, you should study time and genetics. He replied with a small smile. She smiled back. Her smile was a strained one. He did sound arrogant. No, he was very arrogant. He didn't care about their opinions. If you want someone to care, you should care back. At this moment, the world wants to save their hide, or will greed consume them as they try to figure out time travel as well. However, time travel is far more complex than deep space travel. They should first solve that hurdle before trying time travel, as that one is a very pricey adventure. Something like a 5-star hotel or 6-star hotel/resort kind of thing. For a second, Marcus imagined himself chilling on the beach on Venus while stroking his pet Spinosaurus and watching the live stream of how mundane people try to escape Earth. Sounds like a nice idea for holiday. At that moment, he ignored the reporter and started to think about how he would design his Venus resort. Chapter 97, Time Testing Before Launch. Irina was utterly baffled to hear what the maid was saying. This situation made no sense to her, she was just a cook. Sure, she can make great food. She doubts there are not many chefs in the world who could surpass her in taste, but this is different. Marcus Goldman is simply terrifying when it comes to power and influence. He is a genius inventor. Their current situation reflects on that. They are about to arrive to the moon and then travel through the current of the time. To think that she could offer anything to interest him makes her baffled. Listen. Chef girl. You still have to get the point that our master is still a guy. He no doubt likes your looks and sees you as a fellow artist. That is why he didn't shove you into this hierarchy. Hippolyta pointed at herself. Now. Let her breathe and process that information. Jean walked over and pulled the warrior queen back. But it's the truth. She is the first normal human who got such a treatment. Hippolyta didn't give up that easily. She pointed out something important. True. Jean stopped in her tracks for a second. I am a saint reborn, and Lu Fei is a witch worthy to be pieces in his collection. The blonde clarified. And we are the only beings closest to humans in this faction. Then all those maids. Irina realized that there were several maids, they were not even humans. They all have backgrounds. Jean smiled sweetly. They all related to myths in some shape or form. The girl you see with silver hair and a ponytail is goddess Artemis. The girl with blue and red hair is a Norse goddess, Hel, and the one with blue hair is Tiamat, a dragon king. As you can imagine, Marcus has a collection. Hippolyta only named a few. As you can see, this is a big deal, and you flopped it. The red-haired maid sighed as she let the chef girl go. She then walked over and dropped into a comfortable cushioned seat. I don't understand. It makes no sense. Irina was able to reply, as this stuff made no sense to her at all. Isn't he some proud inventor and conqueror who doesn't care what the world thinks? Isn't it why he is planning to bring doom to our society? The girl almost ranted at the pair as she couldn't control herself anymore. All she wanted was to return to her perfect life at Tatsuki. It's not that cut and dry. Jean sighed as she understood where this was coming from. This girl just got strong-armed to work for the most notorious men on the planet. What do you mean? The chef girl took a deep breath and asked the saint maid. Our master has his own hierarchy. It's not based on regular norms. It's more or less meritocracy. He will approach people who he thinks work on their art as much as he does. Sure, he might have invented all the stuff you see around, but he still respects other people who put the same amount of time into their craft. That includes you. Irina looked perplexed for a second before putting her hand on her forehead. And the end of the world. So she had more chances than she thought. He is ending the current system as it's getting in the way of his system. For someone like you, the new system will reflect your values far more. Jean smiled as she saw the profile of this girl. The saint was impressed and slightly spooked. The girl was almost as much a workaholic as Marcus. She is focusing purely on cooking, which most likely attracts Marcus. The inventor would want to nurture her talent until she becomes something akin to the goddess of food and cooking. What do you mean? It means that you can focus on your art until the end of time, as the concept of money and other stuff won't matter anymore. Master has a perpetual motion engine which generates energy indefinitely. The same energy is used to make necessary products so that you can spend all your time creating what you want. But all that will only work if we follow technocracy. Irina realized that this sounded far too good to be true. Of course. It's his creation, his energy, and his AI which controls. Think for yourself, do you give all your hard work and food to just everyone? Jean scoffed. No, I don't. Then, at the very least, you should listen to what he wants. What about those who don't want this? Hisako asked from the side as she understood the grand picture. Then you should start sharpening your swords and filling up your ammo cartridges, as when we are at an impasse and diplomacy fails, you can only rely on your weapons. The saint explained with a strained smile. I see. Irina's assistant could only nervously reply. It's pointless as such a hyper-advanced faction can travel through space and time and wipe the floor with everything current humanity has to offer. Approaching moon. ETA 1 minute. Everyone who wants to walk on the lunar surface walks to the hangar deck. Aurora's voice spread through the room. Hippolyta jumped out of her seat. Let's go. She grabbed Jean and the cherry-blonde girl by the hand. She easily handled the pair. Being a minor goddess, her physical strength was beyond the pair. There is no need to pull me like that. Irina was spooked by how easily she was dragged to the door. I am coming too. Hisako swiftly caught up, and by this point, Hippolyta let the pair go. They all walked back to the lift. Seconds later, it arrived, and the group of 4 walked inside. Aurora, take us to the hangar. With an excited tone, the red-haired maid requested the AI to move them. Very well. The AI took the lift down. So, how are we going to walk on the moon? Irina asked the maids. She is pretty sure they need a suit. There is an armory in the hangar deck. It will build suits for us for a spacewalk. Hippolyta said with a smile. Master has what is called automated assembly line in most of the places. It utilizes atom manipulation to make things rapidly. Jean explained to the pair. It includes clothes and even food. That is why we can travel for thousands of years if need be. I assume lifespan means nothing. Irina pointed out that she remembered Marcus' nonchalant expression when he mentioned death. That is the least of your worries. Jean joked as they arrived at the hangar bay. As they stepped onto the deck, one of the gunships left through the hangar gates. In front of them, through the gates, they saw a mammoth of a construct, the space gun, leisurely floating in space. This feels like one of those sci-fi movies. Come. Over here. The red-haired maid once again pulled the pair of chefs to a couple of blue rings at the side of a wall. There were several glass panels with armors behind them. Aurora, I want you to make a couple of space-worthy suits for these two. the red-haired girl said to the AI before looking at the two. Stand in the middle of the circles. Once again, she released the pair from the hold. The two girls looked at each other nervously for a second before nodding at each other. They walked over to the circles. The easiest way to control and move around is a variant based upon assault knight armor. A hologram window appeared in front of them. It went through several armors before stopping on the one with a jetpack on the back. That is fine. As long as they can move around. Hippolyta didn't care about the looks. All she wanted was for the pair to survive on the lunar surface. Understood. A blue light scanned the pair from top to bottom. Two more holograms appeared next to the two girls. These two showed how the armors would look on the pair. Any color preferences? Purple and red. Hisako said the moment she saw the bland color of the armor. Like this. The armor's coloring shifted, dominant purple with some red highlights. That looks good, I take it. Seeing that Hisako had been bought over, Irina decided to join. I want gold and purple. Understood. The armor hologram next to the chef girl shifted to dominant gold and secondary purple. It was not bad, in Irina's opinion. Not that she wants to spend long here picking a color. They have limited time for this. So she accepted the current coloring. I take this one. Rendering armor. Preparing to craft. Second later, the flower moved, and segments came out. The first ones to appear are the boots. Place your feet in the boots armor. The girl with slightly trembling feet moved, placing her legs in the boots. The moment she did, there was a clicking sound. The metal shoes were sealed on her feet. Oh. Then, robotic arms came out and proceeded to place the armor on her. Extend your arms in T position. The cherry blonde swiftly followed the instructions as the golden armor was placed on her one by one. The last piece to be done was the helmet, which weirded the girl out as she wondered how on earth her long hair was dealt with. Regardless, it took less than a few minutes as soon as she saw the HUD turning on and the bars with symbols next to them filling up. MTM reactor, online. Aurora support, online. Oxygen levels, 100%. Radiation shielding, online. Assault Knight model, 1.0 variable exploration setup, online. A bunch of pop-ups appeared in front of her, annoying her. So she made them disappear with a thought. Oh. The next second, she made them reappear. I see. Since it works like that, she looked at the symbols and made explanation windows pop up. Interesting, so this suit is space-worthy. She realized that her oxygen levels would remain high just by walking on the moon's surface. And even if she doesn't walk around, she has around 3 hours worth of air. This is more than enough to explore the moon in the limited time she has. After inspecting the HUD, which she finds unique, slightly intriguing, and a little bit terrifying, she realizes that this is the first time she has experienced technology like this so close to her. It's far more interactive than anything she has seen before. Are you two ready? Hippolyta's face popped on HUD. The chef girl nearly had a fright attack as it was far too sudden. Haha, I know, you get used to it. The warrior queen joked, seeing the expression of the two girls. Anyway, we are getting one of the gunships. It will take to the area where the Apollo missions took place. Master wants us to place Technocracy's flag. When Irina heard that, she snorted from amusement. It feels quite childish. Regardless, the group of 4 went to the gunship, which was preparing to launch. Meanwhile, Marcus' gunship landed in a much wider and much bigger hangar of Ars Almadel Salomonis. He immediately looked around. There were rows and rows of gunships, Starscream jet fighters and land assault units like the XC-01, Spider Walkers and even Quinella's Integrity Knights in case she needed them dropped from the orbit. As Marcus, Sirin, Guyuna, Quinella, and Athena walked forward towards the lifts, the goddess noticed that rows and rows of royal guards stood from the gunship to the lifts. Behind these royal guards were the forward knights equipped with plasma pikes, and behind them were the assault knights equipped with variable rifles. The first thing that came to Athena's mind was to compare this to Star Wars, the entry scene of the Emperor. However, she didn't comment out loud on the similarities. I know it looked big when I saw it above the school, but inside. Sirin looked around as she realized that Marcus could store buildings and houses in these hangars. It's enormous. This is only one of 8 hangars. All of them are equipped the same way as this one, Marcus explained to her as he continued to walk towards one of the lifts that would take him to the command center. The command center is like the communication tower of his growing faction. Since it's in space, it can cover the entirety of the planet. However, once the comm tower is finished in Saturn, it will cover the entirety of the solar system. Right. Remember, we are in space, and everything is bigger here. He said that while stroking her hair. Sirin rolled her eyes before blushing. The guy always looks for opportunities to cuddle her. As they arrived at the lift area, the doors opened, showing a large platform big enough for at least 8 SUVs. The doors closed behind them, and the platform started to rise. "So what are we going to do here?" the white-haired girl asked curiously as she looked around. The lift looked boring. There was nothing to look at. "Run last tests for time engine," he said as his gaze eventually ended up on her. "Our trip has a success rate of 99.73%. We will end up in the Triassic. However, the specific date is unclear. We could vary from 10,000 to 50,000 years. Wait, if the dates are that big, how will we return back properly?" she asked him as she realized that they were talking about millions of years here. "Anchor. Our Ars Almadel Salomonis isn't just for show. It will work as a relay point and landing area," he explained to her as he ended up pulling her for a hug, which made her cheeks start to heat up. Considering his fiancée was right there. "Since it works like an anchor, we can assume you're planning to drop more since we will be checking all of the periods." Athena ignored his actions, as she had already concluded that his affection for his creations was something she had a hard time fighting. "That means you have bigger plans for the prehistoric world," Athena said with a realizing look. "But won't that change the world? Impact us?" Sirin exclaimed with some panic. "If something changes to technocracy, to Marcus, won't she cease to exist?" "Relax. What Athena said is true. In each of the eras, I am planning to have an outpost. But then, are not our timelines at the end?" he said with a shrug. "Time is a river. And the river will flow regardless if you add 1 or 2 islands in it. So then, the Triassic we will visit while ours is not truly ours. It's just from traveling once we've already branched out," he clarified. "What I am doing is simply tying the renegade timelines to my one." Her mouth slightly opened. "But aren't you impacting someone else's future then?" Sirin, with a realized tone, pointed out. "Relax. Our creator is not that ruthless." Quinella rolled her eyes. "To impact something in such a distant future is hard. We would need to make an enormous amount of footprint. Something we have no reason to do. Considering we don't even need to build on the ground in the first place." The assistant pointed out the obvious to the Herschers. "Floating city," Athena said with a realization. "In a way, it doesn't need to be a city. A fortress is enough." The platinum-haired girl pointed out that they don't need a population, they can automate like they always have. "True. I already saw how the base is. I suppose it will work. Since they have assembly lines and perpetual energy, they can build everywhere. It was silly to think that just because they were in the distant past, they wouldn't be able to develop their infrastructure. Yes. We are only interested in dinosaurs and vegetation, as well as observing biological evolution in nature. The rest doesn't mean anything to us." Marcus smiled when he heard Quinella's explanation. She knows him well enough. Seconds later, the lift doors opened and revealed an enormous hall. They stepped in. Sirin's eyes widened as she saw a huge holographic globe of Earth spinning in the middle. She could see countries and their borders, as well as plane routes and ships. Technocracy is monitoring everything. As they walked forward, they swiftly saw that this was a balcony, and below them were rows and rows of officers working on their computers. To think that something like this was on board the space gun. They are watching everything. "I assume that you are watching everything through the internet?" Sirin asked after checking how many computers there were. "Internet, satellites, street cameras, everything. I added this little feature after then the strikes in the USA and around the world." In other words, he wouldn't have bothered if not for the idiocy of humankind. "Calling it a little." Athena sighed. "Compared to space, this is not much," he replied to her comment. "Then I can assume once our empire becomes interstellar, you will dedicate an entire planet to monitor." "Indeed. First, a planet, then the solar system, then cluster, then entire galaxy if need be." "I shouldn't have asked. Anyway, for now, let's forget the boring thing and focus on something more fun." He took a step. "Begin the last test related to the time engine." The moment he said that Earth's holographic globe disappeared, an enormous screen replaced it. Ars Almadel Salomonis moved. The station pointed away from the moon and Earth towards a distant void. "Beginning time engine's live tests." "Does the station have a time machine, too?" Athena asked as she realized that the battle station already had a means of time travel. "It has Bifrost, too. Upon the station's upgrade completion, I left sections around diamond cores empty. They were filled up along the way I was doing my time travel equations. It was finished the moment Sikvera submitted her time travel magic. I have been snooping around in time travel since I finished my genetic alteration. I have a general idea of how it works and how the engine will look. All Sikvera did was confirm my suspicions." Marcus clarified as he looked at the monitor, which split into two. One showed the outside of the barrel, and the other showed that probes were loaded into the barrel, and gravity had locked them in place. Sir, probes have been loaded. All 5 of them will be sent at different times. Fire when you are ready. Firing in 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, on Moon. Irina looked at the grayish gravel of the moon's surface. The world was barren and really quiet, far too calm for her. Thankfully, she was not alone in this place. Irina-sama. Look at the view. Her assistant got her out of her thoughts. The girl dropped the gravel and walked over to Hisako. However, it was quite strange to walk with how light she was feeling. As the cherry blonde got up on the hill, she finally saw something amazing. She could see Earth in all of its glory. Beautiful. Yes, it makes one think how small we are. The assistant's words made a lot of sense. For a while, the chef girl felt that she was at the top of the world, but then Marcus appeared. Then Marcus threatened to blow up London. After that, she felt weak or inadequate, as being great is just that, a cook. She might have influence in certain industries, but in front of Marcus' authority, her influence is non-existent. The man literally created his own economy independent from the world and then pressed his thumb on the entire planet. Now that she can see Earth like this, it doesn't feel big. Earth is just a blue marble in a massive black void. Is this why he wants to spread to stars? Venus, Mars, and more. That moment, blinding light at the corner of her vision, got her attention. Irina turned around and saw the space gun shooting a beam of rainbow energy into something. It didn't go far as the beam slammed into some sort of green and white magic circle. Are these the tests he spoke about? The moment she said that, her HUD showed a window. She could see what it was. So he is sending probes to several different time periods. These probes should crash into Moon in. Seconds later, she saw small meteorites land several miles away from their location. Then, several gunships left the space gun and flew towards the location of those meteorites. It looks like it worked. Yes. Anyway. Girls, you should collect some moonstones. Not every day you visit the moon. Hippolyta interrupted the pair as the warrior queen landed not far from them. Right. We should collect some stones. I should bring something for grandfather. The chef girl agreed as she started to look around. The gunships landed as SPBA knights exited the transporters with an array of instruments. Then, they walked over to the small craters and started to check the probe's readings. This one left the time warp at November 24, 1908. According to the planetary rotation, the night transmits the data to Ars Almadel Salomonis. And this one left the warp at November 23, 1808. November 21, 1708. November 18, 1608. November 15, 1508. It appears only 1608 and 1508 were slightly off the selected course of November 19th and 17th. The knights finished with their reports. Marcus, who saw the data, stroked his chin. Recalibrate the vectors and double-check the rotations of planets. He then instructed how to work around it. We must remember other gravitation centers like Mars and Venus as well as Jupiter, even if they are that far away. They still emit gravitational pulls. Recalibrating, including all of the gravitational pulls of the Sol system. Send the word. I want all of those probes collected and recycled for future use. Marcus instructed his officials. Relaying orders. A few minutes later, there was another test. This time, everything was right on target. But playing with time travel at a grander scale is a bit taxing. Marcus walked over to one of the hologram computers and created another project. This one was quite grand as he wants all meteors and comets tagged and accounted for. That's quite a task. But I am sure our knights will be happy to know that they have some work to do. Quinella, who was standing next to her creator, commented with a smile. Don't forget that we are expanding rapidly. Bases on Venus and Mars already have basic infrastructure. It's only a matter of time before they can start working on their allocated projects. She nodded with a hum. But then she remembered something. You never told me what are your plans for Mars. The beauty pouted at him. Even she has no access to his personal files. Mars projects are quite important. One of them is barren planet restoration, which includes revitalization of the cold planet's core, then observation of planet rotation as Mars doesn't have a big enough moon to balance the planetary spinning. The third one is a research of planetary sculpting. Oh. I thought as much. You are using the smaller sibling of Earth as test grounds. Quinella was not away. The same could be said about Venus, as that planet needs to research its atmosphere. Does it mean you are planning to move moons from Jupiter or Saturn to Mars and Venus? Quinella suggested as she was thinking about how to stabilize the rotations of those two planets in the inner solar system. We can think of that after we return from the trip. He shook his head. They can think of moving moons at a later date. Indeed, the beauty used this opportunity to snuggle. She then recalled something crucial. According to my calculations, our trip to the Triassic period will take around a month. She said that with a thoughtful look. We should think of a schedule for who will accompany you in bed through such a long journey, she said with a seductive smirk. Oh my. You are not afraid that I could choose such a thing arbitrarily? Marcus teased his assistant. Not at all. I was designed to strive in such circumstances. The beauty leaned forward and started to whisper into his ear. You should leave such mundane things to your Quinella. Marcus wrapped his hands around her thin waist and proceeded to kiss her lips. The kiss lasted a few moments before he let her go. Then I leave such thing in your hands. Several hours later. Irina boarded the gunship alongside Hisako and the pair of maids. There were other gunships which were returning to the confiscator. It appears goddess Artemis finally visited the object she should be goddess of. Hippolyta joked as she recalled how Marcus used to tease her about that. She finally became a proper goddess of the moon who was on the moon. How does that even work? Shouldn't she have some sort of power to influence the moon? Irina, being clueless about the majority of supernatural things, could only ask. In proper terms, her powers don't influence the moon, but they are more conceptual, as gods and their powers were influenced by human worship long ago. As you may know, people who worshipped these gods had no idea what the moon or star was, thus, they became more or less conceptually powerful. Goddess Artemis can't influence the moon's rotation, but she can influence the moon's effects, which are especially visible when hunting at night. Jean explained in the same way Marcus explained to her before. Irina slightly nodded when she heard that. So it's like being an expert. You could say that just because someone calls you frying pan god, it doesn't mean you can make frying pans, it's just that you are godly at using them. Irina replied in her own words. She nodded sagely at her own words. Whatever it is, she can translate it into her food terms. Jean and Hippolyta looked at her strangely, but they nodded at her in the end. Yes, you can say that. The pair of maids eventually nodded. But then their eyes went to the side. They realized that they were flying inside the barrel. This. I see. We are going to use Ars Almadel Salamoni's powerful barrel to accelerate even more. Wait, why do we need to fly far? Aren't we visiting Earth 250 million years ago? Irina was confused. She remembered watching those time travel movies. Well, you need to add to the equation that Earth, no, our entire galaxy is moving. That means Triassic Earth was quadrillion, if not more, miles away from where it is now, Jean sagely said to Irina and her assistant. That's. For a second, the cherry blonde tried to comprehend the volume of those numbers. Don't think too much. We have no idea how much it is. The number is huge, and don't think too much about what Jean says. She is just parroting what Master said a while ago. The chef girl nodded. She still tried to comprehend what it meant. They are traveling very far away. Not just distance but back in time as well. I suppose those movies lied to us. The girl was quite disappointed. Regardless, they arrived at the hangar, and the doors opened up. There were several knights waiting for them. We have prepared containers for you to store moonstones. The knights showed fancy metal boxes with the moon carved in them. Oh, these are beautiful. Do you think we could get something like these in the future for Bento? Irina asked them. As the helmet retracted, she inspected the craftsmanship. No problem. The automated assembly line can create anything you might wish for cooking purposes. As the knight explained, the girl proceeded to store whatever nice-looking stones she acquired on the moon. The girl realized that she was one of the few humans to have stones from the moon. That is amazing. But then I will be one of few to see living dinosaurs and make food from them. Her eyes then widened as she paled in horror. She has no idea how to prepare dino meat. Is it red meat? Is it a white one? Or is it reptilian? The beauty placed her armored hand on her forehead. I am so dead. Irina-sama. The girl snapped out as she looked at her assistant. It's okay, we will survive. I no doubt we will return alive from this trip. The girl tried to cheer her up. I am not afraid of that. The Tatsuki elite replied with a strained look. I am more afraid for us. I have no idea what to do with food. We will be getting dinosaur meat. How are we supposed to cook that? Irina explained what her fear was. You should not worry about that, Nakiri Irina. A silver-haired maid with braided hair walked over to their side. She had an imposing burst size. Irina's eyes were on those for a bit. These kinds of assets terrified even her. She considered herself to have a great physique, but this one was, well, sinful. Or more like devil-like. I am Graphia Lucifuge. The head maid of Marcus Goldman's household. If you need anything, you can ask other maids or me. I understand. Thank you in advance. Irina slightly bowed like a proper Japanese. It's fine. What I meant is that you have a secondary objective. Graphia started to clarify. Secondary? Yes. By all means, we are going to an alien world. That means we will be testing plants, fish, and other life forms. What's good for eating and what's not. Her eyes widened at that moment. She imagined herself as an explorer in an alien world. Wait, I will be. Goosebumps of excitement washed her over. Aurora will assist you in finding out what is poisonous or dangerous for people to consume. Eventually, we will have an entire library of materials for future uses. Does it mean we will be collecting living specimens? Precisely. The entire warship has been repurposed for the singular purpose of acquiring living and breathing dinosaurs which will be added to technocracy. Graphia quite proudly said that. Once again, her master will do something no one else did. By added to technocracy, you mean as soldiers or some war beasts? Irina looked pale as she imagined those big creatures from Jurassic Park rampaging through Earth under Marcus' banner. Having hyper-tech and robots is not enough. He needs lizards with big teeth and claws as well. Chapter 98, First Cooking Experience. Normally, confidence would outweigh the pressure Irina feels from doing her tasks. But this was not cooking. This task, this mission, was much more than that. Marcus gave her something major, something insane. He wants her to taste and record everything they bring through 250 million years of Earth's history. It's simply mind-boggling, she must sit and let it sink in. Final preparation for time jump is complete. Everyone return to your stations. Aurora's words spread through the vessel. It was time to launch. Irina-sama, should we go? The cherry blonde snapped out and looked at Hisako. Yes, of course. She stood up from her seat. Her legs were a little bit wobbly. When someone is tasked with such a task, it makes her any previous job look like an elementary school assignment. Regardless, she won't allow pressure to get to her. The pair left the room and walked forward. They saw a pair of silver-haired girls in uniform looking through a window before them. The window was huge. However, what got Irina curious was their disposition. They felt different from the rest of the girls they met. Devils they meet have these dark, almost sinful auras, while goddesses they meet make them feel this urge to worship them. At the same time, the dragons had that primal feeling of fear while looking at them. But these two, it made her back straighten up like they were in front of a military officer. Oh, you are that chef girl everyone was talking about. The one with the sailor's hat and leather jacket spoke first. Yes. I am Irina Nakiri. It's an honor to speak with you too. Irina, while having no idea who these two were, was respectful nonetheless. Right, apologies. I am CV-6 Enterprise. My designation is Biological Combat Model Enterprise. I am a carrier ship's combat model. What does it mean? Hisako blurred her words as she tried to grasp the silver-haired girl's words. In simple terms, we are spirits of warships. The other military girl with short silver hair spoke with an icy tone. While she sounded cold, it wasn't directed at them. It was more like how she just is. Spirits. Yes. We are the embodiments of our warships. Though this journey. Enterprise spoke with a strained smile. I don't think we will be able to summon our warships as we will be far away from the influence of technocracy. You need the technology of technocracy to access them. Indeed. We were designed like that. We are part of this trip to conduct two things. One is to feel what it means to be a human without our ships, and the second is to figure out a connection to reconnect to the Golden Armory. Figure out? Is it even possible? Jean-san said that the distance would be enormous. Irina spoke as her eyes went to the side. Something caught her attention. She realized that she could see the space gun's barrel insides. The gun started to send pulses of energy towards the end of the construct. It looked like a runway, and they were about to get launched. Don't worry about us. Chef girl. You have your assignment, and we have ours. As Enterprise said that, she looked back at what was before her. The lights got brighter as it looked like a bridge of some sort was created under the survey ship. Then, the vessel moved. 1 second, they were in the barrel. The next second, it was void, and it looked like the stars were getting stretched out by some strange force. They were stretched in reverse. This is time travel. Even if I ever mentioned that I was part of it, would people believe it? Sure enough, all she could see was that they were flying, somewhere, fast. Well, it was not that bad. But not as explosive as I thought. Enterprise was not disappointed or impressed. It felt like another mission to the carrier ship. Something she was created for. Yes. It was, just a mode of transportation. The other girl said in a plain but cold tone. Oh, right. Irina Nakiri. This is Tirpitz. She is a battleship, one of the Admiral's creations. It's the same as me. More ship girls are coming out soon. Well, it depends on Admiral's mood. The ship girl introduced the girl next to her. I do want to know what you can cook for us. The silver-haired girl smiled at her, she looked excited. Then. Irina Nakiri. Supreme Commander wants to see you. The chef girl's face paled as she felt Marcus was summoning her to the chopping block. Proceed to the lift, which will take you to the bridge. You shouldn't keep Admiral waiting as you are new in technocracy. You need to prove yourself and prove your value. As a spirit of a warship, I am well aware of what it means when a new sailor shows up on the ship. Enterprise commented as she looked at petrified Irina. Enterprise is right. You should proceed. Tirpitz chipped in as well. Irina-sama, let's go. All right. The pair proceeded to walk towards the lift. Irina stepped onto the bridge. It was more like a throne room than a bridge. Glass surrounded it. It was like a squire room. The only way she could discern this as a bridge was from the view in front of her, as she could see the ship's hull stretching in the distance and a bunch of girls sitting around computers. But that throne in the middle stands out the most. The throne moved around and revealed Marcus with a maid on his lap. This maid had cat ears and a tail, a cat girl. For a second, she remembered seeing this girl standing in the line when they first arrived at the hangar deck. I hope you settled in properly. Marcus asked her curiously. He did want her to settle in as he wanted her to operate at 100%. Why yes, Irina replied with a nervous voice. Good. Our journey will take around 32 days. Ars Almadel Salomonis Beryl accelerated us quite a bit. Instead of 60 days, it will be 32 only. He explained the journey. That is good. Irina tried to understand his angle. It depends. After all, you have 32 days to impress us, Irina. He smiled while stroking his lion girl. The lion girl looked at Irina with a curious look. She wants to see how good of a cook she is if she attracts the attention of her master. I see. Then I need a kitchen and what everyone wants for dinner. The moment it was cooking, her confidence returned with force. Marcus and his pet noticed that immediately. They slightly smiled, though the reasons were different. For Marcus, it was nostalgia as he finally saw some glimpses of that girl he remembered from the anime, and Atlanta in his lap was intrigued by that confidence. Does it mean she is good enough to have such confidence in front of the conqueror of the underworld? Jean, take her to the kitchen and show how everything works. As you wish. One of the maids who was standing behind Marcus moved forward. The rest of you will prepare the dining hall for dinner. The inventor instructed the rest. With a nod, they all went to lower levels. What should I cook for you? Irina asked him as she started to feel the pressure. That depends on you. I left enough hints for you. He said that with a small smile. That moment, Irina had a flashback as she recalled him leaving maids to her to help her, and they talked about Marcus. He used his maids' affections to make them tell me what he likes for food. Part of her felt a chill go down her spine. If she were more terrified and spoke less, then she would know less. If she knew less, then she would be going blindly into this. I understand. Good. Then. He had a pondering look. How about this? You are all about making food and running restaurants. Then treat this like a new restaurant. Let's make a menu. He said with a smile. But, restaurant is to accommodate an array of people with distinctive tastes, Irina replied with a sweaty does he want to make a restaurant experience from just himself. And we are an array of people. He pointed at his girls. Sirin, Guyuna, Goddess Athena, the lion girl, Quinella. And from the looks of it, they could potentially have various tastes. I understand. Then leave it to me. With a bow, she turned around and left with her assistant. Jean motioned for them to follow her. Seconds later, they left the bridge. The moment it was cooking, something flipped inside of her, Athena commented with a curious tone. Before this conversation, the girl was mundane and afraid. She is like me, Athena. She is a cook, and she is good at one thing, and that is to cook. He said with a small smile while he stroked Atlanta's long hair. He slightly missed this feeling. So you expect her to excel? Very interesting. If Marcus vouches for this human chef, then even the goddess is interested. Interesting. Athena nodded while Quinella looked at the lift doors. She was slightly concerned that a human could potentially impact her creator. If this Irina Nakiri influences her creator, it could potentially impact Project Eden. They only want resourceful humans to survive. What is the point of bringing humans to stars if the same weed will recover? But then again, she read about Tatsuki. This academy is something she likes. She likes the weeding out system they had in place. I suppose this rests upon Irina Nakiri's talent. If she can impress, Tatsuki might as well survive and be useful to us in the future. We can copy the method they use for future academies. For the first time since she was created, Quinella is intrigued by humans other than Marcus. Of course, this intrigue will only continue if Irina completes her tasks. Quinella has weeks to study the chef girl. One way or another, the fate of wider humanity is in the hands of a proud chef girl who likes reading shoujo manga. Irina looked at what she called a bleak kitchen. It had no character, and there were no pots or pans. It was ugh moment. I may be a bleak kitchen, but I can feel Marcus Goldman all over it. Is it possible to step back and turn this kitchen how I want it? Irina asked Jean as the chef girl looked around. She felt her soul slowly leaving her body, as this kitchen was soulless. If Marcus were to read her mind now, he would be somewhat offended as he spent quite a while designing his kitchen models. Of course. Tell me what you want. There was a glint in Irina's purple eyes as she unleashed an avalanche of words. When I will start with a cooker. She started with cooker, pods, pans, tools, knives, and other things. The Tatsuki elite sent Hisako away to bring her personal knives as well. As the kitchen was getting refitted to fit Irina's taste, the girl in question changed into her white chef uniform and put her hair into a ponytail. By the time she was done changing, the kitchen looked different. Irina didn't expect how quickly everything was happening. She thought she had some time to prepare a plan for what she wanted to cook. The bots are almost done with the upgrades you requested, Jean informed the girl, as Aurora's bots were almost done installing the kitchen equipment. So what you are thinking to cook? The saint maid asked with a curious tone. However, she didn't expect a Marcus-like answer. Well, I am thinking with an array of pork and potato dishes, considering he is from Eastern Europe, I could do some Slavic dishes, try out several methods of. Irina got Jean lost when she started naming possible taste variations. Is this even cooking? Food is food. The maid's eyes started to spin. Great. After telling her plan, Irina started inspecting everything. The craftsmanship was extremely good. For a while, she forgot that she was in a spaceship traveling through space and time, and instead, she was in one of her kitchens. Jean-san, how do I get products? Oh, right, use the fridge over there. The blonde maid explained how to use it, and the chef girl started ordering things in bulk. But the first major hurdle manifested for Irina. This isn't good, these products are like being printed out, they are all the same. The cherry blonde inspected the tomatoes, potatoes, and pork she got. They all look identical. Hisako, do you see this? Irina handed over a bowl full of tomatoes to her assistant. Apart from being created from thin air? The pink-haired girl nervously pointed out how stuff was appearing from thin air. Something Irina glossed over as she was focusing on her work. Not that. Inspect the tomatoes. For a second, Hisako blushed, but then she started to inspect them. They look identical, like cloned. Hisako answered with realization. Yes, we have a big issue, how I am supposed to perform at my best if products we have are not the best. Irina sighed as she was in a pickle. Or is this on purpose? I am being challenged with limited resources. Isn't this like Tatsuki training camp? The cherry blonde girl bit her right thumb's nail as she was thinking about how to approach this. Instead of growing products in an old-fashioned way, we record the genetic makeup and then continuously use atom manipulation to copy according to the recorded genetic map. Aurora explained to the pair. But this leads to stale taste. Irina immediately replied to her. Each and every farmer produces food according to their unique methods. Some use a more natural approach, and others use more modern practices, which give products different tastes. The chef girl explained as she looked at the potato in her hand. And that is why you are here, Quinella spoke as she walked into the kitchen. She inspected the newly reworked kitchen before looking at the chef girl. Irina felt that this woman was dangerous. Like, from all the women she saw in this place, this one is giving her the most dangerous chills. You see. I have been reading about your Tatsuki for a while now. Quinella placed her elbows on the table and put her cheeks on her palms while inspecting the cherry blonde. I like your school. It reminds me of what we want to do to the planet as a whole. Irina didn't know what to feel about that. Come now. Don't look at me like that. What we want is very similar. Quinella smiled at Irina. You want the best possible outcome for your Tatsuki, right? I want the best outcome for technocracy. I want my creator's dream to come true. To make his dream come true is not hard. By this point, it's inevitable. My current job is more like being Noah. You have heard of him, right? The chef girl slowly nodded her head. She was on guard against this dangerous female. The man who builds a boat to survive the flood. Irina recalled what she remembered. Precisely. Here is the plan. Cook, impress our master. Once you do that, we can start herding your Tatsuki into the ark. Quinella smiled. After all, if we make Tatsuki survive, we can use your academy expertise to improve farming, logistics, and other things related to agriculture. That is good to know that I have someone who feels the same way I do. Irina was slightly relaxed when she heard about the possible outcome for her academy. It should be obvious. I am his assistant. My job is to please him in any way he wants. If I see something that could make him happy, I will acquire it. Quinella smiled before it morphed into a chilling one. The same can be said about failure and him becoming angry at someone. It's not that you shouldn't be afraid of him. You should, but it's me and his followers who can make someone's life into a living hell. After all, we do control hell now. The beauty giggled when she mentioned the last words. Regarding your products. You should address this issue after preparing several dishes and pointing out the staleness of the taste. Once he realizes this, he will arrange changes, and you will get what you want. After saying that, Marcus' assistant left. Relieved sigh. Irina released a sigh. She forgot that she was holding her breath. That is his assistant. Hisako never thought she would meet an assistant as dangerous as this one. Yes. But she gave me an idea. The chef girl returned to her work and continued to make spices and other materials needed for her dish. Meanwhile, Marcus checked over data he has on the time periods. It will be alien worlds, and that is an understatement. From 40 to 60 degrees Celsius average to oxygen levels being much higher than normal. Then, dominated by desert and tropical climates, the temperate climate concept is non-existent. The inventor stroked his chin as holograms surrounded his throne. I need to come up with something to maintain purity of the time we are moving to. Purity. Atlanta sounded confused. Precisely, we should not allow any of the bacteria we carry to contaminate the period we are entering. I suppose special suits will be needed. Marcus explained to his lion girl. If we leave something by accident, it could potentially survive all the extinction events. Something I don't want to happen. Oh, like bringing diseases. I remember that story about South America and the first encounter of the Spanish and natives. Atlanta casually commented as her tail wiggled back and forth. Yes. The basis is that, but as I said, it's just another layer of protection I want. Diseases from humans moving to prehistoric animals is something I have no knowledge to base how it will work. He said with a sigh to his pet. Many paleontologists even say that we wouldn't be able to hear dinosaurs as they release sounds in different frequencies. Not that I know if this is true. Marcus explained to her. I see, so it is a completely different world we are going to. Of course. It's the first ever alien world we are going to. It's a test as well. It's a test to see how we will fare once we land on another planet in a different solar system. Excitement swiftly returned to Marcus's voice. Good. I can't wait. Atlanta nodded with a similar excited tone. Indeed, so I need to make explorer's gear. Thankfully, I have a whole month to come up with something. He said that while stroking his chin with his free hand. The armors you build are not good enough. The lioness pointed out. As far as she is aware, those armors are space-worthy. If they are space-worthy, they should be alien planet-worthy too. Yes. They could work, but they are meant for conflict. They are armor, not a suit. A suit should fit nicely and be comfortable to move in. It's still a chunk of metal. I am thinking of branching out. Maybe nanotech or human-made material at the atomic level. He mentioned some possibilities out loud. Let's see. His free hand moved away from his chin and proceeded to make something using his holograms. It has been a while since he did that. First, he designed a prototype nanobot. These are not hard. He already had everything needed, all he needed to do was program them. Add new routines only available to nanobots, as well as self-replication and frameworks that they have to follow. One doesn't want these things to get out of control. They look like small bugs. Atlanta looked at the design with disgust. Bugs and females don't mix that much. To think that a huntress has such traits. And why not? I see a bug. I kill it. Simple as that. She shrugged at him. Regardless, these will come in handy in several situations, like in my soldiers or the buildings themselves. Soldiers. Atlanta shivered when she heard that. Is he planning to put these inside his men? Oh, yeah. I guess you never heard about this, but nanites are staple technology in most sci-fi tropes. Besides. Marcus stroked his chin as he realized that if he used nanobots in critical future infrastructure like the starways, aka highways in space between the solar system, could constantly recalibrate the starways in case something interferes between them. The inventor's initial idea was simple and very similar to space grand strategy games. In games, there are highways between solar systems, and since he has unlimited resources, he might as well start making grand projects at galaxy levels. He might as well embrace his fetish for the desire to leave a forever lasting legacy at a cosmic level. These little thingies add flexibility to my technomancy. Another fiction turning reality thing. I think that genre has to be deleted as it's no longer fiction, it's more like science fact. The lion girl snorted. Maybe. Sirin pouted, seeing the lion girl snuggling on Marcus' lap. What she saw made her jealousy burn with intense heat. That fake feline. How dare she act like that? All she wants is to use him for her needs. If only I had my powers, I would crush her. However, she quickly declined that idea. She can't fight his maids. That's a big no-no. Excuse me. Sirin's thoughts were interrupted as she saw the chef's assistant. What? Sirin channeled her cold queen attitude. Hisako paled as she took a step back. Well, we need a tester. Some of the dishes are ready. We only need to pass through some testing. Irina-sama still has no idea what kind of taste buds Marcus and his faction have. When the Herschers heard that, she calmed down somewhat. She decided to bury her jealousy with food. That should help. Fine. I will test it out. Sirin brushed her hair, it reminded Hisako of Irina. This girl has a similar queen-like attitude. Me too. When Hisako heard that voice, she paled ghostly. Turning her head to the side, she saw Marcus leaning against the doors. Did he teleport? Wait, why was Sirin behind these doors? A bunch of questions popped into the chef's assistant's head. Wait. Did I wander close to Marcus' workshop? Hisako realized that her luck was garbage. She nearly landed on a landmine, but in this situation, the landmine ended up hitting her anyway. Sure. It's not like I can deny him. Great. Developing a new branch of technology builds up an appetite. He motioned them to walk. Wait for a moment, Mr. Goldman. Call me Marcus. The inventor interrupted her. But his words only terrified Hisako more. The thing is, these dishes are just test runs. We are adjusting to the ingredients we have and trying to develop the menu you asked of us. Hisako swiftly caught up to him. I know. That better than anyone. He rolled his eyes at her. You do realize that you are walking aboard a ship which has been improved 3 times. You are serving a dish to a fellow creator, but I am not some customer in a restaurant. Right. Honestly, when he said that like that, it was enough to lower the pressure, somewhat. I need to tell Irina-sama this, maybe it will help. Hisako. Hi. Irina squeaked loudly. She asked Hisako to find some maids to test, but she brought the one she didn't want to touch for several days. When the pink-haired assistant saw the reaction of her lady, she could only want to try to find a hole to hide. My, oh my, to think you discern me to this degree. Marcus walked over and saw an array of very familiar dishes. Potato pancakes, rice with pork, white salads, beetroot soup, an array of sour cream dishes. She created an array of traditional food from my side of the continent. These are just your local dishes, from my understanding, Irina explained with a sweaty forehead. True, but you have checked the data logs, didn't you? Marcus smiled while saying that. He ate all of these in the past 2 to 3 weeks. Especially when he was living aboard Scavenger and Confiscator. Your artificial intelligence showed your eating habits. All I did was improve the recipes. Irina explained before swiftly clarifying to him. But these are not my final dishes. For the menu you asked. Seeing how on edge she was, Marcus rolled his eyes. Relax, I know that this is a test. He explained before using his powers to summon a chair and a fork with a knife and a spoon. That is why I want to eat this. You do realize that I care more about progress than the end goal. He explained to her before his eyes ended up on the pancakes. This dish is extremely heavy on the stomach, but honestly, he doesn't give fuck about heavy stomach. He is an existence which evolved beyond such mundane nonsense. So he quickly cut a piece as he looked at what was inside the pancake. It was a thick layer of meat. Ah, yes, I forgot that Irina cares about perfection. Sometimes, all the time, that can mean that the portions will be smaller. Regardless, he took some sour scream, a stample sauce from Eastern Europe. Then he took a bite. The moment the food touched his taste buds, something happened. Marcus closed his eyes and tried to process what he was tasting. As he was doing that, Irina and Hisako looked at him with nervous looks and sweaty foreheads. The food he eats is very oily and heavy. Since Eastern Europe is known for cold winters and home food dishes, it took her a while to adapt to her standards. That means she didn't want him to see this for a while. It's good. Irina expected him to tell more. Let me. Sirin couldn't contain herself as she used her psionic powers to get a seat and her fork with a knife. As Sirin was doing that, their attention swiftly went back to Marcus. Any more opinions? I don't have much experience with your cuisines. Irina wasn't embarrassed to say that Eastern European, like Baltic and Slavic food, is considered minor when compared to Italian or French. It's different from what I am used to, he said with a thoughtful voice as he pondered what to say. I suppose you lowered what makes these pancakes, pancakes. He pointed at it with a fork. She tried to understand what he meant. These pancakes should fill up someone who returned home from work on a tiring day. He placed the fork down and crossed his arms. I suppose when I eat this, I expect it to be filled up. I see. The cherry blonde swiftly understood what he meant. She has not caught the essence of the dish. Regardless, the taste is good, but it doesn't have punch. He then moved the dish to Serin's side, who had already finished her pancakes and was eyeing his. After pancakes, it was time for other dishes, which were all good. But they all sort of lacked a similar thing, a similar essence, of home cooking. This is the first time that I had someone else taste my early dishes like this. Irina had a dark cloud above her head. Oh, your assistant never points out certain things? Marcus asked with a smile, impressed by all these tests. These dishes had already improved whatever his database had. After all, he never improved them after initial downloads. No, she does. Irina shook her head. But this was different. You found the core issue. Instead of taste, you found where I should improve. It's important for the specific menu you want, Irina said to herself. Maybe this was for the best. Now she knows where she should work. That reminds me. I wish to discuss something with you. The chef girl realized that this was the perfect opportunity to speak with him about the ingredients. It's the ingredients, isn't it? He chuckled as he already knew. So you knew. Irina shouldn't have been shocked. Of course. I am the one who invented everything. He rolled his eyes. I simply filled the database with single examples of everything. Marcus leisurely explained as he accepted a cup of tea from Hisako. By this point, Serin's upper half was lying on the table. She was stuffed herself full. I was looking for someone who could expand on it. But no one noticed the issue. He shrugged. Wait. Master, are you telling me that there were hidden missions all over the technocracy? Atlanta looked dumb for a second. Something like this was available, and she never noticed it. Of course. He scoffed. Why do you think I want to create technocracy in the first place? He asked her as he lifted his finger. For example. He pointed at Irina. We are going to the Triassic period with a chef who has an unparalleled ability to discern taste. Once she starts tasting new ingredients, she will invent tens, if not hundreds, of dishes. And that is science and inventions, which is what my technocracy does. When Marcus pointed that out, both Irina and Hisako gulped down. Their eyes trembled with excitement. True. I forgot. Atlanta realized that technocracy studies everything. Even food. Then I can study dinosaur behavior patterns. The lioness pointed out. Of course. But what for? You are my pet. Leave such a mundane stuff to Artemis. Marcus waved his hand as if it were a nuisance. Atlanta sighed. Sure, she will keep that in mind, but she will still hunt in prehistoric Earth. Chapter 99, Flow of Time. After eating, Marcus returned to his work. Atlanta sneaked away somewhere as she began to set things in motion and prepare for the trip. The lioness is walking on a thin line, and the moment she is away, Serin sneaks into his lap. The Hershers doesn't care about points she can earn. She has everything she wants. If not, then she can ask Marcus to give it to her. It's simple in her eyes. That cat girl still has some lingering independent thoughts. Something she shouldn't bother with when she lives under technocracy. After all, Marcus can do everything needed. If Atlanta had thought more about it, she could have easily gotten what she wanted. But then again, she is a lion. I have no idea how that kind of people should be operating. As she pondered about her competition, Marcus continued to work on nanobots. He already has models, and synchronization did, all left is programming, which he works through rapidly. The thing is, he already has many blueprints to work through. One of the perks of having a faction like this is that he has much knowledge to work with. For inventors like him, raw resources are not a priority. What they need is a different kind of resource, and that is knowledge. That is why he was done with nanites in just a few days. Though he was done, he couldn't improve his ship as they were mid-flight. Sir, we are approaching Phase 2. Phase 2? What does she mean? Serin snapped out from her plotting as she turned her head to his side and looked at him. To travel back in time in the most efficient way possible, as we are going very far, it is better to leave time altogether and reposition where we want. It's like playing at the river. You don't struggle against the stream. You leave the river, walk where you want, and re-enter it. He explained to her as he slowly stood up. Serin ended up standing as well. Let's go. Not every day can we see how reality looks without time. Wait, doesn't it mean that time flows differently in Confiscator? Sirin realized that midway. Ha. So you noticed it? Yes. Time flows differently here. It flows how it is supposed to, regardless of where we are. It means it only passed 2 days for us regardless of where we are. How did you even do that? Aren't we outside stream of time? She asked with an uncertain tone. That's dear where time engine and Bifrost come into play. My Confiscator has several different gravity wells. As you know, gravity wells can impact time. That is why we have several of them. The first one allows us to travel through time using the Bifrost method. Bifrost is a Norse term, as they came up with this first. First, they warp space around themselves and then create a bridge through which they can move fast. I use the same method. Graviton projectors cast the bridge in front of us. Marcus even summoned a hologram of the ship and showed it to her. That is why my Confiscator has another extra diamond core. That diamond core is what is powering time engine alone. The other core powers the Bifrost and Graviton engines, and the last is used in day-to-day things. You are using 2 perpetual motion machines just to power this journey. Sirin realized just how absurd this journey was to make it happen. Precisely. It tells us how absurd the concept of time travel is not. Movies make it look so simple. He said with a snort as he dismissed the hologram and motioned to walk towards the closest window. Tell the crew how rare this step is, Marcus told his AI. Understood, relaying this message. As he said, they arrived in front of the observation deck, just below the bridge. Sirin's eyes widened as she saw greenish-blue clouds on her right side, more like a nebula, or something like that. But the more they moved, the more she understood what she saw. It was a river. Beautiful, isn't it? What you are looking at is time. You know, this is like seeing Earth for the first time from space. For many years, people wondered how their world looked. For thousands of years, people speculated. From disk to being the center of the universe. This is not different. We needed to move out of time to observe it. Marcus smirked as he greedily looked at the time stream. Sirin dumbly nodded as she looked at it. Her eyes tried to comprehend what she saw, its scale. What she saw is simply incomprehensible. Wait, if I comprehend this, won't that mean I can manipulate time itself? The beauty bit her right thumb's nail as she tried to understand. I know that look. This is the perfect opportunity for you, Sirin, but not everyone. For the next 28 days, we will travel outside the stream before re-entering it. You can try to comprehend it. After saying that, he briefly looked at the stream before returning to his workshop. Our grandfather would sell his soul to see what we are looking at, Athena said with a knowing look at her half-sister. Ha. Maybe, but he is too proud. Artemis shook her head before looking at the time stream with crossed arms. But do you realize how absurd this situation is? We are outside literal time. We are looking at it as some celestial object or phenomenon. The goddess of Hunt said with a strained smile. I am no longer surprised. Instead, I am curious. As Athena said, she created a basic-looking magic circle and started adding Greek letters to it. The goddess of wisdom started to develop basic time-related spells. She has a visual idea of how time looks and flows, so all she needs to do is layer it. Marcus never considered the consequences of taking living beings out of time flow. Even mundane people are affected by it. Irina Nakiri never considered that just by being on the ship, she would grasp fundamental laws of time. What are we looking at? The cherry blonde looked at the greenish-blue nebula-like thing through the window. It looked like some sort of drawn-colored wind. What you are looking at is the time outside of time flow. Irina wanted to say, is that even possible, but she controlled herself and gazed at it with a spacey look. There was something hypnotic about it. The same was true with her assistant. Gazing at Earth from the moon was like a fundamental reflection of how small one is compared to the cosmos. But this was a fundamental reflection of how short is one's existence. However, gazing at this celestial phenomenon is something no living being should see, as it can easily shatter one's mind and question the purpose of life itself. Wow, well. Irina snapped out and refocused, shaking her head, trying to get over it. Once she recovered to some extent, she turned around and walked back to the kitchen. She has things to do. But then she saw that Hisako was not following her. Hisako. No answer. Hisako. No answer. Irina frowned. She grabbed the girl's shoulder and shook her for a second. It was enough for her to snap out. Irina-sama. The pink-haired girl looked confused for a second. You have spaced out for a second. The chef girl explained as she motioned to follow her back to the kitchen. My apologies. The girl chased after her. As they returned to the kitchen, the AI closely observed their behavior after seeing the time flow. After doing some calculations, the AI notified her creator. Curious. The inventor watched the video of Irina shaking Hisako. My consensus is that watching time allows biological beings to grasp fundamental laws of the space-time continuum. In other words, they can develop time powers. Marcus stroked his chin. For Marcus, time manipulation is something he already grasped and almost shoved aside as he no longer finds much fascination. But if others can develop powers just from gazing at it, now that is interesting. However, this is a dangerous game. Their psyche can melt if they are not careful. Prepare bio chambers. We are going to improve our chefs. Understood. Are you going to improve them? Sirin was confused by the video Marcus was watching. So, she was even more confused about why he wanted to alter those two humans. Yes. It's vital, as I don't want them to die at random encounters. The inventor motioned for her to stand up as the pair proceeded to walk to the kitchen. At the same time, we improve the psyche. While Irina has quite the willpower when it comes to cooking, she can channel that outside of it, but Hisako Arato is not so well. As they walked to the lift, they were taken to the lower floor. After walking for a bit, they arrived at the kitchen. The pair were cooking a storm once more. As the pair realized that it's not a joke to feed Dragon Girl, a literal dragon and selection of goddesses. Instead of despairing, Irina rose to the challenge. Cooking for the gods was a badge of honor for her. The dinner is still. Marcus raised his hand to stop her. I am here to discuss some side effects, he said while leaning against a table with crossed arms. Side effects. Irina paled. Yes. I am preparing biochambers for you too. Bio. Biochambers are medical baths which improve your genes and remove genetic impurities. They put you at the peak of the human species. If you want, I can add extras like giving powers. Irina's eyes perked when she heard that. But why now? Hisako asked with a curious tone. It's because of the dangers of such travel. As you might have noticed, observing time has already affected your psyche. The moment Marcus mentioned that, the girls looked surprised and paled. Regardless, take a short break and follow me for now. He motioned for them to follow him. Is there a price for such treatment? Irina asked in a professional tone, as she knew that everything has a price. Price. Power always has a price. You will stand out from the rest of the people. As someone with God's tongue, you already know what it means to stand out from normal people. What about you? The cherry blonde asked in an inquisitive tone. Me. Marcus looked surprised and curious. It appeared Irina had finally developed enough backbone to ask some questions. Yes. But, if you want, you don't need to tell me anything. But then she quickly realized that she was jumping beyond her post. It's fine. I went through several sessions to develop a unique power meant for me. Wait. Irina, for a second, realized something absurd. He used biology to improve his genius, then used that genius to develop more tools to improve himself further. It's like a never-ending cycle. The chef girl swiftly realized how absurd this was. It's like a biological machine. The group took the lift to the lower floors. It was on the same floor as the water park, only on the opposite side. This was where his knights were on standby. In other words, the barracks. But then went to the other side of the corridor. The double doors opened, revealing 5 biochambers. The girls looked at this sight, the only thing which came to mind was sci-fi. Are these clone vats? Hisako asked him the very next second. Hisako. Irina was confused. How on earth does she know that? Star Wars, Irina-sama. Ah, yes. Attack of Clones. He stroked his chin. I based my personal genetic wing on Kamino. Marcus casually commented on that before motioning to walk deeper into the room. Now come in. We shall begin the process. As he said that, he motioned for hologram screens to pop up. With simple hand swings, he went through menus. For now, you girls need to undress. Hold on a second. The pair started to blush up a storm. Marcus rolled his eyes when he saw them get embarrassed. Sigh. Fine. Send here a few maids and bring hospital-style clothes. The inventor asked his AI. Relaying orders. Good. In the meantime, give me a single strand of your hair. He mentioned the pair to give him. The pair looked at him with uncertain looks. What? I only want one piece of hair. He once again eye-rolled at them. You two realize that I will get your DNA either way. Solomon's successor clarified that it was pointless. After hearing that, Irina walked forward and elegantly pulled a strand from her ponytail. Marcus used his psionic energy to make it flow over to him. He then placed it on a reader. Seconds later, the scanning bar rapidly filled up. With the built-in quantum computer, the concept of long loading screens doesn't exist. Before long, Marcus saw a naked picture of Irina. The beauty blushed when she saw that. As I said, I will see your DNA. If I see DNA, I see your body in full glory. Pervert. Irina stuttered. Not the first time I have been named like that. But you do have to realize that I created 5 beauties already. A woman's body is not unknown to me. As he said that, he made the figure spin before switching to the actual DNA strand, and he quickly found what he had been looking for. And that is God's tongue. Interesting, you have an extra atom next to the atom responsible for taste. With hand motion, Marcus expanded on and started to figure out how this worked. My oh my. It's such a curious thing. It's an actual boaster. Gears started spinning in Marcus' head as he began to think about how to use them on other things, like boaster for mana sensitivity or specific traits of supernatural beings. That's maybe my God's tongue. Irina slightly recovered as she realized that her naked picture was gone. Yes. I know. But this is a fantastic piece for my database. I will give you technocracy points. You can use them to make things from assembly lines for your personal use. Wait, you paying me for having God's tongue? The beauty was confused. Yes, as I have recorded it and now everyone in my faction can have it. Both Irina and Hisako looked gobsmacked. But that's not all. I can reverse engineer the method and how it evolved and use it for other things like mana or nose sensitivity. He said with a shrug. Though I have data from animals like lions and dogs for noses, the actual human case of magnified sensitivity towards something is a far better example as it allows me to get a middle ground without even doing excessive testing, Marcus explained to her as he was cleaning up Irina's DNA. Fixing certain negative traits and expanding on the limitations of the human body. So, in other words, you helped me, and I reward for that. He moved his head away from the strand and looked at her. She had slightly rosy cheeks as she still remembers that he saw her naked. Can these points be used to improve Tatsuki? She asked after staying quiet for a while. Irina could easily use certain perks this faction produces. Like a perpetual motion engine, time manipulation allows products to remain fresh for longer periods. Robots for maintenance and holograms for classes. Don't worry. You have impressed me enough to consider keeping Tatsuki. If not the whole of Japan. Marcus remembers that Amaterasu wants to speak with him. She gave him Sunrise and Konami. In other words, he has Gundam and Yu-Gi-Oh! Well. Konami and Sunrise have more intellectual properties, but he only cares about those two. Not to mention, Japan has Nissan and Sony. Nissan is for Skyline R34, and Sony is for PlayStation. But most importantly, Japan is extremely small. Project Eden can easily ignore those islands. I see. She looked relieved as she took a deep breath. Yes. It's your point, so do whatever you want. A few minutes later, Artemis and Hippolyta walked in with hospital clothes in hand. We have the clothes. Good. Marcus nodded at the two maids before looking at Hisako. Your hair. The pink-haired girl blushed as she looked embarrassed. She was trying to play it down. However, in the end, she handed it over. Seconds later, the inventor was already inspecting her DNA. As this happened, the pair walked away to change into these new clothes. It has been a while since I played with legitimate human DNA. Marcus offhandedly commented. And did you find anything particularly interesting? Not groundbreaking. But interesting enough, do everything manually. He said that as he finished basics for Hisako as well. Not long after, the pair returned in slippers and a single piece of white hospital dress. Good. Now, the first session will fix any sort of defects in your DNA. Those develop over thousands of years of breeding. Regardless, once that is done, we can start discussing improvements, Marcus explained to the two. Meanwhile, the biochambers opened. Step inside and put on the breathing masks. You two will be in a liquid for a while. The pair of chefs listened to his instructions. First, it was walking on the moon, then cooking like a dinner chef for bottomless pits called dragons, then watching time outside time and now genetic alterations. Irina could only lament the craziness of her life. This whole thing wasn't how she imagined, exiled from paradise. Yes, for her, leaving Tatsuki was like Eve and Adam's story of being exiled from paradise called Tatsuki. No, this was not hell or even Earth. It was sci-fi. She was ice-guide into a world where Marcus plays with concepts like a toddler playing with his plushy toys. As Irina put the breathing mask on her face, the biochamber closed, and she could see the hologram being displayed and the timer on it. She will be doing this for several hours. Now relax and enjoy what technocracy has to offer. You are the first human to experience this outside my immediate family circle. Marcus spoke over a hologram. Slowly, Marcus felt like it was getting distant as their consciousness drifted away. So, if they are away, who will cook for me? Sirin asked as she realized that she wouldn't be getting their food. Well, you will have to suck it up. You can still use the current blueprints. But we have legitimate chefs from Japan. The Hersher started pouting at him. As I said, suck it up. He rolled his eyes at her. I can't believe I spoiled my girls like this. The inventor pretended that he was disappointed with her. Ugh. Calm down, Sirin. You are channeling Kiana Kaslana. It's unbecoming of you. As the pair were getting an alternation, Marcus swiftly returned to his designing. With nanobots finished, he started using them for the creation of exploration suits. One of the first ideas was to use suits from games like Mass Effect, Crisis Series, and even Halo. These were not armor like his Freedom but more flexible, similar to Iron Man's cutting-edge suit. It's not thick or chunky but more like the second skin layer. While nanobots will create several layers, he needs more. He needs a skin layer before the nanobots layer comes into play. For that, he decided to add a complete man-made material created by hand at the atomic level. This layer is the key layer. The layer will keep bacteria, electromagnetic pulse emitted by lifeforms, smell, and even sound at bay. Though Marcus was done as he went on fire the moment he realized he didn't need to rush or be in a hurry. The design he went for this material was based on hexagons and how bees build their honeycombs. The design was quick, but he spent a while adding the joins and the support atoms to ensure certain things didn't pass through. It took him a couple of hours to make this. Begin test rendering. Rendering, beginning assembly. Short minutes away, the floor moved and revealed a black mesh on a pedestal. It looked like skin-tight rubber used by divers. Marcus walked over and inspected it. It was extremely thin. It looked like it was only a few inches. But the inventor knew that those few inches were enough. He focused some of his energy on his right index finger and tried to pierce it. 1 second. 2 seconds. He tried harder. 3rd second. Impressive. Only a 5th second later did the whole mesh shatter out of existence. By my estimation, this specific formula could hold between 5 and 50,000 of psionic force. More than that. I am pretty sure the amount of energy I used was enough to kill a god. Marcus said with a snort. That makes the second revolutionary invention in a week. Aurora sounded proud. Well, I am limited in this small workshop. I can only focus on small things. Marcus shrugged at his AI. Regardless, the mesh still needs some tinkering. We need to add discharge of absorbed energy function. Marcus said to his AI as he walked back to his seat and summoned the design. He was not done. He is considering adding time distortion-based storage, which would allow the mesh at the atomic level to store around 300% more energy. That means the mesh can take more of a beating. As he returned to the designing, he zoomed in and added more coating to the atom. Hours later. Irina's eyes trembled as she opened them. What she saw was liquid and a timer at 10 seconds. What is this feeling? The first thing she noticed was that she was brimming with energy. 5. She looked around and saw that Hisako was in the same condition. 4. Her eyes returned to the hologram. Can I use it the same way as the armor I had on? She pondered and tried to use her intent. Sure enough, the window expanded and saw the changes. Basic human package. Removal of all diseases, cancer cells, genetic defects like balding, immune system failure, and lastly, my lifespan is around 300 years. The girl was baffled to think that this was basic. I shouldn't be surprised that he can fix all the diseases. 1. Session over, removing chemicals. The liquid was rapidly drained, and before she realized, the girl was standing on her feet. Yet, she felt that she could jump like some grasshopper. All she needs is to use her leg muscles, which are denser than ever. The chef girl removed the breathing mask, and the bio-chamber opened for her. The girl walked out around a second earlier than Hisako. Irina-sama. Yes. This is absurd. Irina replied without even knowing the context. All she cared about was how light her limbs were. We should get a shower. The smell is weird. Hisako said as she realized, they were wet and the damp robe highlighted their assets. You are right. The doors opened as they were about to leave, and Artemis walked in. The session is over. For the next couple of days, minimize your actions. Your bodies are at this moment hypersensitive to outside stimulus. And cooking? Irina asked with a frown. You can do your cooking but only mild tastes. Otherwise, you can pass out. Worst case, your taste receptors will melt, and you will return to bio-chamber. I see. The pair were too terrified to comment more. Good, my job is done. The goddess turned around and left. Wait. That was goddess. Yes, I know. The pair looked uncomfortable. A goddess was acting like a maid and notifying them like any maid would do. Later. Around 3 days later, Irina and Hisako were back at peak performances. They quickly noticed how stronger, faster, and clearer their thoughts were. They were, just better. Weirdly, Irina noticed some strange auras around things. So she went to see Marcus about that. The moment she entered his workshop with his permission, her eyes wandered to a hologram of a black and dark gray suit, which looked a far slender version of the one she was wearing on the moon. Something about this armor was sending chills through her body. According to some maids, it has been a while since Marcus has worked on a single project for that long. Considering how many tools and technology he has behind him. Regardless, she was pulled out of her thoughts as Marcus started to explain to her. What you are seeing is time's flow. It's like understanding what the horizon is. Your mind knows that the horizon is the planet's curvature. It's the same principle. After you see the time flow outside the time, you can't return to how you were before. But aren't we flying outside time flow now as we speak? Yes, but to keep the comfort level at optimum condition, I am emulating time flow inside my confiscator, he clarified to her. Then what does this mean? It means that you want to or not. You are grasping how to interact with time itself. He said with a small smile. Before he continued, he had a grand idea. He snapped his finger and spoke with his AI. Call my fiancée. Notifying Goddess Athena. In your free time, Athena will teach you too how to harness your new awakening powers and wield mana. Considering that they are jumping to literal time manipulation without any sort of medium. This is interesting. He noticed that his other girl had been testing some of the time powers like Sirin. The girl is still a genius with a high IQ toward practical actions. The same goes for his other maids. Guyuna, who was born to manipulate time, is especially a being whose comprehension of time is rising by the minute. Hold a second. You want us to learn from Goddess of Wisdom? Is there a problem? A female voice said from behind. The pair stiffed and turned into a pair of deers who were caught in the car's headlights. And no. It's just too much. Snort. The infamous Japanese humbleness. Athena shook her head as she walked over. The pair saw her standing there with one hand on her hip and the other hand on her glasses. I am free now, so I suggest we start now. In the meantime, I will come up with a curriculum for you too. The goddess ignored whatever excuses they could possibly have. Good. Then you can start. Remember to keep in mind that they need to have energy to cook. I know. But since they are perfect human, they can take punishment better than Devilkin. Athena smiled as she was thinking of having some fun as well. It has been a while since they have had total war simulations. Is this negotiable? Instead of saying anything, the pair were engulfed by the psionic fields of Athena and taken away. What is going on? Irina was both excited and horrified. Being trained by a god means she is like the heroes from all those ancient stories. But the issue with that is that their stories end with tragedies. Something she doesn't want. Now then. Athena ended up sitting in a comfortable chair. The pair of chef girls looked around. They were in Athena's room. It was a big library. Not a room. How much do you two know how the magic of humans works? The pair looked at each other. Fundamentals, as Nakiri, I have some awareness of what it is. But any practical experience I have is none. Irina explained truthfully as she knows that lying to a god is suicidal. Good enough. We will start with fundamentals. A crash course should be enough for you two to make magic crests of your own. I isn't it dangerous? Not at all. Athena shook her head. Your two processing power is far superior to a normal human being. You two should have noticed that by now. You two can recall things faster and absorb information as well. Athena mentioned that the two recalled this info in the package section and that they already have experience with that. They can recall food recipes on the fly. Good, now let's start. However, the pair quickly realized that they were not learning anything related to time but instead pure magic. It makes them feel like some sort of witches or sorceresses. It was not the issue. Goddess Athena. The goddess, who was heavy into theory, stopped in her tracks and looked at the pair. Instead of saying anything, she pushed her glasses up. Listen. What I am teaching you two are tools. You need tools to understand higher mysteries like time. The goddess of wisdom pointed out. After all, you can't be a proper chef if you don't have a knife. Meanwhile, Marcus walked over to his dragoness, who was kept in her training to master control over time. When Marcus entered her room, he saw her playing with a watermelon seed. The silver-haired dragoness waved her hand, and the seed turned into dust. Then she waved back, and it was back to normal. Having fun. The inventor pulled her out of her heavy focus. Not quite. I want to turn this into a proper watermelon but only turn it into dust or rot it away. The beauty complained to him with a pout. Well, you have to remember that the seed needs nutrition and a place to grow. He pointed his hand and used psionic energy to take the seed and make it flow into a pot prepared beforehand. What you are accelerating is the age, not growth. Those are two different things. Remember that this is not different from aging someone else. Just because you age, it doesn't mean you are growing. Grow needs a reaction. As he explained, the seed erupted into a plant, and soon there was a juicy watermelon. Wait. If that is the case, where did you get water and light? The beauty asked with a heaver pout. I used my energy as a supplement for those two. He shrugged his reply. The beauty's pout morphed into a pondering look before grabbing his hand and pulling him deeper into her room. I see. In that case, you will teach me more. I want to use this in a proper fight later on. She explained her reasons. Oh, and what will I get from this? Marcus asked with a curious tone. Guyuna simply smiled at him. Her smile was slightly lewd. Chapter 100, Arriving at First Time Period. Guyuna pulled Marcus into the bed. She laid him on it while she was on the top. The silver-haired dragoness licked her lips as she was rearing to go. What now? The inventor asked in a teasing voice. He wanted to see how far she would go before he needed to take over. You will see. As she said that, she leaned forward and started with a simple kiss. This kiss slowly escalated as she realized that she wanted to explore more than just his lips. Later. After awakening Guyuna to lust, the dragoness tried to move into Marcus' bedroom. At that moment, she forgot that other beauties were prowling the perimeter. She was quickly introduced by Quinella to something called the schedule. It was a schedule for ladies who were sleeping in his bed next to him each day. Though. Why one by one? The silver-haired beauty complained as she saw the schedule on her HUD. That's. Our emperor sleeps in a king-sized bed, not to mention he loves to cuddle. The dragoness reasoned with the assistant. Well, it doesn't matter. Since this schedule is not approved by him, I don't need to bother with it. Guyuna quite arrogantly dismissed the schedule without care. You. What? Are you going to complain to him? She smiled at her. Don't be ridiculous, Quinella replied with twitchy eyebrows and lips. She is barely controlling her rage. Then I will be the one who shares his other side of the bed. That's, of course, if he wants it, the dragoness said with a smug smirk. Fine. In the end, it's what Marcus wants. We were created to please him and assist with everything he wants. The assistant agreed in the end. She can't deny it. After all, no matter how proud or arrogant she is, her duty takes priority. As the girls considered the changes to the bed arrangements, Marcus looked at the centerpiece of his new exploration suit. When he originally thought of making a simple suit to protect the biology of different time periods, he wanted to make sure he had perfect material, and from that, he created nanomachines. But in the end, he went all out and reworked his diamond cores. Since he was expanding his range into small things, he created small diamond cores, the so-called triangle diamond core, which he used in his freedom suits. But this is different. In fact, he was even baffled by what he created. What is this? A girl's voice asked him. Marcus snapped out of his thoughts as he saw a trolley with food arrive. His nose immediately perked up as his stomach rumbled. You know, even though my body has the ability to adapt, your food still makes me feel hungry. Marcus is impressed by Irina's ability to make him hungry no matter what. One could say that she is winning him over through food alone. I am pleased to hear that. Irina smiled, hearing that, as she proceeded to give him his dinner. The beautiful chef girl has adjusted her food to things he loves. Though she would prefer French food in their looks, this is fine as well. As she is expanding her repertoire to less-known cultures. After placing all of the food, she looked at what he was doing. What she was looking at was no longer technology in her eyes. No, it was more like arcane. To answer your question, it's the reactor to the suits I am building. Her eyes perked up when she heard that. But wasn't your previous technology sufficient? She asked with a small frown. What he had before was already perpetual motion technology. Diamond Heart Reactor is something I came up with by chance as I recalled something from Marvel Comics. He said with a sigh. I never said to anyone that I was thinking of making a perpetual motion reactor. Only after doing all the calculations, I realized that it was an actual chance to make infinite energy. He said to her as he prepared to eat it. In other words, it was a new branch of tech. Once it was running, I started reinventing it to perfect it and improve it each time I got a chance. Eventually, I got a breakthrough, and that was waves and resonance. With a hand motion, he zoomed out. Irina's eyes bulged out as what she saw were gears of diamonds placed inside a triangle structure. Beautiful, isn't it? All of those pieces move and generate energy from friction. Because how many of them are even in passive mode, they generate enough power to keep the suit operating for basic necessities. But the moment it enters battle mode, the gear will spin faster, and the output will increase. Theoretically, the output can go beyond anything needed on Earth. After explaining to her, he took the first bite. Oh man. I get positive goosebumps just from taking a bite. Irina snapped out as she looked at him for a second. She smiled as she liked that he still likes her food after eating it for 2 weeks now. So you built this because of output. She understood that by this point, even if he has perpetual motion technology, what he ends up lacking is sheer energy and control over it. The chef girl can assume that this new reactor is the answer to it. Indeed. Though this is a new platform I can work later on. He smiled at her as he continued to eat his food with a huge smile. Funny how Irina didn't realize, but she is the reason why Marcus is having so much fun in creating a literal deus machina. Each time she brings dinner to him, Marcus is motivated to create bigger, better, more insane stuff. After all, the literal term of working with a full stomach works even for him. And just like that, Marcus created Diamond Heart Engine. The most advanced and most broken thing to date. Something that even his automated assembly lines will have a hard time creating, as it's an engine stuffed into a fist-sized triangle. Used the latest material technology, the nanites, and his Diamond Heart reactor knowledge. By all means, this is no longer technology but arcane, magic. As he manipulated everything, even atoms were placed in specific patterns. So, does this mean all of the suits will have this technology? Irina asked him after he finished his food and proceeded to drink his tea. Sadly. He looked embarrassed for a second. The rest of my technomancy is lacking. He motioned with a finger to show the Diamond Heart Engine. It's made from 4 sections. He proceeded to show the center of the triangle, where the blue-white sun was surrounded by 3 structures of diamond gears. The center is the control center of the engine. The north is where energy is generated, to the left is where nanomachines are stored and fixed and self-replicated, and lastly, on the right is where material is created for the suit. Wait, hold it, this triangle is the suit itself. Irina blinked at him. She was in disbelief. Yes. You see, when I create something new, I wait for a bit and allow a new tech to spread through my faction. Think of it like reaching a new plateau, and allowing it to spread out. But with our current circumstances, I can't spread out. So, I simply went 2 huge steps forward. That means that my automated assembly lines can't make this. He sighed loudly when he said the last part. We need to arrive at our destination so that I can retrofit my assembly lines to produce this. He pointed at the suit's triangle engine. In the meantime, I will make them by hand. It's not like I need to make hundreds. He took a sip of his tea after explaining to her. I see. Then I will leave you to your work. After taking all the dishes, the chef girl left him to his work. When they said that he doesn't work on something for more than a few days, I never imagined technology so advanced that it looks like magic. As Irina thought to herself, she pulled the trolley back to the kitchen. One thing for sure is that what she saw was like another world inside the triangle. After finishing the design, Marcus summoned the parts needed to make the Diamond Heart Engine. He used the assembly line to make the smallest possible items. Like a diamond the size of a pinky finger, which is too big. That is right, his assembly lines can't make smaller items. So, in the next upgrade, he should improve that. As he pondered on that, his eyes widened as he immediately found a solution. Stupid. He smacked his head as he realized that he was being slow. Aurora, raise me the schematics for the nanobots. Certainly, sir. Seconds later, a hologram of a bug popped in front of him. Assembly lines work because I have Aurora bots to maintain them and improve. All I need to do is create nanosize Aurora bots and nanosize assembly lines. It's ridiculous how easy the solution was. Marcus sighed as he massaged his forehead. Sir, you are permitted to have small moments of slumber. I guess. I suppose this because I am cramped in a single place. He sighed before starting to alter the design for the construction nanobot. Once these nanites are done, he will revolutionize construction forever. He came up with this at a crucial time, as he has a lot of stuff to build in space and in general. After finding the solution, he swiftly went to redesign how the nanobots would look. He designed to go with ants as they are the best constructors around the block. Without even realizing, he was done in a couple of hours and it was time to create them. Just like before, what he was looking at was a gray sand. It was quite simple, as he only needed to create one nanobot. With one created, that one will create another one, and then those 2 will create another 2, and then those 4 will make another 4. In just a few minutes, he had a small pile of sand visible with his naked eyes. He didn't need to use his psionic energy to see the micro-world where the nanobots were. Regardless, he quickly got enough of them to start working on Diamond Heart engines. Though he quickly realized that these small buggers would take their time in making these. It's like building a world from scratch. No matter what, it takes time. Well, it's fine. We still have around a week to finish their construction and a week to power them. Marcus realized that his new toy takes around a week to power itself up. While he does need to send an initial pulse of energy to kickstart initial gear, the rest he can't interfere as it would shatter the balance inside the world of the Diamond Heart engine. Regardless, with the suit issue solved, Marcus returned to make more gear for exploring prehistoric and ancient Earth. I should start adding nanites in everything I do, otherwise, I will look like an idiot again. Thankfully, none of my girls were here to see me at such an embarrassing moment. The inventor looked slightly embarrassed as he swiftly started designing specific drones for planetside exploration. Stuff like this will be crucial in future alien world explorations. Over a week and a half later. Entering Phase 3. Marcus perked his head when he heard that. Oh, finally, he exclaimed as he stood up and stretched himself. He had been tinkering for a while. For the next 2 days, I won't be doing shit. He said out loud as he walked out from his workshop and went right to the window. He could see that Confiscator had stopped and now repositioning to enter the flow of time. He looked at how the vessel once again proceeded to accelerate into the nebula, which was the time. Call everyone. It's time to talk about what we will do in Carboniferous Earth, the inventor said with a grin as he got excited. He can't wait to hear girls scream murder because Carboniferous is full of bugs and critters, and it's Earth from when it was full of rainforests and swamps. Unlike the Permian lush world or the Triasic's desert world. It's like exploring different planets together, a desert world, a swamp world, a jungle world, and so on. Hell, he doesn't even need to look for other alien worlds. Just visit Earth at different time periods. A few minutes later, they went to the meeting room, which was just a floor below his workshop. It was quite a large room with enough seats for his whole crew. When Marcus entered it, he saw that everyone was waiting for him. Good, everyone is here. The inventor walked to the front. Soon enough, a screen appeared behind him. For now it was showing Technocracy's flag and symbol. In 2 days, we will be entering Earth during the Carboniferous period. Did you just say Carboniferous? Athena exclaimed with disbelief before she grimaced as she realized what kind of Earth they were entering. When everyone saw her reaction, they looked concerned. Many of them realized that they should have studied those periods in detail. I thought we going to Triassic. Atlanta raised her hand. She has studied the 3 dinosaur eras in detail. But now that you mentioned Triassic started around 252 million years ago, not 320 you mentioned. The lion girl realized that they were off by 70 million years. No matter how you look at this, they are talking about millions of years like it's most normal thing to do. Irina thought to herself with a sweaty forehead. One wrong move and they are stranded, in the super distant past. Precisely, Carboniferous is a period where amphibians came out from the oceans to live on land. We are going to confirm this. Marcus explained them as behind him a map appeared. It was Earth at Carboniferous. Is this after Pangea? Irina asked with confusion. She should have studied this more. Wrong. This is right before the Super Pangea continent, the Permian period. Athena explained with one hand on her glasses. We are going to a period when primitive amphibians finally started living on land. The era before is called the Devonian, also known as the Age of Fishes. I assume we didn't visit the Devonian period because we don't have the means to carry lots of water to keep living specimens. The goddess asked her fiancé. Precisely, Carboniferous is enough to collect some very primitive crocodilians. He said with a shrug. Regardless, now let's talk about a game we will be playing. His words perked everyone's attention even more. With a hand motion, the Earth's map changed into an evolutionary tree of all lifeforms, some of which were highlighted in different colors. As you all might know, we are here to collect samples and confirm a bunch of theories about extinction events like the Great Dying. To do that, we need to explore Earth a bunch of times over. He pointed at the animals highlighted in green. The ones in green are animals which are completely extinct on our Earth. Like the trilobite, it's a marine arthropod, in other words, a very distant ancestor to crabs. He showed an image of a fossilized exoskeleton of a trilobite. The reason why I am interested in these is that they are one of most successful animal existence in Earth's history. 270 million years and 22,000 species. In the Carboniferous, only one branch of them remains. That is why I want one in my aquarium. The girls looked at each other. For a second, they thought the reason was something serious. But he only wanted to diversify his aquarium, which he had in school. Regardless of the aquarium, the trilobite's collection, its genetic makeup collection, and the full scan, one of you will get 40 points. The same can be said about the collection of other genes, like the protomammals and other amphibians which live in Carboniferous. He highlighted other animals, like the protocrocodilians and some other critter-looking creatures. All of them will give you all points. Depending on the position on the evolution tree. We can assume that something like a crocodile ancestor won't give as much as trilobite. Sirin asked with crossed arms. The girl already understood how this game worked. Indeed. And the butterfly effect? Athena asked, wanting to know how they work around that. If they can play games, then they can go wild to a certain extent. Glad you asked. Marcus snapped his fingers when he heard the question. Let me show you girls the butterfly effect bar. He said, and the screen shifted from the evolutionary tree to something that looked like a suit's HUD. This here is the Aurora HUD Time Explorer version. As you can see, it doesn't look much different from the latest version, except for a single crucial difference: it is equipped with the newest quantum calculator. In simple terms, it uses time-based calculations to determine if anything in front of you is relevant to the future. As he said that on the screen, a T-Rex walked. For example, a T-Rex walked over. As you can see around him, there is a colored aura, and he is highlighted by the HUD. The bar next to it starts to fill up if the beast somehow is relevant to the future. If the aura is extremely light blue and white, the beast has no relevance at all. You can do whatever you want with it. But if it's extremely red and has a butterfly on top of it, it means the beast should not be interacted with at all. This extends to everything, even entire areas and trees. He showed several key areas through the Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous, as he said. Avoid these areas, as if we interfere, we could cause a lack of oil, coal, and natural gases in modern times. Wait, that's it. We just don't walk there or interfere, and that is it. Atlanta exclaimed with surprise. Precisely. Because of an array of extinction events, there is not much we can impact. He shrugged before showing the Bronze Age. Though the same can't be said about more recent times. He showed examples of modern times, which are much more dangerous, and they have to be more careful. For example, if we get spotted in the Bronze Age, we would need to perform memory wipes and erase any evidence we have left. I see, now it makes sense. The lioness looked relaxed immediately. That means we will be able to have fun for millions of years of Earth's history. Hippolyta was pleased as well. She wants some proper hunting action with prehistoric animals. Precisely, we can go wild until 65 million years when the meteorite hits. Though even after that we can have fun. Almost all the way until around 20 to 30 million years ago, all we need to do is not visit Africa and touch any of the early mammals. All of those Aurora will highlight for you. But isn't there more to it? We shouldn't even touch any of the ecosystems around Africa at all. Athena frowned as she was concerned. That is why I have these. Marcus pulled out dark gray grenades. These are time-fixed grenades. They will reverse anything you have caused that could impact the timeline, he explained to them. They are directly linked to the suits you will be wearing. Aurora and the suit will calculate what kind of reverse is needed in case the butterfly effect is triggered. The inventor showed how it works. The screen shifted to a HUD, where a person threw a grenade. Upon explosion, a green cloud consumed the whole area. It looked like the place had become disconnected from time. Sure enough, the T-Rex saw the explorer, forgot about him, and walked to a different place. Interesting. Guyuna's eyes sparkled as she saw another way to use time powers. This time, it was in the form of an AoE bomb. Is this the only way to do it? Artemis asked as she preferred a different method of erasing evidence. For now, it's the only way. But as I said before, this is our first rodeo on ancient Earth 320 million years ago. After we get the hang of this, I will introduce more means to manipulate our evidence, he said with crossed arms, holding his chin with his left hand. I am thinking arrow combos for archer girls and even main cannons of confiscator at planetary scale in a worst-case scenario. Hope we don't need to use that, Athena said with another grimace. Even if we fail, it's not truly our world, Athena. We might be on Earth, but this is not our Earth. Hell, it would be interesting to see how this world's modern society changes with our machinations. Marcus chuckled as he wondered if cavemen would draw confiscator and the crew's suited-up forms in cave walls. Maybe no, it sounds dangerous. Then stop questioning if we can fail. It only challenges me to do something amusing. Marcus, with an eye roll, told her that she should stop goading him. I already took an insane amount of precaution, even utilizing quantum calculations to see how much can a rolling stone impact a timeline. He got slightly snapping while saying that. Okay. Athena raised her hands in defeat. Good, all you need to do is help me to collect the greatest collection in the entirety of Earth's history. It should be so great that even paleontologists would run out of things to discover. Fine. Carboniferous Earth, approximately 320 years ago. A few million miles away from ferrohistoric Earth, a little piece of space rippled as a huge green magic circle appeared from it. Behind it, there was a small ripple, but what came out on the other side was a futuristic, long exploration vessel. It was light gray with golden strokes, emitting light from those golden lines. Unlike previous upgrades, this was Mark III Confiscator. The hull and shape don't remind of a brick and half placed on each other. There were no more sharp and blocky curves, instead, it had futuristic curves to give the impression of a sci-fi vessel. As the ship exited the Bifrost, the vessel slowly turned to face the planet below. Wow, look. The moon is so close. Hisako exclaimed as everyone was at the bridge experiencing the best views. Yes, but if this close, I can bet the flooding and ocean currents are extreme. Artemis was perplexed to see her symbol of power so close to Earth. She both loves and hates this scene. Yeah, but look at the ocean, is it just me, or are there sections of it that make the water look red? Jean said with a curious look as she saw unfamiliar green continents concentrating around the south hemisphere. Almost the entirety of the north hemisphere is empty. Yeah, this will be the most preeminent in Jurassic and Triassic times when all the oceans were red. But none of the maps I seen had it in red. The maid Saintess was confused. That's because it would confuse people, and we are simply not used to seeing water red. Lu Fei explained instead of Marcus. Regardless, let's begin the descent. The inventor ignored the maids and instead ordered his bridge crew. Roger, setting course for Pangaea. I thought there was no Pangaea here. Irina nearly pouted when she heard the name of the continent. We are going to the continent of Pangaea, not the supercontinent in Permian or Triassic. It's twice as small as a Permian or Triassic one. Fair enough. Though I don't know if I want to leave the ship this time around. The chef girl was hugging herself as she saw the data of the Carboniferous period. It's full of bugs, including arm-sized dragonflies, human-sized centipedes, and children-sized scorpions, not to mention crocodilians with sword-like heads. It's simply a horror period for anyone who has a fear of bugs. Suit yourself. I will bring some examples from the Earth's surface to you. Why you? Devil. The girl, with nearly teary eyes, looked at him as if he were a criminal. The girl knew that she would be exposed to big bugs or some other horrendous creatures from this Earth. Haha, relax. However, there was a selection of other girls who felt the same way. Half of the maids don't want to go with him. Sheesh, fine, if you girls are scared, then you don't need to go. After saying that, Marcus grabbed his diamond heart engine and proceeded to walk towards the lift. By this point, all of the girls had tested out the new suits, and they were ready for action. However, they had no idea what Carboniferous Earth was until they did their studies. The girls had no idea that it was a bug world by all means and purposes. So even if they had the most advanced and most arcane level suits for protection, they wouldn't descend with Marcus to the planet side. Except for a selected few. Sirin. The Herschers huffed at him, after her was Quinella and his ship girls. We have fought in the depths of hell, a bug-infested world means nothing to us, Admiral. Enterprise smiled at him. Good to hear. Let's go and capture some samples. Reinvigorated, the inventor entered the lift, and his creations followed after him. Honestly, the rest looked perplexed. It appears this is the greatest test they have experienced so far. You do realize that if we don't go with him, we won't ever be respected by him again, Atlanta said with a frown as she saw the alien world through the bridge windows. It was truly not the world she knows. Nothing in this place looks like Earth. She knows nothing that could remind her of it. It just shows that time changes everything.